Chapter 104. Fight! Shun Ming furiously roared, summoning the snow bear demon spirit. However, just when his body changed, a bang was heard. Lu Piao's fist landed on Shun Ming's abdomen. Shun Ming immediately clutched his stomach and retched, almost vomiting out his intestines. Although Shun Ming has a high position in the sacred family, he's only an elder in charge of managing the family. He's not good at fighting. His cultivation has only just reached silver rank. Being punched by Lu Piao, he fell to the ground. Very quickly, everyone on Shun Ming's side were all lying on the ground. The soul puppet flew up and landed on Nye Li's shoulder. The reason why Nye Li and Bunch could win so easily is because of the soul puppet. The soul puppet subdued 3 gold rank experts. Otherwise, the battle would have lasted for a long time. Lu Piao stepped on Shun Ming's head, raised her head, looked at Nye Li and asked, "Nye Li, what should we do with this group of people? Let me go. If you dare to kill me, our sacred family will definitely not let you off." Shun Ming was constantly struggling. As a managing elder of the sacred family, when has he ever suffered such humiliation? However, ever since the Genius Tournament, his position in the sacred family is no longer the same as before. "You vicious old fogey, I've long heard of your sacred family's notoriety. You want to threaten us? We're not afraid. If you dare to make a noise again, we'll bury you on the spot." Lu Piao snorted. He has long been unhappy with the sacred family. Today, he was able to step on the sacred family's people under his feet. He's still very happy. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Shun Ming immediately shut up and no longer spoke. "This old fogey is quite afraid of death," Lu Piao said, smiling. Dowsett looked at Nye Li and worriedly said, "Nye Li, how should we deal with this? We have to be quick. If the sacred family's reinforcements arrive, bring Shun Ming and that guy away. Let the rest go." Nye Li pointed at Yunhua Deacon. "Why did you let them go?" Lu Piao asked with a frown. He was very gloomy. It wasn't easy for him to knock these people out, so it would be a pity to let them go. "I have my own plans." Nye Li smiled mysteriously and said, "Those 3 gold-level warriors were injured by the soul puppets. It would take at least a few years, or even a dozen or 20 years for them to recover their cultivation. As for these silver-ranked ones, they pose no threat to us. There's nothing wrong with letting them go. Capturing 2 heads should be pretty good already. So where should we go? The city lord's mansion?" Dowsett looked at Nye Li and asked, "Who should he hand over Shun Ming and Yunhua Deacon to? Even if we hand the 2 of them over to the city lord, it's useless. Who knows? The sacred family might even take them back. We'll bring them to the Association of Alchemists," Nye Li said after pondering a while. He handed them over to Yang Xian to lock up and slowly interrogate them. Shun Ming and Yunhua Deacon. One is the confidant of the sacred family's patriarch, Shun Hong, and the other is a small leader of the Dark Guild. The 2 of them definitely have a lot of secrets on them. Who knows? They might be able to reveal the true face of the sacred family to the citizens of Glory City. Let's go. The 4 of them carried Shun Ming and Yunhua Deacon, who were tightly tied up, and headed towards the Association of Alchemists. After reaching the Association of Alchemists, Nye Li and Bunch handed Shun Ming and Yunhua Deacon to Yang Xian to lock up and slowly interrogate them. "Sacred family, you bunch of trash. So many of you, yet you can't even capture a few kids." Shen Hong sat on a high chair. With a bang, the armrest of the chair was crushed by him. One can see how angry he is at this moment. "Patriarch, please spare our lives. We never thought that those kids would already have the cultivation of silver rank. The one with the highest cultivation has even reached gold rank. Even Yunhua Deacon was defeated by him. Aside from that, they also have a strange bird. Even 3 gold rank experts weren't the opponent of that strange bird." The few of them kowtowed towards Shen Hong. Shen Hong's face was gloomy. This kind of situation is something that even he did not expect. Who would have thought that 4 gold rank and 23 silver rank experts wouldn't even be able to capture 4 kids in their teens? After sending so many people, they still failed. It can be seen that the other party still has some tricks up their sleeves. What made Shen Hong a little angry is that Nye Li and Bunch actually captured Shun Ming and Yunhua Deacon. Capturing the two of them is like grabbing onto Shun Hong's Achilles heel. Shun Ming has been the sacred family for so many years. He knows a lot of things that he shouldn't know. As for Yin Hua, he knows that the sacred family has a secret contact with the Dark Guild. Shen Hong would rather Niao Li and Bunch kill the two of them. Losing a few silver and gold rank isn't much to Shen Ming. However, Niao Li and Bunch capture the two of them. It seemed like that little fellow knew something. Shen Hong's narrowed eyes were filled with viciousness. A thorn in his flesh like Niao Li must be eliminated. You're forcing me to kill you. You really think that by hiding in the City Lord's mansion, I won't be able to do anything to you? You're underestimating the strength of my sacred family too much. Shen Hong's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. If he doesn't eliminate Niao Li, it'll be hard to resolve the hatred in his heart. Find out where Shun Ming and Yin Hua are being held. Also, find out the background of everyone who has a relationship with Niao Li and the Tensei family. Don't think that just because you're under the protection of the Association of Alchemists, you can ignore the existence of my sacred family. Send a message to the Dark Guild. If anyone from the Tensei family leaves their territory, kill them all. Shen Hong's deep eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. The people kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, immediately responded loudly. Suddenly thinking of something, Shen Hong solemnly said, "Go and invite Elder Shin Su and Elder Shen Yuan." Yes, Shin Su and Shin Yuan are both one-star black gold rank fighters. In order to kill Niao Li, Shen Hong has already made up his mind. Previously, several gold rank fighters were defeated by Niao Li, causing Shen Hong to no longer dare to underestimate Niao Li. At this moment, in the Association of Alchemists, little brother Niao Li, you're saying that this Deacon Yin Hua is the person responsible for the communication between the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family? Yang Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, Niao Li nodded his head. If that's the case, then I must pry open his mouth and see what the Sacred Family is planning. Yang Xian's face was covered with frost. Glory City is the only place that they know of. If Glory City is destroyed, then everyone will have nowhere to go. If there's anyone that dares to betray Glory City and threaten the safety of Glory City, even if they have to use the entire Association of Alchemists, they must be annihilated. Yang Xian's gaze fell onto the Thunder God's meteorite sword on Niao Li's back, smiled and said, "Little brother, why are you carrying such a broken sword on your back? There's even a strange bird standing on your shoulder. If you want, Sister Yang can buy you a good sword. As for this strange bird, throw it away. I'll get you a gold rank pet." Buy a good sword with money? How much money can buy a Thunder God's meteorite sword? The power of this Thunder God's meteorite sword, if it's executed by a legend rank demon spiritualist, it's not inferior to a forbidden spell. As for the strange bird on Niao Li's back, if Yang Xian knew that the one sealed inside the strange bird is one of the ancestors that founded Glory City, would she still say that? Unfilial descendant, you're angering this old man to death. Yi Yin cursed in anger. However, the words that Yi Yin said can only be understood by those with a strong enough soul force. Otherwise, to ordinary people, it would sound like a squeaking sound. Niao Li, your soul puppet seems to be able to speak. What is it saying? Yang Xian looked at Niao Li's soul puppet with interest. She wanted to extend her hand to touch the soul puppet. However, Yin couldn't bear it anymore and flapping his wings, and flew out. Yang Xian was stunned for a moment. She never thought that this strange bird that was forged from metal would actually have such a spiritual nature. Indeed, some of the things that Niao Li has are really unimaginable. Sister Yang, Ning and the rest are still waiting for me outside. I'll be leaving first. If there's any result from the interrogation of Shun Ming and Yin Hua, immediately send someone to inform me. Niao Li said, looking at Yang Xian. Okay. Yang Xian sternly nodded her head. This matter concerns the safety of Glory City. She naturally doesn't dare to be careless. She originally wanted to tease Niao Li a little, but seeing that Niao Li was in a hurry to return, she restrained her thoughts and said, "You were ambushed outside. You might have been followed. I'll get a few black gold rank elders to send you back." Okay. Niao Li nodded his head. with a few black gold rank elders from the Association of Alchemists escorting him. Even if it's the patriarch of the sacred family, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, if a black gold rank expert were to fight, the scene would definitely shock the entire Glory City. Little brother, goodbye. Young Xian bent down and smiled, looking at Nieli. That satin dress outlined her alluring figure. When Nieli raised his head, he could see the deep ravine. It was a field of white, and he could vaguely see the bright red. A mature woman's fragrance assaulted his nose. This woman is getting more and more alluring. She's actually not wearing any undergarments. Even if it's Nieli, who has a lot of self-control, seeing this scene, his head turned hot. This is the first time in his life that he's seen such an alluring scene. Yang Exant didn't care about Nieli's gaze. She kissed Nieli's forehead and said, "Big sister will come and see you in a few days." Nieli awkwardly smiled. This seductress is definitely doing this on purpose. Right now, he only has the appearance of a 13, 14-year-old kid. What is she trying to do? "I'm leaving." Nieli immediately turned around and left. If he were to stay here any longer, even breathing would be a little difficult. Seeing Nieli's slightly staggering footsteps, young Xian couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckling. That slim-fitting dress couldn't cover up that alluring spring scenery. When he reached the outside of the Association of Alchemists, Nieli felt relieved. He looked at Xiao Ning'er and the rest and said, "Ning'er, let's go back to the City Lord Mansion." "Okay." Xiao Ning'er obediently nodded her head. Nieli can feel two faint auras behind him. These two should be black gold rank experts from the Association of Alchemists. They were sent by young Xian to protect him. With the protection of black gold rank experts, at least he can safely reach the City Lord's Mansion. Chapter 105. City Lord's Mansion. After Nieli safely returned, he continued his training. The soul puppet that had the ancestral founder's soul sealed was flying around. After staying in the heavenly sacred border for so long, no matter where Yin goes, he would feel something new. I never thought that after 1,000 years, Glory City would not fall and still exist until today. I still have lingering fear when I think about those days. Yin sighed. It said that the city lord here is also surnamed Yi. I wonder if he's a descendant of my Thunder family. Ancestral founder Yin, don't think about it. The Thunder family has already been destroyed. The current city lord is from the Snow Wind family. Nieli opened his eyes and said, "Brat, you don't know about this. The Snow Wind family was inherited from the Thunder family and is a branch of my Thunder family. Even if your city lord sees me, he would have to obediently call me ancestor. You actually dare to be so disrespectful to me." Yin snorted and arrogantly said, "City lord? You think that I would put the city lord in my eyes? If he wasn't my father-in-law, I would have already forced him to give up the city lord's position." Nieli disdained ancestral founder Yian's words and said, "The strongest existence that you've seen is only at legend rank. Brat, your tone is pretty big. Could it be that you've seen an expert above legend rank?" "Of course I have. Legend rank is just the beginning of cultivation. Do you know how the demon beast rampage happened during the Age of Darkness?" Nieli lightly smiled. "How would I know? I'm afraid that those demon beasts were stimulated by something." Ian still stubbornly said, "It's not that the demon beasts were stimulated by something. It's just that a demon beast had advanced and opened its intelligence, reaching an existence that surpasses legend rank. The top 300 legend rank experts in the Saint Origin world sensed that demon beast and decided to kill it. However, they didn't expect that they would anger that demon beast. In the end, they suffered the consequences of their own actions and were killed instead. Under the rage of that demon beast, it commanded all the demon beasts in the Saint Origin world to hunt humans. The human empires fell apart in a few months. That year was the beginning of the Age of Darkness." Nieli leisurely said, "I see." Ian came to a sudden realization. No wonder the peak experts of the empires seemed to have evaporated into thin air after the demonic beast rampage. In your eyes, a demonic beast that has surpassed the legendary realm is already an unparalleled existence. But in another world, it is just the most basic creature. When I was at my peak, I could kill him with a single thought. Nieli gazed into the distance. Although he was just sitting there quietly, he was like a mountain. All of a sudden, Yi Yin sensed a powerful soul aura surging towards him. This soul aura has experienced the vicissitudes of time. Although its power is still very weak, it vaguely possesses an extremely frightening power. This kind of power can only be sensed by ancestral founder Yi Yin, who is in the form of a soul. This power is so frightening that it makes others tremble. Just who is this kid? Although Nieli's cultivation is only at silver rank, Yi Yin's soul felt like it's in a stormy sea. Even if it's a legend rank expert, it's not enough to make Yi Yin feel so frightened. Nieli retracted his gaze, looked at Yi Yin, and said with a smile, Yi Yin, do you want to reconstruct your physical body and experience that mystical realm? Yi Yin was slightly stunned. That frightening soul aura disappeared in an instant, as if it never appeared. Nieli clearly only has the appearance of teenager. Why would he give him such a frightening feeling? Seeing Nieli's calm smile, Yi Yin suddenly felt the desire and expectation in his heart sprouting uncontrollably. Just what kind of place is the realm that Nieli is talking about? I want to go. Yi Yin's gaze turned cold. Unknowingly, when he was facing Nieli, his tone became humble. Although he doesn't know why Nieli has the body of a child, Yi Yin can be sure that within Nieli's body, there's definitely the soul of a powerful expert. Only when he's in the form of a soul can he feel it. After sealing Yi Yin's soul into the soul puppet, Yi Yin was already under Nieli's control. However, from this moment onwards, he is truly submitted to Nieli. Without saying anything more, Nieli entered into a state of cultivation, preparing to charge into gold-rank demon spiritualist as soon as possible. After Dowsett, Lu Piao and Bunch cultivated in Nieli's yard for a period of time, they left the city lord's mansion and returned to their respective families. Du Clan. Dowsett's family lives in a dilapidated village. There are over 300 people in this village. All of them are from the Du Clan. Dowsett was walking along the small path in the village. Seeing Dowsett's return, the people of the Du Clan, who were farming, waved their hands to greet him. Their faces were filled with smiles. Dowsett's back. Yes, uncles. Dowsett lightly smiled as he replied. Although the Du Clan is poor, the relationship between the family members is very harmonious. The elders looked at Dowsett, lightly smiled as they discussed. The Du Clan is really blessed to have a child like Dowsett. Yeah, he's already a silver rank demon spiritualist at such a young age. Truly incredible. Our entire Du Clan will have to rely on him. If that kid of mine had half of Dowsett's talent and character, even if I die, I'll be able to smile in the underworld. The words of these elders are too exaggerated. Dowsett's face was slightly red as he walked toward his home. Right now, the entire Du Clan is proud of Dowsett. Dowsett is already an irreplaceable existence. Du Clan's ancestral hall. Dowsett, this is my Du Clan's keepsake, the Fire Cheelin Jade Pendant. Only the patriarch of each generation has the qualifications to keep this jade pendant. Today, I will pass it on to you. When you grow up, you will be the patriarch of my Du Clan. An old man with white hair and beard, a stooped figure, wearing plain clothes, slightly bowed, and stuffed a crystal-clear jade pendant into Dowsett's hand. This old man is the Du Clan's patriarch, Durong. Lord Patriarch, I, Dowsett, cannot afford such a precious item. Dowsett nervously said. He can feel the pure soul energy coming from the Fire Cheelin Jade Pendant. My Du Clan has been in decline for too long. As the patriarch of the Du Clan, I have let down the ancestors of the Du Clan. Right now, only you can revive my Du Clan. You are worthy of it, Durong solemnly said. Dowsett is more mature than the other youths of the same clan. Therefore, Durong dared to pass the Fire Cheelin Jade Pendant to him without worry. Dowsett hesitated for a long time before receiving the Fire Cheelin Jade Pendant from Durong's hand. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Dowsett's clan was extremely poor. The entire clan only had a few acres of barren land. Occasionally, they would go hunting in the mountains to barely make ends meet. Dowsett had two sisters. In order for Dowsett to enter the Holy Orchid Institute, they married a disabled person from the neighboring village. Dowsett's heart was burdened with too much. Only in the dead of the night would he dare to cry out loud. He felt that he had let down his two sisters. After entering the Holy Orchid Institute, although his talent wasn't that outstanding, Dowsett had put in several times, or even dozens of times more effort than other children. He wanted to use his efforts to change the fate of his family and clan. Originally, everything was so far away and uncertain until he met Nieli. Nieli had completely changed his fate, allowing him to become a silver-rank demon spiritualist. He also allowed his family to completely change the poor appearance of the past. Dowsett tightly held onto the fire Chelan jade pendant. His eyes were already moist with tears. Nieli, from now on, this life of mine, Dowsett, is yours. Dowsett silently said in his heart. His eyes became especially firm. Because of Nieli, Dowsett now has the qualifications to change his fate, to change the fate of his family. Dowsett, the Northtown's Chun family, Yu family, and Jeantown's Lin family have all sent people over. They want to marry us. Du Rong's hands, which were covered in calluses, were trembling slightly. For so many years, very few girls were willing to marry into the Du family. But today, these families were scrambling to marry into the Du family. What kind of glory was this? Dowsett slightly raised his head, firmly shook his head, and said, Lord Patriarch, I will not marry those women. When our Du family was declining, they were afraid of us. But now, every single one of them is trying to curry favor with us. I look down on those families. Du Rong thought for a while. Indeed, Dowsett is now a silver-rank demon spiritualist. Why would he look down on those small families? Du Rong smiled and said, Seems like Xiao Zhe has his own thoughts. I've spoken too much. At this moment, the Lu family is a small aristocratic family. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Ning, is Lu Piao's father. He's a 3-star gold rank demon spiritualist. Although he can't be compared to those experts from the super families, he still has quite a bit of prestige in the northern region of Glory City. Adding on to the fact that he has good management, his business is doing pretty well. Lu Ning walked into the living room with a majestic gait. After Lu Ning entered the living room, Lu Piao's legs were still on the table, eating a dark purple fruit, looking very relaxed. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Ning's eyes twitched. If it was in the past, if Lu Piao dared to make a sound in front of him, he would definitely beat Lu Piao's. But all along, Lu Piao has been the most disappointing one among the younger generation of the family. She's very lazy, like mud that can't be raised to the wall. If he doesn't beat up Lu Piao for a day, Lu Ning would feel his bones itch. However, the lazy Lu Piao, for some reason, suddenly became enlightened. In the last family test, she actually reached 5-star bronze rank, surpassing all the other youths in the family. This is simply an unimaginable matter. Even Lu Ning himself, when he was at the same age as Lu Piao, he could only reach 1-star bronze rank. Lu Piao's training speed is simply too frightening. She actually reached 5-star bronze rank. If Lu Piao was diligently training every day, then so be it. However, he didn't see how much time Lu Piao spent on training. Furthermore, Lu Piao can't stay idle, running around everywhere. Yesterday, he even went to the Xiao family's house to peek at the Xiao family's daughter bathing. He's simply lawless. Lu Ning originally thought that this matter would blow up. The Xiao family would definitely not let it go. In the end, in the morning, the Xiao family sent over a visitation card, wanting to marry the Xiao family's daughter to Lu Piao. Lu Ning understood that the Xiao family has their eyes on Lu Piao's potential. With Lu Piao's current training speed, she might even become a powerful black gold rank demon spiritualist in her lifetime. The laziest person actually has such a frightening training speed. Peeking at someone bathing and actually got himself a wife. Even Lu Ning felt that this is simply too unreasonable. Chapter 106. In a few years, Lu Piao's cultivation would surpass his father. Although Lu Ning was a little angry, after all, Lu Piao was his biological son. Of course, he was also very proud. Lu Piao, Lu Ning struggled in his heart for a moment. Finally, he put on a pleasant face and said in a low voice, "It's fine for you to make trouble at home, but you actually went to the Shao family and peeped at the Shao family's daughter bathing. If this matter were to be spread out, my Lu family's face would be lost because of you." Lu Piao's face slightly blushed. She was extremely embarrassed and said, "Dad, I know I was wrong." "It's good that you know you were wrong." Lu Ning stroked his beard and nodded. "It's a great thing to know that you are wrong and change for the better. Next time when I peep, I will definitely not let them find out." Lu Piao clenched her fist and said solemnly. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Lu Ning's mouth twitched. He was sweating profusely. How could he give birth to such a... He simply wanted to beat Lu Piao to death. Although he was depressed, he did not dare to make a move. Now that Lu Piao was the Lu family's darling, who would dare to touch her? This matter, the Shao family has sent people over. Lu Ning said, Really, really? What do they say?" When Lu Piao heard this, she immediately became excited. "Dad, did you propose marriage to them?" Hearing Lu Piao's words, Lu Ning was stunned for a moment and then understood. "So you like the Shao family's daughter? You want your dad to propose marriage to the Shao family? You are giving the Shao family too much face." If it was a year ago, Lu Ning would absolutely not dare to say this. At that time, Lu Piao, this bastard, wanted to marry Xiao Shui. That was simply a toad trying to eat swan meat, wishful thinking. But now, the situation was different. Thinking that Lu Piao did not let him down, Lu Ning was also gratified. Hearing Lu Ning's words, Lu Piao suddenly became listless. Although he was usually not a proper person, he was actually very well behaved. It's just that he had a special liking for Xiao Shui. He and Xiao Shui were childhood sweethearts. They ate and lived together. But as they slowly grew up, they seemed to have a subtle feeling. The two families also consciously restricted their contact. Seeing Lu Piao's listless look, Lu Ning was happy. He didn't propose to the Shao family, but the Shao family proposed to the Lu family. Just then, a servant rushed in. "Master, the Xiao Zhao's daughter is here." Before the servant could finish his words, he heard a clear female voice coming from outside. "Lu Piao, come out." The one who spoke was Xiao Shui. She wore a fiery red dress, outlining her curvaceous figure. Her ponytail was combed behind her, making her look delicate and pretty. She had her hands on her hips, looking a little shrewish. Seeing Lu Piao, Xiao Shui immediately shouted, "Lu Piao, if you dare to run, don't come and see me in the future." Xiao Shui saw Lu Piao and immediately shouted, "Lu Piao, if you dare to run, don't come and see me in the future." Lu Piao immediately lowered her head and obediently stood still. Xiao Shui's slender fingers grabbed Lu Piao's ear and angrily said, "Lu Piao, did you peek at me bathing yesterday?" "No." Lu Piao immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. "No. You still dare to say no?" Xiao Shui glared. "Yes." Lu Piao complained in her heart. Be gentler, be gentler." "Xiao Shui, I was wrong. How many times did you peek recently?" One time." "Oh. No. More than one time." "How many times?" "I can't remember." Lu Piao had a bitter face. "What did you peek at? Say it." Xiao Shui glared at Lu Piao. "I only saw..." "Oh no, I saw everything." Lu Piao's face was like a frosted eggplant. "Isn't it beautiful?" Xiao Shui pinched Lu Piao's ear and angrily increased her strength. "And beautiful." A few scenes appeared in Lu Piao's mind, and she immediately nodded her head. "You still dare to say it." Xiao Shui grabbed Lu Piao and stomped her feet. Lu Piao immediately shook her head. "Not beautiful. You actually dare to say that I'm not beautiful." Xiao Shui once again glared at Lu Piao. Her right hand pinched even harder. Lu Piao felt bitter in his heart. Should he say beautiful or not beautiful? Seeing this scene, Lu Ning shrunk his head. Xiao Shui is simply comparable to Lu Piao's mother. He tiptoed to the side and entered the backyard. Lu Piao turned her head, wanting to look for her father for help. However, her father disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Lu Ning felt depressed in his heart. "Are you still my father? Isn't this a little too unjust?" City Lord's Mansion City, Lord Yizong, and a few black gold ranked demon spiritualists were gathered together, discussing something. City Lord, Lord Yemo has sent news. Due to the change in the climate, the demon beasts around Glory City are reproducing faster than before. We have to mobilize some people to hunt down these demon beasts and maintain the number of demon beasts around Glory City. Otherwise, if these demon beasts were to grow, they would be a great threat to Glory City. One of the black gold rank demon spiritualists said. He's the third person in the City Lord's Mansion, called Yi Xiao. His cultivation is only below Yi Mo and Yi Zong. Yi Zong went silent for a moment, nodded his head, and said, "Yeah, we'll mobilize a portion of the demon spiritualists to hunt down the demon beasts. Fortunately, we have the elixirs from the Association of Alchemists, which increased our strength by quite a bit. In addition to the 9 transformation pill, we can greatly reduce the number of casualties." A figure appeared in Yi Zong's mind. On this point, he has to admit that Niel Li's contributions cannot go unnoticed. However, thinking that Niel Li actually dared to tease his daughter, Yi Zong simply had the heart to tear Niel Li apart. However, we have to be careful of the people from the Dark Guild. Yi Zong added, once they send the demon spiritualists out of the city, there's no guarantee that the Dark Guild won't make any moves. Aside from that, Lord Yemo also asked me to bring back an item for City Lord to take a look. Yi Xiao said, taking out a booklet from his interspatial ring. Lord Yemo found this item in an ancient cave. I don't know what material it's made of, nor do I know what kind of words are written in it. As Yi Xiao spoke, he flipped open the book and saw a series of exquisite pictures. It was filled with all kinds of strange things that looked like talismans, and there were also pictures of various demon spirits. A mysterious energy blew towards him. This energy is extremely pure. Even Yizong has never felt such pure energy before. Where did you get this booklet from? Yizong's heart slightly trembled. He took the booklet and carefully looked at it. The words on it are extremely complicated. He can't understand them at all. When Lord Yemo went deep into a demon beast cave, he found it in an expert's corpse. According to speculation, that expert had reached the pinnacle of legend rank when he was alive. Yi Xiao said, Yemo often travels around, going deep into dangerous areas to investigate the hidden dangers in the periphery of Glory City. That cave was too dangerous. Lord Yemo didn't dare to stay for long. After getting this booklet, he left. Yizong carefully looked at the booklet, but realized that he couldn't understand anything recorded in it. Although he knows that this booklet is a treasure, he doesn't know how to use it. Naturally, he's depressed. Lord Yizong, I heard that recently, a young genius appeared in Glory City. He can actually understand some ancient books, including the Book of Divine Lightning Fire. Should we invite that young genius over and let him take a look? Yi Xiao suddenly thought of something and said with a little excitement. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Yizong's face instantly turned ashen. Don't mention him to me. Yi Xiao was a little surprised and asked why. Yizong was extremely angry. In order to protect this genius, he arranged for Niel Li to stay in the City Lord's mansion. But who would have thought that this would actually lead a wolf into the house? Niel Li actually dared to take liberties with Yen. Because of some scruples, he endured it with great difficulty and didn't look for Niel Li to settle the score. In the end, he has to beg him? How can he put down his face like that? Seeing Yi Zong's expression, Yi Xiao seemed to understand something. That kid probably did something to anger Yi Zong. However, this matter is very important. Yi Xiao slightly bowed and said, City Lord, this item is something that Lord Yemo risked his life to obtain. It's definitely not an ordinary item. If we can solve the mystery on it, it will be extremely beneficial to our entire Glory City. I hope that City Lord can put down your personal grudges for now. Yi Zong was angry in his heart, but there's nothing he can do. After all, he's not someone who can't see the big picture. He waved his hand and said, Go and invite him. I won't be appearing in this matter. Yes, City Lord. Yi Xiao nodded his head, bowed, and retreated. Niel Li's yard after Yi Xiao came in, he looked around. The conditions here are pretty good. Yi Zong didn't mistreat Niel Li. Lowering his head, he saw a 6 to 7-year-old girl sitting there, cultivating. A soul aura lingered around her. Seeing this scene, Yishio's heart slightly trembled. With his experienced eyes, he could tell that this soul aura is definitely 3-star bronze rank and above. This is only a 6 to 7-year-old girl. If this kind of genius were to be known by outsiders, it would definitely cause the entire Glory City to be shocked. Yishio took a deep breath. Luckily, this kind of genius is staying in the City Lord's mansion. Otherwise, if the Dark Guild were to find out about it, they would definitely kill her at all costs. Just when Yishio was about to continue walking in, a slender youth walked out from the inside. This youth is Nieli. Nieli raised his head and looked at Yishio. Although he felt the aura of an expert coming from Yishio, Nieli wasn't nervous at all. He only sized him up for a moment and said, "The City Lord's Mansion's number 3, second only to Yimo and Lord Yizong, Senior Yishio. May I know why Senior is here?" Hearing Nieli's words, Yishio was slightly stunned for a moment. He never thought that Nieli would be able to recognize him with just a glance. Logically speaking, he often travels with Yimo and rarely stays in Glory City. For a kid like Nieli, he shouldn't be able to recognize him. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yishio lightly smiled and said, "That's right, it's me." Chapter 107. Yishio's gaze fell onto Nieli's body and carefully examined him. This youth in front of him is the legendary erudite youth genius. Other than the youth being a little mature, there's nothing special about him. However, at this moment, a metal bird flew and landed on Nieli's shoulder. Although this bird is made of metal, its eyes were bright, as if it was filled with endless wisdom. It looked at Yishio with an overlooking gaze. It's actually a soul puppet. Yishio's heart trembled. He has followed Yimo for so many years, so he can be considered to have a wide range of knowledge. Although he has heard of soul puppets, he has never seen one before, not to mention the manufacturing method of soul puppet. Only the person that created the soul puppet can become the owner of the soul puppet. Since Nieli has a soul puppet, that also means that Nieli is the creator of the soul puppet. The manufacturing method of soul puppet has long been lost. So how did Nieli do it? Furthermore, this soul puppet of Nieli's doesn't have muddy eyes like those rumored soul puppets. Those intelligent eyes are clearly telling others that it has extremely high wisdom. If it's an ordinary youth, knowing that the number 3 of the Snow Wind family is here, they would probably be scared to the point that their legs would go soft. However, Nieli is examining him with a gaze that would make others click their tongues in wonder. Yishio was filled with curiosity towards the youth in front of him. "I heard that an erudite youth genius appeared in our Glory City, so I wanted to come and take a look," Yishio said, lightly smiling. He wasn't angered by Nieli's attitude and appeared to have an extraordinary bearing. "I'm afraid that Senior Yishio coming to find me isn't as simple as meeting me, right?" Nieli casually said. Is this youth in front of him really only 13 or 14 years old? Isn't he simply too monstrous? Yishio adjusted his mentality and no longer looked at Nieli as a teenager. He smiled and said, "I do have something to ask of you." Nieli originally thought that Yishio was sent by Castellan Yizong to pass a message, and that Yizong didn't want to see him now, so Nieli was wary of Yishio. But since Yishio came to ask for help, Nieli would definitely help. After all, Yishio is the 3rd in the Snow Wind family, Yi Ziyun's uncle. Nieli patted his chest and said, "Senior Yishio, feel free to speak. I will definitely tell you everything I know. You're Ziyun's uncle, so naturally, you're also my uncle." Hearing Nieli's words, the corner of Yishio's mouth slightly twitched. He suddenly understood why Yizong was so angry. How old is Nieli? And he already wants to make Yi Ziyun his wife. Cough, cough. Yishio dryly coughed, took out a booklet, and said, "Nieli, when I was traveling with Lord Yimo, we obtained this thing. Take a look at what this is." After Yishio took out the mysterious booklet, Nieli felt a pure soul aura. "This item is extraordinary." Nieli slightly frowned, cautiously took it from Yishio's hand, and flipped through it. "Let me take a look." On the booklet, it was filled with all kinds of mysterious words, patterns, and inscription patterns, looking very exquisite. The soul puppet on Nieli's shoulder also stared at the booklet. "What is this?" "It looks like the words of the ancient gods' holy emperor country." The soul puppet on Ye Li's shoulder spat out human words, causing Yi Xiao to be shocked. This soul puppet can actually speak? Yi Xiao never thought that the one sealed in this soul puppet would be one of the 5 founding leaders of Glory City, ancestral founder Yi Yan. To think that you still call yourself knowledgeable. This isn't the words of the Holy Emperor country. Although it evolved from the Holy Emperor country, this is the words of the Ulan Empire after the destruction of the Holy Emperor country and the era of the 5 empires. Nieli retorted, "This I can be considered to have guessed 80 to 90% ancestral founder Yi," Yin gloomily argued. "What's the use of guessing 80 to 90%? Then do you know what this booklet is?" Nieli rolled his eyes. It seems to be some kind of demon spirit controlling technique. Like this inscription pattern, it should be some kind of demon spirit controlling inscription pattern. Ancestral founder Yi, Yin inwardly proudly said. He was still able to analyze a lot of things from it. You guessed 20 to 30% right. However, you only know a little bit and you're already so proud. You might as well not know anything. Nieli snorted at ancestral founder Yi Yan's words. Ancestral founder Yi Yan was helpless. When he was alive, he could be considered to have a good memory. However, in front of Nieli, he was criticized to the point that there's nothing good about it. This made him feel a little embarrassed and decided to keep quiet. Hearing the conversation between Nieli and ancestral founder Yi Yan, Yi Xiao was drenched in sweat. As a soul puppet, being able to recognize 20 to 30% of it is already pretty good. When Yi Xiao and Yi Mo saw the booklet, their eyes were completely white. They didn't even know what it's used for. But even so, that soul puppet was still criticized by Nieli. Doesn't that mean that the two of them aren't even comparable to a soul puppet? Yi Xiao's face heated up. Nieli glanced at Yi Xiao, who wished that he could dig himself into the ground, and said, "Senior Yi Xiao, I'm not talking about you." Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Xiao even had the heart to kill himself. I wonder where Senior Yi Xiao obtained this booklet from. This booklet is no small matter. Senior Yi Xiao has to take good care of it. This booklet records an array called the 10,000 Demonic Beast Array. It can control tens of thousands of black gold rank and above demon spirits, forming a super array. Even a legend rank demon spiritualist, if they were to fall into this array, would be easily killed. After Nieli browsed through the booklet, he passed it over to Yi Xiao. After hearing Nieli's words, both Yi Xiao and ancestral founder Yi Yan, who was sealed in the soul puppet, were shocked. Even a legend rank demon spiritualist can be easily killed? This array is a little too frightening. Ancestral founder Yi Yan, who was in the soul puppet, slightly muttered to himself. According to some of the inscription patterns and diagrams that he saw, what Nieli said should be about right. At this moment, he admired Nieli from the bottom of his heart. To be able to recognize the words of the ancient Ulan Empire. Furthermore, to be able to see the use of this booklet, Nieli is indeed much stronger than him. It's funny that he always thought that he was knowledgeable. Now that he thinks about it, he's really ashamed. Yi Xiao took the booklet from Nieli's hand, went silent for a moment, then asked if a 10,000 demonic beast array is set up near the city lord's mansion, what will happen? Even if the other party has dozens of legend-rank demon spiritualists, they can only dream of charging into the city lord's mansion. Nieli said without any hesitation. What a joke. This 10,000 demonic beast array isn't child's play. Even with the most basic refining method, it can deal with legend-rank demon spiritualists. If Nieli were to strengthen it, the power would be unimaginable. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment, then asked in shock, "Really?" "Naturally," Nieli said, nodding his head. "Then, can you lay this 10,000 demonic beast array?" Yi Xiao asked. If he can lay this 10,000 demonic beast array near the city lord's mansion, the underground structure of the city lord's mansion can accommodate everyone in Glory City. Then this 10,000 demonic beast array will be able to save everyone in times of crisis. That's not a problem. However, laying this 10,000 demonic beast array requires a little too much time and energy. Furthermore, the required materials are also hard to gather. It requires nearly 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits. Nieli shook his head and said, I still need to train. Gathering 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits isn't a problem, but how long will it take to lay this array? Yishio asked. For such a powerful array, it would probably take 10 to 20 years to lay, right? But even so, Yishio has already made his mental preparations. As long as he can lay this 10,000 demonic beast array, no matter how much he spends, it will be worth it. This is Glory City's life-saving talisman. Nieli pondered for a moment and said, I need a whole 2 months. What? 2 months? Yishio said, losing his composure. He thought that he heard wrongly. Nieli raised his head, looking at Yishio in doubt, and asked, What's wrong? For such a powerful array, even if it takes 10 years, Yishio wouldn't feel that it's long. Yet, Nieli feels that 2 months is very long. 2 months can give Glory City another life-saving talisman. Thinking about it here, Yishio became excited. I represent the City Lord's mansion to request your help in laying this 10,000 demonic beast array. How about it? Yishio said, cupping his hands. Although the one standing in front of him is only a 13-14-year-old kid, the current him doesn't see him as a kid anymore. I'm not free. Nieli shrugged his shoulders. Not free. Yishio was stunned for a moment, then anxiously said, This array concerns the safety of Glory City. As a member of Glory City, how can, before Yishio could finish his words, Nieli interrupted, It's true that I'm a member of Glory City, but I don't have any obligation to help the City Lord's mansion with this matter, right? It's not that I can't help you lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, but Senior Yishio, you can't represent the City Lord's mansion, right? If you want me to help you lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, at least the City Lord should come and speak for me, right? It's not that it's impossible to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. Although Nieli's cultivation speed is frightening, to reach gold rank or even black gold rank, he would need at least half a year. Giving Glory City a life-saving talisman within 2 months is not bad. However, for this matter, Yizong has to come and beg him personally. He was just beaten up by Yizong, and now he has to help Yizong lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. He's not that easy to bully. Hearing Nieli's words, Yishio was slightly stunned. He immediately understood Nieli's meaning and said, Nieli, as long as you're willing to help us lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, you will be the hero of Glory City. We can provide you with a large amount of cultivation resources. Wait. Nieli waved his hand and asked, I wonder what kind of cultivation resources Senior Yishio thinks the City Lord's mansion can provide for me. Chapter 108. Soul Nurturing Pill, Soul Concentrating Pill, even the legendary Soul Tempering Pill, Scarlet Body Enhancing Pill, 9 Transformation Pill. Whatever elixir you want, we can get it for you. No matter what cultivation technique it is, as long as you want it, we can find it, Yishio proudly said. In this Glory City, is there anything that the City Lord's mansion doesn't have? Hearing Yishio's words, the soul puppet looked at Yishio as if it was looking at an idiot. As the founder of Glory City, he has many cultivation techniques that ordinary people can't even imagine. But even so, he was still ridiculed by Nieli. How can those trash cultivation techniques of a City Lord's mansion be compared to Nieli's cultivation technique? Yishio actually said that he's going to provide cultivation techniques to Nieli. Senior Yishio, you just returned from outside, right? Didn't the City Lord tell you that the elixir formulas of Glory City were all provided by me? If you need something like the Soul Tempering Pill, just let me know. I could still take out 3,000 to 5,000 of them. Just treat it as a gift to Senior Yishio. Nieli waved his hand. The elixir formulas of Glory City were all provided by Nieli. Only the president of the Association of Alchemists, City Lord Yizong, and a few others knew about this matter. Yishio indeed just returned and hurriedly brought the mysterious booklet over. He still hasn't heard about this matter from Yizong. This Yishio was in an awkward position. Senior Yishio, please inform Lord Yizong that I can arrange the 10,000 demonic beast array, but I have a request. Nieli said, lightly smiling. What request? Yishio's eyes lit up. The corner of Nieli's mouth slightly rose as he said, My sister and I are moving to Yi Ziyun's yard. I want to live together with Yi Ziyun. Otherwise, I won't have any inspiration and won't be able to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. What? Yi Xiu's eyes widened. He never thought that Nieli would make such a request. He carefully stared at Nieli for a long time. It turned out that Nieli had his eyes on the city lord's daughter from the very beginning. No wonder Lord Yizong's face turned ashen when he heard Nieli's name. Nieli was only a teenager. Could it be that precocious people were also precocious? You already know about the matters between men and women, but wasn't Nieli's request a little too strange? Yi Xiu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If it was someone else, after hearing these words, Yizong would definitely beat him to death. Yi Xiu went silent for a long time, bitterly smiled, and said, "I'm afraid that I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and ask Lord Yizong to make a decision." Yi Xiu's heart felt like there were thousands of horses galloping across. How should he tell this matter to Yizong? Tell Yizong that he can use his daughter to exchange for the 10,000 demonic beast array? He can almost imagine what kind of expression Yizong would have after hearing this. If he doesn't agree, then the 10,000 demonic beast array is too important. If he agrees, doesn't that mean that he's sending Ziyun's daughter to his doorstep? How did he meet such a fellow? With a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Yi Xiu left Nieli's yard. City Lord's mansion hall, what? Bastard, I'll tear him apart. He shouldn't think of living past tonight. After hearing Yi Xiu's words, Yizong flew into a rage. The armrest of the chair was crushed by him. The veins on Yizong's arm were popping out. If he knew that Nieli would be so insatiable, he would have crushed that bastard to death in Ziyun's yard. Yi Xiu already expected Yizong to have this kind of reaction, so he hurriedly said, "City Lord, please calm down. This matter concerns the safety of hundreds of millions of Glory City citizens. I hope that City Lord will reconsider. What 10,000 demonic beast array? It's obviously something that Brat fabricated. I don't know what flowery words that Brat used to lie to my daughter, but now he wants to use something that doesn't exist to lie to me. Simply wishful thinking." Yizong's anger soared to the sky. Yi Xiu shook his head and said, "City Lord, I feel that Nieli isn't lying. If he wanted to lie, it definitely wouldn't say that he can lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array within 2 months. After all, 2 months is a very short time. If he can't lay it down, he would be exposed very quickly. He would definitely say that he needs 3 years, 5 years, or even longer to complete it." Yizong was overwhelmed by anger. Therefore, he lost his reason. Yi Xiu is still relatively calm. "Even if he can lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, I can't use my daughter to exchange for it. Even if he knows how to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, there's no way he can negotiate with me. We'll go to his yard now. If he doesn't put his heart into laying down the 10,000 demonic beast array, then don't blame me for being impolite." Yizong slammed the table and walked out of the hall. Seeing Yizong's actions, Yi Xiu was slightly startled in his heart. He quickly followed and said, "City Lord, please reconsider. This 10,000 demonic beast array is made up of tens of thousands of black gold rank demon spirits. The array must be very exquisite. If the person who laid it down has resentment in his heart, what if he tampered with it? When the war comes, there's a problem. What should we do then?" "Yi Xiu, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that you want me, Yizong, to obediently hand over my daughter?" Yizong was like an enraged lion. Yi Xiu immediately said, "Of course I don't mean that. I heard that this Nieli seems to have a special liking for Yin-Er. With Yin-Er's current age, if it was any other family's first wife's daughter, she would already be able to get married. Although this Nieli doesn't have any power, with his talent and attainments in various aspects, he's a good match for Yin-Er. Who knows, in a few decades, he might become another legend rank expert in Glory City. This young man might be a good match for Yin-Er." Good match? What a joke. At such a young age, he's already proficient in all kinds of deceit. Who knows what will happen if Yin-Er marries him? Furthermore, I know that this kid is messing around outside. Winged Dragon family's Xiaoning, and Huyin family's Huyin Lanruo. Yizong furiously stared at Yi Xiu and solemnly said, If you mention this matter again, don't blame me for falling out with you. Yishio opened his mouth and bitterly smiled. In the end, he could only shut his mouth. It seems that Yizong has some prejudice against Nieli. From Yishio's point of view, Nieli's character isn't too bad. Even if he messes around outside, so what? Who didn't grow up at that age? Among the nobles in Glory City, aside from a few, which one doesn't have a few wives and concubines? This is normal. Even Yizong himself has 2 wives. However, Yiziyun is Yizong's only daughter. If he wants to convince Yizong, it won't be that easy. Nieli's yard, just when Yizong stepped in Nieli's yard, he heard a voice coming from the yard. "Io, father-in-law, what wind blew you here?" Hearing this sentence, Yizong staggered and almost tripped on the doorstep. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Under normal circumstances, a black gold rank expert like Yizong can even smash a huge rock with a kick, not to mention a small doorstep. At this moment, he's really angered by Nieli to the point that he's about to lose his rationality. Hearing Nieli's words and seeing Yizong's appearance, Yishio wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. As the city lord of Glory City, aside from Nieli, who else would dare to speak in such a manner in front of Yizong? Nieli actually survived until now. It's really a miracle. In this world, there's always a counter to everything. Boom! A powerful soul aura burst out from Yizong's body. At this moment, his face was pale to the point of being frightening. Every step he took would leave a deep footprint on the ground, as if he's a demon that came from hell. Even Yishio could feel the frightening pressure coming from Yizong. Yizong is indeed worthy of being the most talented existence in the 5th generation of the Snow Wind family. In just a few years, his cultivation has already reached the limits of black gold rank, causing Yishio to be left in the dust. City Lord, Yishio anxiously called out. He's worried that Yizong wouldn't be able to control his anger and kill Nieli. If that were to happen, it would be a great loss for Glory City. Just when Yizong took 2 steps out, Nieli, who was standing on the stairs far away, felt a tsunami-like pressure coming towards him. Just when Yizong's pressure was about to suppress Nieli's body, a deep bark was suddenly heard. The soul puppet that was standing on Nieli's shoulder opened its mouth and said, "Yizong brat impudent. I'm ancestral founder Yizong. Stop." Hearing these words, the soul aura on Yizong's body paused for a moment. His face revealed a confused expression. This voice seems a little familiar. "Yizong brat, have you forgotten about me? Or do you want me to punish you for the crime of deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors?" Ancestral founder Yi Yin coldly snorted. "Back then in the heavenly sacred border, if it wasn't for me teaching you the 7 heart cultivation techniques, would you be where you are today?" Ancestral founder Yi Yin? Yizong's gaze fell onto the soul puppet on Nieli's shoulder. At this moment, Nieli had a sloppy smile on his face, causing Yizong to be extremely furious. "That's right, it's me," ancestral founder Yi Yin said. Yizong's face turned even more ashen, becoming terrifyingly gloomy. "Nieli, you're really daring. You actually sealed ancestral founder Yi Yin's soul and made it into a soul puppet. This is simply unforgivable. If I don't kill you today, then my surname isn't Yi." Impudent. If your surname isn't Yi, then what surname are you going to use? Ancestral founder Yi Yin furiously snorted. "I willingly sealed myself into the soul puppet." Father-in-law's words are too serious. I don't know what I did to make father-in-law so angry. Today, I'll apologize, Nieli said, chuckling. However, there wasn't any intention of apologizing on his face. Seeing this scene, Yishio was stunned for a few seconds. Ancestral founder Yi Yin? He couldn't be more familiar with ancestral founder Yi Yin. This is a huge secret of Glory City. Only those that pass the Heavenly Sacred Borders test know that there's an eternal soul within the Heavenly Sacred Border, which is ancestral founder Yi Yin. It can be said that many of the black gold rank demon spiritualists have received the teachings of ancestral founder Yi Yin. But now, ancestral founder Yi Yin actually came out from the Heavenly Sacred Border and was sealed in the soul puppet. Just what's going on? Qidian welcomes all readers to read the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works from Qidian. For mobile users, Please go to M. Chidian. Calm. Chapter 109. Nieli had entered the heavenly sacred border before. Could it be that at that time, Nieli brought ancestral founder Yi Yin out of the heavenly sacred border? Ancestral founder Yi Yin is in a soul form. Only in the heavenly sacred border would he not be annihilated. However, Nieli actually created a soul puppet and sealed ancestral founder Yi Yin's soul into the soul puppet. This is simply a crime of deceiving one's master. However, what made people puzzled is that ancestral founder Yi Yin actually said that he was willing to be sealed into the soul puppet. Just what's going on. Although ancestral founder Yi Yin was sealed into the soul puppet, he still has an irreplaceable position in the hearts of Yi Zong and Yi Xiao. Junior Yi Zong greets Lord Ancestral Founder. Yi Zong slightly bowed. Junior Yi Xiao greets Lord Ancestral Founder. Yi Xiao, who was beside him, was also very polite. If it wasn't for Ancestral Founder Yi Yin teaching the younger generation, Glory City would have already declined. Ancestral Founder Yi Yin is their ancestral founder and also their master. How could they dare to be disrespectful? Lord Ancestral Founder, if that brat Nieli had forced you, we will immediately kill that brat and rescue you from the soul puppet. Yi Zong coldly glared at Nieli, emitting a frightening pressure from his body. However, at this moment, Nieli's cultivation had a huge increase compared to before. Furthermore, with the Thunder God's meteorite sword, he is no longer as easily affected by Yi Zong's pressure. He only felt a trace of pressure. Ancestral Founder Yi Yin calmly said, I was willing to be sealed into the soul puppet. If you guys respect me as your ancestral founder, then you have to treat Nieli like how you treat me. Ancestral Founder Yi Yin did not know about the relationship between Nieli and Yi Zong. Nieli's vast knowledge and mysterious powerful soul had completely convinced Ancestral Founder Yi Yin. In his heart, Nieli is not a kid, but a mysterious, peerless expert. Therefore, at this moment, Ancestral Founder Yi Yin naturally wants to speak up for Nieli. Treat Nieli like how he treated Ancestral Founder Yi Yin. After Yi Zong heard this, he felt as if he had eaten a fly. His whole body felt uncomfortable. One must know that the brat in front of him is the one who took liberties with his daughter. Furthermore, he still wants to live with Yin'er. Him not tearing Nieli apart is already courteous enough to Nieli. Now, he wants him to treat Nieli as a distinguished guest? Not a chance. However, the one standing behind Nieli is Ancestral Founder Yi Yin. Speaking of origins, their Snow Wind family is the descendants of Ancestral Founder Yi Yin. Although the family has fluctuated, the bloodline cannot be changed. No matter what, Ancestral Founder Yi Yin is still their ancestor. If he doesn't follow Ancestral Founder Yi Yin, then he's simply deceiving his master. Looking at Nieli's sloppy appearance, Yi Zong's lungs were about to explode from anger, but he couldn't vent it out. Originally, Yi Zong was here to denounce Nieli. However, with the appearance of Ancestral Founder Yi Yin, how can he denounce Nieli? Yi Zong glanced at Nieli, coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. Lord Ancestral Founder, I have something to do and will be leaving first. Since he can't denounce Nieli, then what's the point of staying here? Waiting to be mocked by Nieli? Just when Yi Zong turned around, Nieli smiled and said, Father-in-law, you're leaving so quickly. Please walk slowly and be careful not to fall. Just when Yi Zong was about to step out of the door, he suddenly heard Nieli's words. His feet stepped on empty air and he almost tripped on the door. After stopping, Yi Zong's chest heaved up and down. He's simply about to go hysterical. If he knew this would happen, he would have slapped Nieli to death on the wall. However, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Zong let out 2 long breaths and left angrily. Looking at Nieli and then at Yi Zong's back figure, Yi Xiao bitterly smiled. With Yi Zong's self-restraint, he definitely wouldn't be angry over such a small matter. Indeed, Nieli is too infuriating. However, Yi Zong doesn't seem to be able to do anything to Nieli. With Yi Zong's temperament, no matter if it's in the City Lord's mansion or in Glory City, he's someone who means what he says. No one has ever dared to contradict him. Aside from Lord Yi Mo, no one else could subdue him. However, Nieli suddenly popped out and suppressed Yi Zong. Indeed, In this world, everything has its vanquisher. Even Yi Xiao couldn't help laughing in his heart. At the same time, there's still a little thought in his heart. Although Nieli is a little precocious, no matter if it's his temperament or talent, he's unparalleled in Glory City. Adding on the fact that ancestral founder Yi Yin is the matchmaker, he's quite compatible with Ziyun. However, marrying off his daughter is an extremely cruel matter for any father. It's normal for Yi Zong to have such a reaction. Not to mention that Nieli has given Yi Zong a bad impression since the beginning. In fact, Nieli was only teasing Yi Zong. Even if he decided to make Yi Ziyun his wife, he also decided to accompany Yi Ziyun as she grows up. As for Yi Zong, in his previous life, whenever Nieli saw Yi Zong from afar, he would be scared to the point that both of his legs trembled. In this life, Nieli's heart was a little less respectful. Secondly, although Yi Zong made an immortal contribution to Glory City until his death in battle, but to Yi Ziyun, Yi Zong isn't a good father. Teasing Yi Zong is also an interesting matter. Nieli, Yi Xiao was about to speak. Nieli's face stiffened and said, I only have this condition. If you can't agree to it, then forget it. Anyways, I don't have any losses. If Senior Yi Xiao still wants to persuade me, then you can talk to Ancestral Founder Yi Yan. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan, regarding the 10,000 demonic beast array, Yi Xiao awkwardly looked at the soul puppet, trying to get Ancestral Founder Yi Yan to help persuade Nieli. Yi Yan tilted his head and said, I don't know how to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. What's the point of you looking for me? Yi Xiao instantly froze on the spot. He bitterly smiled and immediately turned his head and chased after Yi Zong. No matter what, he has to convince Yi Zong. After all, the 10,000 demonic beast array has too great of a significance to the entire Glory City. Yi Zong was extremely angry. A powerful soul aura swept out from his body. The trees planted on both sides of the road withered from the pressure of this frightening soul aura. Yi Xiao has never seen Yi Zong in such an angry state before. He quickly followed up. Lord Yi Zong, don't bother me. Yi Zong furiously roared. Today I'm going to kill this brat and dismember his body into 1,000 pieces. No one could stop me. Yi Xiao couldn't help muttering in his heart. If you really want to kill Nieli, you would have done it long ago. Why would you wait until now? Someone else has already invited Ancestral Founder Yi Yan's soul out. What can you do to him? Yi Zong stared at Yi Xiao and loudly roared. Yi Xiao, do you think that I don't dare to kill that brat? Does he think that by bringing Ancestral Founder Yi Yan out, I will be afraid of him? Yi Xiao's face turned serious and immediately said, Lord Yi Zong, please calm your anger. With Yi Zong's strength, killing Nieli is naturally as easy as flipping your hand. It's just that you are magnanimous and did not bother with him. Humph. Yi Zong lightly snorted. That brat dares to have crooked thoughts towards my daughter. He's simply a toad lusting after a swan's meat? No way. If he dares to do anything to my daughter, I'll make him regret being born in this world. Although Yi Xiao was bitterly smiling in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, Lord Yi Zong, why don't we just forget about this 10,000 demonic beast array? Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Yi Zong's expression froze for a moment. If the 10,000 demonic beast array really has such a big effect, it can definitely save the entire Glory City. If we don't want it, wouldn't it be a pity? Although Nieli has bad intentions towards Yi Ziyun, which made Yi Zong very angry, Nieli's words have a high degree of credibility. Yi Xiao sighed and said, It's a pity that I only have an unfilial son. If I had a daughter, she would be able to share Lord Yi Zong's worries. Yi Zong's face changed. He coldly snorted and said, No matter what, I will not hand over my daughter with both hands. Actually, Lord Yi Zong doesn't have to worry. I have a way to deal with it. Oh, what do you mean? Yi Xiao quickly whispered a few words into Yi Zong's ears. Yi Zong's tightly knitted brows slowly loosened up. He slightly nodded his head and said, This idea is pretty good. Let's do it that way. Seeing this, Yi Xiao instantly beamed with joy. His footsteps were light as he walked towards Nieli's yard. Did the city lord agree? Nieli saw Yi Xiao come in and said with a faint smile. Yi Xiao stared blankly. Nieli seemed to have already expected that he would come back, and that Yi Zong would agree. He coughed a few times and said, Lord Yi Zong indeed agreed. Nieli nodded his head and said to Nie Yu, who was next to him, Little Yu, let's go. We're moving to your sister-in-law's yard. Oh. Nie nodded her head and came out with a big bag of luggage. Nieli was already prepared. Yi Xiu's eyes were dull. He always felt that there was a problem, but he couldn't tell what it was. Seeing Nieli and Nie Yu walking towards Yi Ziyun's yard, he immediately followed. Yi Ziyun's yard. At this time, the long-haired Yi Ziyun was quietly sitting on a rock by the lake. Her thin silk clothes made her look even more pure and moving. Her clear eyes had a faint melancholy and sadness. Looking at the lake, she sighed softly. Her thoughts were in a mess. She thought of Nieli, the guy who always did bad things to her. He made people angry, but she couldn't help but think of him. He made people hate him, but when he wasn't here, her heart seemed to be missing something. The time she spent with Nieli was still very happy. She thought of her father. Her father wouldn't still be angry about what happened that day, right? If Nieli continued to annoy her father, she was worried that her father would really be heartless and put Nieli. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. She could only sigh sadly. She had already decided not to see Nieli again. Perhaps in this life, she was destined to not have any friends. The friends by her side would leave her one by one. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a reflection suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. It was a strange face that was winking at her. I didn't sleep well last night. I had hallucinations. Yi Ziyun shook her head and muttered to herself. Chapter 110. Hearing Yi Ziyun's muttering, Nieli couldn't help finding it a little funny. Ziyun, we meet again. Nieli waved his hand towards Yi Ziyun's face and chuckled. Yi Ziyun raised her head. Her confused and adorable eyes fell onto Nieli. She was stunned for a moment before she jumped up like she had stepped on a grasshopper. Why are you here? Yi Ziyun's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Why can't I be here? Nieli chuckled. I've decided to live here with little Yu. Nieli looked around. His gaze fell onto a small building beside Yi Ziyun's residence and said, From today onwards, we'll live here. Yi Ziyun immediately pushed Nieli's arm, wanted to push Nieli out, and said in an anxious voice, Nieli, do you not want to live anymore? My father will kill you. Quickly leave. If you're caught by my father, you're dead. Yi Ziyun's heart should still be concerned about him. Nieli couldn't help feeling a little touched in his heart, but he immediately put on a mischievous smile and looked at Yi Ziyun in astonishment and asked, Didn't your father tell you? Tell me what? Yi Ziyun was stunned for a moment as she asked. Nieli slapped his forehead, pretending to be enlightened, and said, So you still don't know? Know what? Yi Ziyun's movements paused for a moment. Your father has already agreed to it. What did he agree to? Yi Ziyun became even more curious. He said that he's prepared to marry you to me tomorrow. Although Nieli was secretly happy in his heart, he still said seriously, Ah. Yi Ziyun's eyes widened even more. Her clear eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Why is it not possible? That day, I was caught by your father. When I returned, your father arrested me and interrogated me. I said that we've already done what's done. Although your father was furious, he can't spread our dirty linen in public. So he asked me to marry you tomorrow. Nieli said innocently, Your father forced me. I had no other choice. You, how can you do this? Yi Ziyun's face turned red as she anxiously stomped her feet. We clearly didn't. At this moment, Yi Ziyun's bashful appearance caused Nieli's heart to sway. He recalled the events of his previous life, and his thoughts became complicated. In this lifetime, he will never let her go far. Nieli tried his best to calm himself down and spread his hands out. I didn't agree to it at first, but since father-in-law is already like this, I think I'll just have to make do with it. Reluctantly? Reluctantly? Yi Ziyun glared at Nieli. Nieli, are you saying that I'm not worthy of you? Yi Ziyun angrily stepped on Nieli's foot. Nieli suddenly covered his foot exaggeratedly and shouted, Of course, you're worthy. How can you not be worthy? You. Yi Ziyun's little face turned red. She found that she once again jumped into Nieli's verbal trap. Looking at Nieli and Yi Ziyun's playful appearance, Yi Xiu couldn't help but smile. He watched Yi Ziyun grow up. Yi Ziyun's identity was noble. so she didn't have many friends. All along, besides desperately cultivating, she didn't talk to her peers. He hadn't seen such a bright smile on Yi Ziyun's little face for a long time. Yishio thought that there was already love between Nie Li and Yi Ziyun, but Yizong didn't allow the two of them to be together, which led to the conflict later. If this was the case, then it was necessary for him to persuade Yizong to marry Yi Ziyun to Nie Li. After all, a daughter had to get married, no matter how reluctant her father was. What Yishio didn't know was that Yi Ziyun's feelings for Nie Li were just good feelings between friends. From the beginning to the end, it was Nie Li who shamelessly stuck to Yi Ziyun's side. It was just that Yi Ziyun was shy and didn't know how to refuse. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to look at the room. I have to live here for a period of time. If the room is too bad, I won't be willing to live here. Nie Li looked around, and his eyes fell on the attic where Yi Ziyun lived. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he walked towards Yi Ziyun's attic. Seeing this scene, Yi Ziyun suddenly panicked. She had already been forced into her boudoir by Nie Li once. She still remembered that incident clearly. She had already decided not to see Nie Li in the future. She didn't expect that Nie Li would come again, and this time, he wanted to go to her boudoir. Staying in the same room with Nie Li, Yi Ziyun felt depressed just thinking about it. Usually, Yi Ziyun was gentle and calm. She was very gentle when talking to people, and she treated people very politely. But at this time, she could no longer calm down. Her face turned red. She took out a sharp sword and placed it on her white neck. She looked straight at Nie Li and said, Nie Li, I will never let you stay in my room. If you go in, why are you so excited? I didn't say that I want to stay in your room. I can't even take a look. You're too stingy. I'm going back to my room, Nie Li said with a smile. He carried his things and walked to the attic next to him. Looking at Nie Li's back, Yi Ziyun was stunned. Her cheeks were burning. She understood that she was deceived by Nie Li again. This guy, Nie Li, is really too annoying. Even so, it's still good to see Nie Li in the future. Yi Ziyun's eyes were covered with a layer of mist because her heart was too lonely. There was a person like Nie Li bothering her. Although she was always annoyed that Nie Li did things that were out of line, sometimes, when she couldn't see Nie Li, she would still miss him. Is this some kind of feeling? Even Yi Ziyun herself couldn't explain it clearly. These days, there was sour and sweet, crying and laughing. It made her feel that she had a sense of existence. Nie Li whistled as he went to live in the attic over there. He pointed to the attic opposite and said, Little you live over there. Nie Yu looked at the other attic in the distance and pouted. Obviously, there were other rooms in Nie Li's attic. Why'd he let her live in the attic opposite? Hearing Nie Li's words, Yishio, who was next to him, hurriedly interrupted and said to Nie Li, Little Yu is still so young. It's better for her to live in the attic over here. You can take care of her. Nie Li looked at Yishio and blinked his eyes. His sharp eyes seemed to see through something. Yishio was a little embarrassed and unnatural. He turned his eyes away. How could Nie Li not understand that Yi Zong agreed to let him and Yi Ziyun live in the same courtyard? How could he be at ease? The reason why Yi Zong agreed so readily, he must have made preparations. Probably tonight, Yi Zong will live in the opposite attic to monitor Nie Li. Nie Li already expected that Yi Zong would do that. Although he knew that he would be monitored, he still suggested to live in Yi Ziyun's courtyard. This is because Nie Li knows that Yi Ziyun is too lonely. Her mother passed away early, leaving only her father. Furthermore, her father is busy with work every day. She wouldn't be able to see him even once in a few months. Her heart is very lonely, making others feel pity for her. Nie Li isn't trying to take advantage of Yi Ziyun. In his heart, Yi Ziyun is already an irreplaceable person. He only wants Yi Ziyun to be happy. As for the 10,000 demonic beast array, he'll just barely help them lay it down. Anyway, it won't take much time. Yishio chased after Nie Li and said, Let's start laying down the 10,000 demonic beast array. What's the rush? I've just arrived. I haven't rested yet. A silver rank demon spiritualist, even if they don't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights, they won't feel tired, Yishio said. Laying down the 10,000 demonic beast array is a big matter. It's a big matter for you guys, but it's not a big matter for me. Let's talk about it after I've rested. You guys go and gather the materials first. Gather all the black gold rank demon spirits. There are black gold rank demon spirits in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury. They're already prepared. 10 of the strongest weapons. We also have this. Yishio eagerly looked at Nyeli. Nyeli mentioned all the materials needed to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. Yishio replied that he already has them, causing Nyeli to stare at Yishio in dissatisfaction. Such hard-to-find materials were all gathered by them. The City Lord's Mansion's treasury is really rich. It simply has everything. What Nyeli doesn't know is that back then, when the demon beast hordes swept across the continent, a large number of martial experts were constantly being chased and fled. Many of them escaped to Glory City, bringing along a lot of unimaginable treasures. Most of these treasures are now gathered in the City Lord's Mansion. All right, since that's the case, you guys can start laying it down. Nyeli said depressingly. He took out a map from his bosom and said, "This is the rough outline of the City Lord's Mansion." Yishio stared at Nyeli in shock. This is only the rough outline of the map? It's already very complete. The City Lord's Mansion is heavily guarded. Furthermore, the map is forbidden to be leaked out. How did Nyeli get such a complete map? As if he knew what Yishio was thinking, Nyeli said, "This is what I got your ancestral founder Yin to fly above the City Lord's Mansion and record it down before drawing it." So that's the case. Yishio finally understood. The City Lord's Mansion is heavily guarded. It's hard for an ordinary person to enter. However, why would the guards of the City Lord's Mansion guard against a bird? Right, where's ancestral founder Yin? Yishio suddenly remembered that when Nyeli came over, he did not bring the soul puppet with ancestral founder Yian's soul. I got him to fly outside of Glory City and search for the location of the Dark Guild. Nyeli said, "The Dark Guild's actions are very secretive. They've been hiding in Glory City for hundreds of years, growing bit by bit. Furthermore, they opened up another hidden underground kingdom in a valley outside of Glory City. The various families of Glory City have tried to encircle and annihilate the Dark Guild several times. However, they couldn't find the location of the Dark Guild's nest. Even the legend-rank demon spiritualist, Yimo, couldn't do anything to the Dark Guild." Oh, Yishio nodded his head. He was inwardly speechless. Just what method did Nyeli use to make ancestral founder Yi Yin so obedient? Back then, when they entered the heavenly fantasy secret realm, they were miserably taught a lesson by ancestral founder Yi Yin. They were simply scolded to the point that they didn't dare to raise their heads. And now, ancestral founder Yi Yin is actually completely obedient to Nyeli. He even helped Nyeli run errands. This is simply too unbelievable. Chapter 111. Nyeli began to explain some of the matters regarding the 10,000 demonic beast array. After receiving Nyeli's instructions, Yishio began to prepare all kinds of materials. The entire City Lord's Mansion started to get busy. Some of the courtyards were knocked down, some of them were laid with bricks, and some of them were laid with inscription patterns. Aside from Yizong, Yishio, and a few other people, no one else knew what the City Lord's Mansion was doing. The sky gradually darkened. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Nyeli was strolling in the garden of the courtyard. Looking from afar, he saw a girl wearing a white silk dress under the mercury-like moonlight, like a fairy in the moonlight. She quietly stood there. Her body was shrouded in white mist. Within the white mist, a human-shaped demon spirit could be vaguely seen. That demon spirit was wearing a white dress, noble and elegant, with a crown on her head, like an empress. That's Yiziyun's Snow Queen demon spirit. As the Snow Queen that has devoured countless demon spirits and reached a god-level growth rate, her strength is very frightening. The entire courtyard was shrouded in a freezing cold air. This cold air may seem gentle, but in reality, if Yiziyun were to make a move against an enemy, this cold air would turn into a biting cold ice blade. Seeing this scene, Nyeli lightly smiled. Yiziyun's integration with the Snow Queen demon spirit is getting better and better. From the aura of the cold air, Nyeli can feel that Yiziyun has grasped at least 2 or more combat skills. Adding her own cultivation, Even a 3-star gold rank demon spiritualist wouldn't be her opponent. Nieli walked towards Yi Ziyun, feeling every single change in Yi Ziyun's soul force. In the corner of another building, a figure was quietly standing. The moonlight shone on his face. This person is Yi Ziyun's father, Yi Zong. At this moment, Yi Zong's heart was in turmoil, and it took him a long time to calm down. Last time, he felt that Yi Ziyun's cultivation had greatly increased. Furthermore, he had no idea where she got her hands on a snow queen demon spirit. However, he never imagined that Yi Ziyun's cultivation would improve at such a godly speed. In the past, Yi Ziyun had always disappointed him. She didn't inherit their powerful cultivation talent. She enjoyed so many cultivation resources from the City Lord's mansion, but she didn't even cross the threshold of 1-star bronze rank. Although she was much more outstanding than some of her peers, as the daughter of a City Lord, she was still far from enough. But now, Yi Ziyun's cultivation speed is simply too shocking. From her soul force alone, he can feel that Yi Ziyun's cultivation has at least reached 5-star silver rank. In addition to the fact that Yi Ziyun has integrated with the Snow Queen, she seems to be several times stronger than an ordinary Snow Queen demon spirit. If they were to really fight, even a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist wouldn't be Yi Ziyun's opponent. Yi Zong was very puzzled. Although he's usually very busy and father and daughter often don't meet for months, he is still very concerned about Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun's cultivation progress will be sent to him by Aunt Shui, who took care of Yi Ziyun. Previously, Yi Ziyun hadn't even crossed the threshold of 1-star bronze rank. How long has it been? And she's already reached 5-star silver rank. This is simply challenging the limits of his knowledge. This kind of talent, even he felt ashamed. Back then, he spent several years to train from 1-star bronze rank to 5-star silver rank. Furthermore, what made him even more shocked is that among the demon spirits, the Snow Queen is one of the most powerful and precious ones. In the entire Glory City, there are only a few dozen of them. Yi Ziyun's Snow Queen is extremely special. The chances of encountering such a powerful demon spirit can be said to be 1 in 10,000. While Yi Zong was shocked in his heart, he also felt gratified for Yi Ziyun. No one is clearer than him about Glory City's situation. Every moment, there's the danger of the city being breached. Every time he thought of Glory City's situation, Yi Zong couldn't sleep at night. For Glory City, he did his best, all for his family and the citizens of Glory City to be safer. Although Yi Ziyun is the daughter of the City Lord and has a lot of people protecting her, she'll only be safer if her own strength is stronger. He is very happy that Yi Ziyun's cultivation increased so quickly. Thinking of Yi Ziyun's mother, his wrinkled eyes flashed with a few tears. After the incident with Nieli, the awkwardness between the father and daughter has not been resolved. They haven't spoken for a long time. He is preparing to walk over and have a chat with Yi Ziyun, wanting to know what his daughter is thinking about. Just as he was about to step out, another figure entered his sight. It was Nieli, who had been walking all the way here. Yi Zong's face instantly turned gloomy, coldly snorted. Last time, Nieli actually stayed in Yi Ziyun's room naked. This is simply unforgivable. If it wasn't for the person behind Nieli, Yi Zong would have slapped Nieli to death on the wall. In the end, just a few days later, he was threatened by Nieli because of the 10,000 demonic beast array. For the big picture of Glory City, Yi Zong had no choice but to take a step back and let Nieli stay here. However, how could he be at ease? Naturally, he will stay in the yard to watch. He can't wait to kick Nieli far away. Although he's angry, he can only endure it. After all, he still has to let Nieli lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. I'll see what you're trying to do. If you dare to do anything to Ziyun, even if I have to give up the 10,000 demonic beast array, I'll still take care of you. Yi Zong fiercely thought. Yi Ziyun didn't seem to be aware of Yi Zong's presence. After all, Yi Zong is a black gold rank demon spiritualist. Under the situation of deliberately hiding his aura, it's very hard to detect him. Feeling someone approaching, Yi Ziyun's eyelashes slightly moved and she opened her eyes. It's you. When Yi Ziyun saw Nieli, she didn't know why, but her heart inexplicably panicked. A smear of red flashed across her cheeks. That shy look of hers was even more charming. "Good evening." Nieli chuckled and winked at Yiziyun. "Why are you here?" Yiziyun lowered her head to avoid Nieli's gaze. Her feet unconsciously took a step back. Nieli's approach made her very nervous. After all, it's nighttime. A man and woman alone in a yard. Yiziyun doesn't even dare to stay in her own building. What if Nieli sneaks in again? On the contrary, cultivating in the yard made her feel a little more at ease. Nieli stopped 3 meters away from Yiziyun. His keen senses sensed a trace of aura in the corner of the yard. The corner of his mouth couldn't help smiling. Yizong can hide his aura from Yiziyun, but he can't hide it from him. "After eating, I came out for a walk. I happened to see you cultivating here, so I came over," Nieli said with a smile. Yiziyun raised her head and looked at Nieli. Then she lowered her head again. She sighed with a little worry and said, "Nieli, I don't know what method you used to convince Uncle Yishio to bring you here. But no matter what, we shouldn't meet again." "What's wrong? You don't want to see me?" Nieli had a sad expression. "Sure enough, children of aristocratic families like you are not willing to be friends with us commoners." "No." Seeing Nieli's expression, Yiziyun hurriedly waved her hand and explained. "She has a kind heart. Of course, she doesn't want to make Nieli sad. Nieli, although you're a little strange and a little too direct, I know you're a very good person. Whether it's me or your other friends, otherwise you wouldn't help me like this. Although you often come and disturb me, I don't find you annoying at all. On the contrary, I hope you come and disturb me, because in this huge city lord's mansion, I often feel a deep loneliness. The only person who can talk to me is Aunt Shui. I once had a good friend, and that is Ning Er. But later, she never came here again. Apart from her, you're my second best friend. But you understand, my father will never allow me to be together with you," Yiziyun said sadly. Nieli's eyes glanced at a distant corner. He coldly snorted and said, "I have to say, Yizong isn't a competent father. He locked you up in this courtyard alone. You live a secluded life. You don't even have a friend to talk to. He doesn't deserve to be a father." Hearing Nieli's words, Yizong, who was standing in the shadows, surprisingly didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes revealed deep sadness and pain. "Nieli, I won't allow you to say that about my father. He was forced to do that. He's the city lord of Glory City. Every decision he makes is related to the safety of the entire Glory City. He's busy with all sorts of things every day. Therefore, he doesn't have the time to care about me. I have to work hard in my training and become a powerful demon spiritualist to help my father. In the past, no matter how hard I worked, my cultivation increased very slowly. It's all thanks to you." Yiziyun gratefully looked at Nieli. She will do her best to repay the kindness that Nieli has shown her. Feeling that Yiziyun is about to say something that she shouldn't, Nieli waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. Yizong is your father. Of course, you'll speak up for him. Previously, he injured me. I still haven't settled the debt with him. For your sake, I won't bicker with him." Yizong was choking with sobs because of Yiziyun's words. Hearing Nieli's words, he was instantly angered to the point of blowing his beard and glaring at him. "Just who should settle the debt with who? You enter my daughter's room naked, and you're still in the right? You actually want to settle the debt with me?" Yizong finally experienced Nieli's shamelessness. Nieli smiled and said, "For the next period of time, I'll be staying here. You don't have to worry about what your father will do to me. He still needs me to help him lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. In order to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, he has already sold you to me." 10,000 demonic beast array? What's the 10,000 demonic beast array? Yiziyun's clear eyes widened. The 10,000 demonic beast array is made up of 10,000 black gold ranked demon spirits and all kinds of inscription patterns. Once the array is set up, once the 10,000 demonic beast array is activated, even if there are dozens of legend-ranked demon spiritualists outside, they won't be able to break in. Nieli said, "So that's the case." Yiziyun was stunned for a moment and said, "No wonder my father agreed. Now you've seen your father's true colors. For Glory City, he's willing to give up anything." Nieli, of course, didn't forget to provoke Yizong, who was hiding in the dark and was laughing evilly in his heart. Hearing Nie Li's words, Yizong immediately showed an anxious expression. Of course, he wouldn't sell his daughter for a 10,000 demonic beast array. Just when he was about to appear and explain to Yiziyun, he saw Yiziyun's expression turning serious. She raised her head, looked at Nie Li, and solemnly said, Nie Li, if you're really able to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, it would be a great contribution to Glory City. Even if my father, I won't have any complaints. Not to mention staying in my yard. Even if you want me to be your girlfriend, I'll agree. Yiziyun's face slightly blushed. However, her expression was firm. Nie Li looked at Yiziyun, his heart filled with tenderness. Indeed, like father, like daughter, willing to sacrifice herself for Glory City. He chuckled and said, "This is what you said. You can't go back on your words." Chapter 112. Hearing Nie Li's words, Yizong's face turned green. Not only did Nie Li speak ill of him when he wasn't around, he even lied to the innocent Ziyun. He's simply heartless and deranged. If it wasn't for him needing Nie Li's help in laying down the 10,000 demonic beast array, he would have already appeared and taught Nie Li a lesson. Yiziyun's expression was slightly sad as she said to Nie Li, "Nie Li, don't misunderstand my father. My father is actually a very good person. He also wants to spend more time with me. However, he is, after all, the city lord of Glory City. He carries the life and death of so many people in Glory City on his shoulders. He doesn't dare to slack off for even a moment. Although he doesn't have that much time to accompany me, he is still the person that I respect the most and admire the most. I only hate the fact that my strength is still too weak, unable to help him share his worries." Hearing Yiziyun's words, Yizong, who was hiding in the dark, fell into a long silence. His nose was slightly sour. In front of his daughter, he has always been a strict father. He also knows that what he has done is far from enough. In his heart, he feels that he owes Yiziyun a lot. When he heard Yiziyun's words today, his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. So this is Yiziyun's true thoughts. Nie Li, I originally thought that with my talent, I would never be able to reach my father's level in this lifetime. However, you taught me the cultivation technique and gave me the Snow Queen demon spirit, allowing my strength to have a qualitative change, allowing me to realize my dream. I have nothing to repay you for, although my father will never agree to let me be with you. In order to repay you, I can agree to 3 of your requests. No matter what the request is, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not reject it." Yiziyun seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red. However, she proudly puffed out her chest. Her clear eyes were filled with determination. Ever since she was young, her father had taught her that in life, kindness must be repaid. Furthermore, she had to be trustworthy. Once she had promised something, she had to do it. In the distance, Yizong wrinkled his eyebrows. His heart moved. So it turns out that Yin Er's cultivation was able to rise so quickly. It was all thanks to Nie Li's guidance. His view of Nie Li has changed. It seems that Nie Li treats Yin quite well. Really? No matter what request it is, you won't refuse? Nie Li suddenly revealed an evil smile and walked toward Yiziyun. Seeing the meaningful smile on Nie Li's face as he walked towards her, Yiziyun inexplicably retreated a few steps in panic. Her cheeks became even redder. What did Nie Li want to do? A few scenes appeared in her mind, but she seemed to have thought of something. She straightened her chest. Since she had agreed to Nie Li's 3 requests, she had to keep her promise. Otherwise, she would be looked down upon by others. Nie Li walked step by step to Yiziyun's side. He lowered his head to look at Yiziyun. At this moment, Yiziyun was charming and charming. Her delicate skin, slightly pursed red lips, sparkling and translucent nose, and quick-witted eyes were especially attractive. She was like a ripe grape, making people want to take a bite. She wore a white silk dress with a white ribbon tied around her chest, revealing her exquisite and lovely figure. Her dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy in the night. The delicate fragrance of a young girl assaulted his nostrils. This was such a moving woman. All kinds of scenes from his previous life slowly emerged in his mind. Nie Li's heart was filled with tenderness. At this moment, he wanted to embrace the beauty in front of him, Feeling Nieli's approach and that unique aura, Yi Ziyun became more and more flustered. Her heart was beating fast. Even her white, jade-like neck was dyed with a touch of crimson. A faint charm spread between the two of them. The night at this moment was so beautiful. At this moment, Yi Zong, who was in the darkness, saw Nieli constantly approaching Yi Ziyun. That frivolous appearance made him change his attitude towards Nieli with great difficulty. In an instant, the veins on his arms were exposed. If Nieli dared to touch even a finger of Yi Ziyun, he would absolutely not hesitate to violently beat up Nieli. Beat him until even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Nieli greedily breathed in the aura on Yi Ziyun's body. His eyes flashed a trace of deep loneliness and sadness. Many times, he was worried that everything in front of him was just a dream. Every night, he would often be awakened by nightmares. When he saw the moment Yi Ziyun died, his tears of self-blame would stain his pillow. Yi Ziyun would never know how unforgettable Nieli's feelings for her were. Countless times he narrowly escaped death, those hundreds of years of loneliness. Only when he recalled Yi Ziyun would he feel warmth. That kind of feeling was deep in his bones. After his rebirth, he felt happy at the same time, but he was also afraid of losing everything in front of him. Therefore, he constantly improved his strength and the strength of the people around him. It was in order to have the power to protect himself when a crisis came. No matter what, he would not let everything in front of him be lost. Being so close to Yi Ziyun, he could clearly feel Yi Ziyun's existence. Nieli wanted to hug Yi Ziyun. He wanted to tell her all kinds of things in his heart. But after a deep sigh in his heart, he restrained these feelings. If at this moment he hugged Yi Ziyun, it would definitely scare her, right? The corner of Nieli's mouth slightly rose. He leaned close to Yi Ziyun's ear and slowly said, "My first request is, I want you." When Nieli said the word you, his voice was especially long. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun's body trembled. Her hands slightly trembled. She had already guessed that Nieli would definitely make such a request. Although it's morally not allowed, she was indebted to Nieli. Since she said that she would satisfy Nieli's 3 requests, she naturally wouldn't reject it. If that person was Nieli, it wouldn't be so hard for her to accept it. Although she thought that way, her heart was still in a mess. "Little bastard, see if I don't cripple you." Yi Zong's fists were clenched to the point that cracking sounds could be heard. He was simply about to explode from anger. The aura of a black gold rank expert seeped out from his body, ready to explode at any moment. If a black gold rank expert were to make a move, this courtyard would probably be razed to the ground. Yi Ziyun's fair hand slightly trembled. She placed it on her chest. Her heart was beating wildly. Her cheeks were crimson, making her look even more charming. Her heart was filled with conflict and struggle. Feeling Yi Zong's violent aura, Nieli knew that it was enough. If this continued, Yi Zong would go berserk. "I want you to talk to me." Nieli stretched his waist and said with a chuckle, "Talk to you." Yi Ziyun's right hand stopped in midair. She stared blankly at Nieli. "Then what did you think I wanted to do?" Nieli asked Yi Ziyun. His gaze fell onto Yi Ziyun's crimson face. He opened his mouth and looked at Yi Ziyun in shock. "Did you think that I wanted you to do that with me? Do I look like such an indecent person to you?" Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun wished that she could dig a hole and hide in it. She thought that Nieli had bad intentions towards her and wanted to. Being born in the Snow Wind family, she has seen many things between families. At the age of 13, she has already reached the marriageable age. It's impossible for her not to know about those things. Nieli is a decent person, but isn't she a decent person? Nieli definitely made her misunderstand on purpose. "Nieli, I hate you to death." Yi Ziyun finally understood that she was tricked by Nieli. She angrily stepped on Nieli's foot, then turned around and fled like the wind. Nieli is too infuriating. He definitely did it on purpose. Thinking about the messy thoughts in her heart, Yi Ziyun's heart trembled. Ouch! Although it didn't hurt, Nieli still held onto his foot and cried out. Looking at Yi Ziyun's fleeing figure, he loudly shouted, "Hey, didn't you say that you would satisfy my request? Why are you running away without talking to me?" Go talk to yourself. Yi Ziyun snorted. When her voice was heard, she had already entered the building. Looking at Yi Ziyun's charming figure disappearing through the door, Nieli's mood suddenly became cheerful. He happily whistled. At this time, Yi Zong, who was in the shadow of the corner, was on the verge of going berserk. But when he saw the current situation, he was also stunned for a long time. Then, he slowly restrained his violent aura. If Nieli did something bad to Yi Ziyun, he would definitely make a move. But now, it seemed that he didn't even have a reason to make a move. Only now did he understand that he was also tricked by Nieli. Looking at Nieli, who was whistling proudly in the distance, his heart was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Nieli seemed to be a person who couldn't be measured with common sense. What kind of person was Nieli? Even he couldn't figure it out. One had to know that this kid was just a teenager. How could he be so difficult to deal with? Thinking back, although Nieli's way of doing things was a bit flamboyant and a bit out of line, his character didn't seem to be that bad. But even so, he's still a little worried. Yin, this lass, is usually pure and intelligent. But now, she's being toyed around by Nieli. Whether or not Nieli has any bad intentions, he'll have to observe for a period of time to see. Yi Zong's figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. Nieli felt that Yi Zong's aura had disappeared. The corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He was indeed just teasing Yi Zong. This father-in-law who always had a straight face was really too boring. In this city lord's mansion, he would occasionally tease Yi Ziyun and anger Yi Zong. This was also an interesting thing. Since Yi Zong has already left, he should also start his training. Nieli thought to himself. He found a rock and sat down. Nieli's aura seemed to have merged with the darkness of the night. The Fang Panda and Shadow Devil Demon Spirit were constantly breathing in and out within Nieli's soul realm. Nieli's thoughts were connected to the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Lightning flickered on the surface of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Although the lightning looked gentle, it actually contained a violent and devastating power. The moment Nieli used the Thunder God's meteorite sword to attack, the power would be extremely terrifying. If Yi Zong felt Nieli's soul aura, he would definitely be shocked, because Nieli's soul force has already exceeded the limits of his current age. However, Nieli had restrained his soul aura. Even if it's a black gold ranked demon spiritualist, Yi Zong would still have a hard time sensing it. Gradually, Nieli entered into a state of selfless cultivation. Chapter 113. Time passed by quickly. Nieli stayed in Yi Ziyun's yard for 7 days. In these 7 days, aside from concentrating on training, arranging the 10,000 demonic beast array, and occasionally chatting with Yi Ziyun, nothing special happened. Nieli's cultivation has also stabilized at 5-star silver rank. Advancing from 5-star silver rank to gold rank is an extremely difficult process. Ordinary people would need a perfect opportunity to advance. However, for Nieli, Yi Ziyun, and Bunch, it's only a matter of time. The yard is filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The environment is very quiet. In order to guard against Nieli, Yi Zong had no choice but to move the location of his work to this yard. Although he's very busy every day, Yi Zong would still occasionally use his soul force to scan the entire yard to make sure that Nieli didn't do anything out of line. Although he still has to guard against Nieli while dealing with a large amount of work, causing Yi Zong to be a little mentally exhausted, he didn't dare to relax. Yi Xiu suddenly rushed in. Yi Xiu slightly bowed and said, "City Lord, President Gu Yin seeks an audience." "Oh, President Gu Yin is here? Quickly invite him in," Yi Zong quickly said. In the past, although the Association of Alchemists was also highly regarded, it didn't have such a high position like now. Because he has grasped the refining of several elixirs, President Gu Yan's position in Glory City is almost the same as Yi Zong's. After a moment, President Gu Yan, who was wearing a gray robe, walked in. He raised his head and looked at Yi Zong, slightly bowed and said, "City Lord. President Gu Yan, there's no need to be so polite. Since you're here, treat it as your own home," Yi Zong said, laughing. His gaze swept across Gu Yan's face and asked in astonishment, "President Gu Yan seems to be a little serious. I wonder why you're here?" Guyen glanced around with a cautious look. President Guyen, please be reassured. Everyone here is on our side. Even a black gold rank expert wouldn't be able to come here. Yizong's heart trembled. For President Guyen to be so cautious, something big must have happened. Guyen looked at Yizong with a dignified expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "There are some things that I don't know if I should say, but if I don't, I'm afraid that there will be serious consequences. Guild leader Guyen, feel free to speak your mind." President Guyen nodded his head and said, "Previously, our Association of Alchemists has been suspecting that there might be some unspeakable secrets between the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild. Some time ago, Sacred Family's elder Xinming brought people to attack Nieli and was captured. Under the interrogation of our Association of Alchemists, he confessed some of the shady dealings of the Sacred Family." "There's such a thing?" Yizong's brows tightly locked. Just Xinming's confession alone isn't enough to determine if there's any collusion between the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild. We need concrete evidence. Guyen raised his head and said with a serious expression, "When Xinming confessed these matters, we also understood that it's impossible without concrete evidence. Afterwards, the Sacred Family suddenly purchased a large amount of elixirs from us. In that batch of elixirs, we placed the soul-chasing elixirs and sent people with the three-headed hound demon spirit to track it. In the end, we confirmed that the elixirs went to the Dark Guild. If that's the case, then the Sacred Family will definitely not be able to get rid of the suspicion. The Sacred Family's influence in Glory City is deeply rooted. Just confirming this is useless. Even with Xinming as a witness, it won't shake the position of the Sacred Family." Yizong went silent for a moment. President Guyen wouldn't slander the Sacred Family without any reason. "I will send people to investigate this matter." Yizong looked at Yishio and said, "Yishio, you'll be responsible for this matter." "Yes." Yishio immediately said, nodding his head. Guyen was a little worried as he said, "When we investigated the Sacred Family, it has already caused the Sacred Family to be vigilant. Lord Yishio, you have to be careful." "I understand." Yishio nodded his head. "Just the Sacred Family alone has no less than 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists. Not to mention that there's still the even more powerful Dark Guild hiding in the dark. Even he doesn't dare to be careless." After chatting for a while, Guyen bid farewell and left. "Yishio, I'll have to trouble you with this matter." Yizong lightly sighed. Right now, there aren't many people that can be trusted in Glory City. In recent years, the walls of Glory City have been getting higher and higher. However, the number of rising geniuses is getting less and less. Just the walls alone won't be able to stop the demon beasts. "City Lord, you don't have to worry. Don't we still have Yin, Nieli, and the other juniors? They will definitely become the mainstay of Glory City." Yishio comforted. "I just don't know if we can wait until then." Yizong bitterly smiled, shaking his head. He is very clear that Glory City is in a precarious situation. Now, even the Sacred Family, one of the 3 major families, wants to abandon Glory City. Who knows what the future will be like? Yishio was a little sad. He often goes out with Yi-Emo naturally. He knows that the amount of snow, wind, demon beasts around Glory City is getting more and more powerful. Who knows when the demon beast horde will arrive? In a few days, Honger should be back. 2 years ago, he was already a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. I wonder how his cultivation is now. Yizong thought of something, lightly smiled, and said, "Yihan is Yizong's adopted son. His talent is outstanding, possessing a sciential realm, and is highly regarded by Yizong. At the age of 20, he has been following a grand elder of the family to train outside. He can be considered to have experienced life and death tempering. Yihan has always been the pride of Yizong, to the point that he even wants to groom him to be the next city lord." Yishio has been silent and did not speak. Yizong has always treated Yihan as his own. However, Yihan is not a member of the Yi clan. In his view, the city lord's position should be passed down to a direct descendant of the Yi clan, Yizong's daughter, Yi Ziyun. In the past, it's fine if Yihan Er's cultivation couldn't keep up. But now that Yihan has displayed such outstanding talent, the candidate for the city lord's position needs to be considered. In any case, Yi Xiu doesn't have any good impression of Yihan, an outsider. Yi Xiu suddenly thought of something and asked Yi Zong, I heard that a portion of the 10,000 demonic beast array has been laid down and can already display a portion of its power. City Lord, do you want to take a look? Previously, Nieli told Yi Xiu that the 10,000 demonic beast array is divided into 8 small arrays. The power of these 8 small arrays is pretty good. After the 8 small arrays are combined, the power is even more shocking. Now that Nieli has laid down one of the small arrays, it can already display a portion of its power. Yizong's brows slightly twitched. Previously, he was also doubtful about the 10,000 demonic beast array that Nieli was talking about. Is the 10,000 demonic beast array really as strong as Nieli said? The cost of the entire 10,000 demonic beast array is huge. If it's not as strong as Nieli said, then the losses will be huge. Yizong originally thought that the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array can only be known after it is completely laid down. He never thought that he can test the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array now. Of course, he couldn't ask for more. Let's go take a look, Yizong said decisively. City Lord's Mansion, Eastern Region, this place was originally a stretch of undulating buildings. In order to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, the entire area was razed to the ground, turning into a huge empty space. In the middle of this empty space, dozens of huge stone pillars were erected. The stone pillars were filled with all kinds of mysterious inscription patterns. Shadows of demon beasts were circling around the pillars. Every single one of these demon beasts is of black gold rank. Their bodies are also filled with inscription patterns, emitting golden light from time to time. One of the 8 killing arrays of the 10,000 demonic beast array, the Tai E killing array. At this moment, Nieli and Bunch are standing in front of the Tai E killing array. A surge of majestic energy is surging within the Tai E killing array. Furthermore, there's an imposing aura that can soar to the sky. Although Nieli wants to hide the aura of the Tai E killing array, the power of the Tai E killing array is simply too obvious. There's no way to hide it. Adding on to the fact that every single stone pillar is so tall, it might have already attracted the attention of others. However, the Tai E killing array contains 72 killing moves. Aside from Nieli, who can use a special method to activate it, others can't even get close to it. Unless they send a legend rank expert over, it's impossible to destroy the Tai E killing array. This is the 10,000 demonic beast array that you laid down. Yizong raised his head to take a look. Although he was a little shocked in his heart, there wasn't any expression on his face. This isn't the 10,000 demonic beast array, it's only a part of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Facing Yizong, Nieli did not show any weakness. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, lightly smiled, and said, However, although it's only a small part, killing a few black gold rank trash isn't a problem. Nieli purposely provoked Yizong. Hearing Nieli's words, no matter if it's Yi Xiu or Yizong, the corner of their mouth twitched. Black gold rank trash? In Glory City, aside from Nieli, who would dare to call a black gold rank super expert that? One must know that a black gold rank expert is an existence that's only inferior to legend rank. No matter where they go, wouldn't they be surrounded by thousands of people? Yizong's anger surged. Nieli actually dared to look down on a black gold rank demon spiritualist. This is simply provoking the dignity of a black gold rank demon spiritualist. He coldly snorted. Just based on this array, you can kill a black gold rank demon spiritualist? Do you know how strong a black gold rank demon spiritualist is? Yi Xiu bitterly smiled in his heart. He doesn't know what's wrong with Nieli and Yizong. Every time the two of them meet, they're like a barrel of gunpowder. Yizong holds a high position. As a city lord, he has a kind of imposing manner of a superior. Ordinary kids would have their legs go soft when they see him. However, Nieli isn't afraid of him at all. He would even provoke Yizong from time to time, causing Yi Xiu to feel helpless. City Lord, Nieli shouldn't have said it on purpose. He only wanted to describe the power of this killing array. As a black gold rank demon spiritualist, How could he be defeated so easily? Seeing Yizong's furious expression, Yishio immediately wanted to be the peacemaker. Of course I did it on purpose. Nieli raised his face, looked at Yizong, and snorted. Don't think that just because you're a black gold rank demon spiritualist, you guys have never seen a real expert. You're just a bunch of frogs in a well. In my eyes, a black gold rank demon spiritualist is trash. City Lord, since you said that my Tai killing array can't kill a black gold rank demon spiritualist, do you want to give it a try? Chapter 114. Nieli is purposely provoking Yizong. Previously, in Yi Ziyun's yard, Yizong beat him up miserably. Nieli still remembers it vividly. This time, no matter what, he must take his revenge. Since you're Ziyun's father, I'll discipline you on behalf of Ziyun. Yishio just wanted to be the peacemaker, but in the end, he was choked by Nieli's words. This is simply too embarrassing. Yizong furiously snorted. I want to see how powerful your 10,000 demonic beast array is. City Lord, let me clarify something here. This is not the 10,000 demonic beast array, but a small killing array within the 10,000 demonic beast array. If it's the complete 10,000 demonic beast array, Nieli glanced at Yizong, clicked his tongue, shook his head, and said, it's not enough. Yizong was so angry that his beard was trembling. He simply had the thought of strangling Nieli to death. However, as the city lord, he still needs to have this bit of magnanimity. He really can't do anything to Nieli. Aside from having a request from Nieli still has a super expert standing behind him. What if I break this killing array? As a black gold rank demon spiritualist, Yizong naturally has his own dignity. How can he allow Nieli to provoke him like this? If you break this killing array, I'll call you Dad. Nieli snorted. Yizong stared at Nieli. If Nieli wants to call him Dad, he's not willing. You want to marry my daughter? Dream on. If I break this killing array, you'll have to stay away from my daughter in the future. Then what if you can't break it? Nieli looked at Yizong in disdain. Break my Tai, killing array? Do you really think that you're a legend rank expert? Even if a legendary expert came, it would take some effort to break my Tai, killing array. You can't break me. If you can't break it, you're not allowed to interfere with your daughter and me in the future. Nieli looked at Yizong with a faint smile. It's a deal. Yizong couldn't be bothered to listen to Nieli's nonsense anymore. He walked into the Tai, killing array step by step. If a killing formation requires the opponent to walk into the formation before it can unleash its power, then it's too lousy. Nieli let out a low growl as his soul force seeped out of his body. Both of his hands quickly formed hand seals, causing the entire Tai, killing array to violently tremble. Immediately after, the inscription patterns on the stone pillars shone brightly. Rumble. The earth shook violently. Yizong felt a tyrannical aura hitting him in the face. His expression changed slightly. This Tai, killing array indeed had some tricks up its sleeve. However, since he had made a bet with Nieli, he would not back down. With an angry roar, a majestic soul force swept out from his body. Yizong's body rapidly expanded, expanding by several times. Both of his hands became thicker, and his whole body was covered with black scales. A huge tail grew out from his back. The end of the tail was burning with black flames. Black-scaled earth dragon. The demon spirit that Yizong had integrated with was actually a black-scaled earth dragon. The black-scaled earth dragon belongs to the lesser dragon category. It has a certain amount of dragon bloodline, second only to the real dragon clan. Among the demon beasts, the dragon clan is considered the pinnacle of existence. Even the weakest dragon clan has a strength of at least black gold rank. Although the lesser dragon only has a small portion of the dragon bloodline, it's still very powerful. Black-scaled earth dragon, extraordinary level growth rate. It can be considered not bad. However, it's a pity that you've encountered the Tai, killing array. Nieli let out a low growl as the stone pillars continuously burst out with dazzling lights. Roar, roar, roar. The demon spirits surrounding the stone pillars became abnormally berserk. They're all black gold rank demon spirits. Although they were sealed in the Tai, killing array, causing their strength to be weakened, they're still extremely powerful. For hundreds of years, Glory City has collected a lot of black gold rank demon spirits. However, if a black gold rank demon spirit wants to unleash its full potential, it requires a demon spiritualist that can control it. Using an external object like the Tai killing array to control a demon spirit. This is the first time in the history of Glory City. In order to construct the 10,000 demonic beast array, all the black gold rank demon spirits in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury were transferred over. Boom! A black gold rank giant bear demon spirit pounced down, clashing with the black scaled earth dragon that Yi Zong transformed into. Boom! 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 Soul force constantly dispersed, turning into frightening shock waves, constantly exploding on the surrounding ground. Yi Zong's heart trembled. He never thought that this Tai killing array would actually be able to unleash 80% of the Abyss Bear's strength. The Abyss Bear is one of the most powerful demon spirits, and also the hardest to control. Until now, there hasn't been a single demon spiritualist that has successfully integrated with a black gold rank Abyss Bear. Just one Abyss Bear is already very hard to deal with. Yi Zong roared towards the sky, opened his mouth, and spewed out black flames towards the Abyss Bear. The black-scaled Earth Dragon's Flame of Darkness has a dark corrosive effect. If it were to hit any black gold rank demon spirit, it would be enough to heavily injure it. Although among the many demon beasts, the black-scaled Earth Dragon's strength isn't comparable to the Abyss Bear. After Yi Zong integrated with the black-scaled Earth Dragon, he can unleash 150% of the black-scaled Earth Dragon's strength. On the other hand, the Tai killing array can only unleash 80% of the Abyss Bear's strength. Under this situation, the Abyss Bear is naturally not the black-scaled Earth Dragon's opponent. Just when the black-scaled Earth Dragon's Flame of Darkness was about to hit the Abyss Bear, a water curtain suddenly fell, enveloping the Flame of Darkness. Sizzle. Within the water curtain, the Flame of Darkness was extinguished after a short while. What's going on? Yi Zong's heart sank. He saw a huge slimy worm emitting a blue glow jumping around. With a puff sound, it spewed out a thick black pillar of water. Black water armorworm. This is an extremely frightening species that lives in muddy swamps. More than 90% of its body is made up of black poisonous liquid. Furthermore, its vitality is extremely tenacious. Even if it's dried up, after a few decades, as long as a drop of water falls on its body, it will be able to revive. Yi Zong knows that there's such a demon spirit in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury. However, he has no idea when this demon spirit appeared in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury. This kind of troublesome demon beast is extremely hard to kill. A black gold rank black water armorworm would require at least a legend rank expert to kill it. It's highly possible that it was left behind by an ancestor. Like the black water armorworm, it's almost impossible for any black gold rank demon spiritualist to subdue it. Even if it was subdued, it wouldn't be able to control the characteristics of the black water armorworm. However, right now, it's being controlled by the Tai killing array. Seeing the poisonous liquid shooting towards him, Yi Zong instantly felt his scalp going numb. If he were to take a hit, even if he doesn't die, he'd still lose a layer of skin. This little Tai killing array is actually able to control so many demon spirits. Furthermore, it's able to make these demon spirits cooperate to kill the enemy. How frightening is this? Even if it's only able to unleash 80% of each demon spirit's strength, it's still extremely frightening. Just when Yi Zong was dodging the black water armorworm, Yi Zong realized that he's already surrounded by dozens of black gold rank demon spirits. Looking at these demon spirits again: Abyss Bear, Black Water Armorworm, Withered Bird, Flaming Snake, Poison Marsh Frog. Each one is harder to deal with than the previous one. Even Yi Zong didn't expect that there would be so many frightening black gold rank demon spirits hidden in his treasury. This isn't a contest of strength, but a gang fight. These black gold rank demon spirits seem to have telepathy with each other. Their coordination is flawless. Boom! Under the siege of so many demon spirits, the Abyss Bear finally found an opportunity and slammed its palm onto the black-scaled Earth Dragon's chest. Boom! The black-scaled Earth Dragon was smashed onto the ground. Yizong instantly felt a burst of suffocation. The Abyss Bear's strength is simply too powerful. Even if the Abyss Bear only has 80% of its strength, even if the black-scaled Earth Dragon's defense is shocking, it was still smashed onto the ground. Yizong furiously roared and fiercely threw a huge palm over. At this moment, the flaming snake suddenly drilled over and tightly wrapped around Yizong's arm, causing Yizong to be unable to move. The Abyss Bear roared and madly attacked the black-scaled Earth Dragon's head. Boom! 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 His head was continuously attacked, causing Yizong to feel dizzy. Even if the black-scaled Earth Dragon skin is thick, it can't withstand such a violent beating. With Yizong's strength as a black gold ranked demon spiritualist, even if he were to face 3 to 5 black gold ranked demon beasts at the same time, he wouldn't lose. However, there are dozens of black gold ranked demon beasts in front of him. Furthermore, they even know how to cooperate with each other. How can he fight against them? If Yizong goes all out and explodes all of his potential, it wouldn't be a problem for him to perish together with these black gold ranked demon beasts. However, as a city lord, is it worth it to do so? Even if he were to use up all of these black gold ranked demon beasts, there wouldn't be any benefits for him. At this moment, Yizong's mood is extremely complicated. Thinking about how he was beaten up by a few demon beasts in front of Junior, and even lost the bet, Yizong's face was very embarrassed, and he was furious. But on the other hand, thinking about it, the Tai killing array is so powerful, the 10,000 demonic beast array would be even more powerful. This means that Glory City has another trump card. Nieli doesn't care about Yizong's identity as the city lord. Previously in Yi Ziyun's yard, he didn't even wear his clothes properly and was beaten up. No matter what, this debt has to be settled. Nieli continued to activate the Tai killing array, causing the Abyss Bear to be even more furious. It punched and kicked Yizong, then sat on Yizong's face and fiercely squatted a few times. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yi Xiu's mouth twitched, his eyebrows constantly trembled. Nieli is really daring. He actually controlled the Abyss Bear to sit on Yizong's face. If this was seen by others, Yizong's prestige as the city lord would be swept away. Since the beginning of time, who would dare to sit on the city lord's face? Yi Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this goes on, Yizong might have to risk his life against Nieli. Yizong didn't want to use his full strength. After all, getting rid of the black gold ranked demon beasts in the Tai killing array doesn't have any benefits for him. On the contrary, it would be a huge loss. However, he never expected that Nieli would be more and more insatiable. Not only did the Abyss Bear beat him up, it even sat on his face. This is simply unbearable. Seeing the Abyss Bear's huge but rubbing on his face, Yizong's lungs almost exploded from anger. Chapter 115. You're going too far. I'm still a city lord. Yizong was finally unable to restrain himself. He roared out explosively as his body expanded by several times, and he suddenly broke free of the flaming snake's bindings. With a bang, his fist smashed onto the Abyss Bear's body, sending the Abyss Bear flying several tens of meters away. Nieli immediately commanded the other demon spirits to pounce towards Yizong. Although Yizong used some kind of secret technique to increase his strength, it's still very difficult to get rid of so many demon spirits. Unless Yizong is able to break through to legend rank, otherwise, he can forget about breaking the array. Yi Xiu walked to Nieli's side and awkwardly said, "Nieli, why don't we forget about this matter? If we continue to fight like this, the city lord will lose his face. Why don't we take a step back?" "How can I do that? I just made a bet with him. If he breaks the Tai killing array, then I won't be able to see Ziyun in the future unless he lowers his head and admits defeat." Nieli curled his lips. Why are these two fellows more stubborn than the other? One wants to keep his face and suffer, while the other is pestering him and won't let go. When these two come together, there will be a lot of suffering in the future. Just when Yi Xiu was depressed and wanted to continue persuading Nieli, he suddenly heard Nieli's faint voice. "It's useless even if you persuade him. A son-in-law and father-in-law are always enemies." Hearing Nye Li's words, Yi Xiu staggered and almost fell. What's going on? Did Yi Zong agree to marry Yi Ziyun to you? Even if Yi Zong agreed, Ziyun didn't. This is simply a shameless person is invincible under the heavens. Yi Zong used all of his strength. The black-scaled earth dragon was extremely violent. Huge craters appeared on the surrounding ground. But even so, he still couldn't do anything to those black gold rank demon spirits, not to mention breaking the Tai killing array. Yi Zong's strength has already reached the pinnacle of black gold rank demon spiritualist. He's only a step away from legend rank. Furthermore, Yi Zong did not use his true killing move. If it was an ordinary enemy black gold rank demon spiritualist, even if there were 5 or 6 of them, they would have already been killed by the poison and turned into a pile of mud. After a full 4 hours, Yi Zong's battle gradually reached his limit. At this moment, Yi Zong finally understood how powerful the Tai killing array was. He also understood that Nye Li had secretly held back. If this was a life-and-death battle, he would have already been killed. However, he's not willing to admit defeat. Once he admits defeat, he won't be able to interfere with the matters between Nye Li and Yin. Even if he can get Yin to stay away from Nye Li, can she prevent Nye Li from playing rogue? Even he himself has suffered a setback from Nye Li, not to mention the inexperienced Yin. Maybe one day, Yin will be coaxed by Nye Li, and in the end, thinking about it, Yi Zong felt depressed. He obviously knows that Nye Li has bad intentions towards his daughter, but he can't do anything to Nye Li. Boom! Yi Zong was sent flying by the Abyss Bear's punch. He laid on the ground, gasping for air. Ever since he advanced to black gold rank demon spiritualist, Yi Zong has never lost so miserably. His body gradually shrunk. The characteristics of the black-scaled earth dragon slowly returned to normal, returning to the appearance of an ordinary person. He has indeed lost. How is it, City Lord? You've lost. Nye Li placed both of his hands on his waist, looking down at Yi Zong. Humph. So what if you're the City Lord of Glory City? You're still too tender to play with me. Looking at Nye Li's proud expression, Yi Zong was furious. This brat has already planned it from the start, making him jump into the pit. After winning, he still has this kind of conduct. He's simply asking for a beating. At this moment, Yi Zong suddenly jumped up, grabbed onto Nye Li's leg, and with a jerk, made Nye Li hang upside down. Stinking brat, you have bad intentions towards my daughter, and even used a trap to trick me. Do you really think that I can't deal with you? Yi Zong was extremely furious. Today is the most furious day in his life. Damn you, you're the City Lord. Don't go back on your words. You're too shameless. Although Nye Li is a 5-star silver rank, his opponent is a black gold rank demon spiritualist. Even if his opponent had just experienced a huge battle, his remaining strength is more than enough to suppress him. Nye Li can't possibly use a secret technique to perish together with his opponent, right? You still dare to curse? So what if I'm shameless? I've really realized that if I'm not shameless, I really can't deal with you. Yi Zong fiercely slapped Nye Li's butt, causing a crisp sound to ring out. Damn, you could be killed but not humiliated. Why do you have to slap my butt? What right do I have? Because I'm Yi Ziyun's father. Damn you. Let's see if you still dare to have any intentions towards Yi Ziyun. See how I'll deal with you. Yi Zong cursed and fiercely slapped Nye Li's butt again. Damn, do you know who you're hitting? I'm very angry, and the consequences will be very serious. Nye Li wanted to break free from Yi Zong's restraint. However, Yi Zong's hand was like an iron hoop, tightly hooking onto Nye Li's calf. Very angry, and the consequences will be very serious? Fuck you, I'm the one who's angry. You're still saying that you're in the right? Yi Zong slapped Nye Li's, but again, a clear and resounding sound rang out. Acting like a hooligan when you can't win? You old pervert. So what if I'm an old pervert? Yi Zong violently slapped Nye Li's butt, causing Nye Li to cry out. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is going on? Yi Zong is too different from usual. Usually, Yi Zong doesn't show his emotions, but now, he doesn't have the majesty and imposing manner of a city lord. That unreasonable posture is just like a father teaching his unfilial son a lesson. Looking at Nye Li's lively and clear voice, Yi Xiu also knew that Yi Zong didn't hit him hard, so he can rest assured. Kid, do you admit defeat? Yi Zong raised his eyebrows and snorted twice. You're acting like a hooligan. I'm not convinced. If you're not convinced, then continue to beat me until you admit defeat. Let's see if you still dare to have any intentions towards my daughter. You don't mean what you say. You're a city lord, and you're just an old pervert. So what if I'm an old pervert? Yi Zong hit him comfortably. The depression from being played by Nye Li just now was swept away. This kid, I have to beat him up. The sky gradually darkened, and a day's time passed very quickly. Only then did Nye Li limp back to Yi Ziyun's courtyard. He was depressed in his heart. He clearly schemed against Yi Zong, made the abyss bears sit on Yi Zong's face, took revenge for the previous time, and even won the bet. In the end, he encountered Yi Zong, this old pervert, acting shamelessly, and was beaten up instead. This city lord is too much of a scam. Damn it. Nye Li hissed in pain and quickly covered his butt. This beating was too miserable. I'll get back at him sooner or later. Hiss. In another area of the city lord's mansion, Yi Xiu followed behind Yi Zong with a strange expression. City lord, this Tai killing array. Yi Xiu was preparing to discuss the problem of the Tai killing array. Ha ha! Yi Zong suddenly couldn't hold it in and laughed wildly, causing the surrounding walls to tremble. When he thought of how Nye Li limped away just now, his heart cried out in pleasure. Yi Xiu looked at Yi Zong, who suddenly lost his composure and was somewhat unable to adapt. In the past, Yi Zong had always been very calm, but he didn't know what was wrong with him today. Sorry, Yi Xiu continued. Yi Zong held back his desire to laugh and quickly waved his hand. This Tai killing array. Yi Xiu was about to continue when he was suddenly interrupted by a burst of laughter. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. This kid actually dared to be unreasonable with me. See if I don't beat him up. Yi Zong laughed wildly, clutching his stomach, his cheeks flushed red. Yi Xiu stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Zong, who had completely lost his composure. He didn't know what to say and even forgot the topic. City Lord, let's wait for you to finish laughing before we talk. Ha ha ha! This is the City Lord's mansion, my territory. Even if I act shamelessly, what can he do to me? The entire City Lord's mansion echoed with Yi Zong's wild laughter. The guards in charge of guarding and patrolling the City Lord's mansion heard Yi Zong's laughter and looked at each other in dismay. What was wrong with the City Lord today? They have never seen the City Lord lose his composure like today. Could it be that he's too happy because of some happy event? All these years, they have never seen Yi Zong smile. Yi Zong is extremely cold to everyone, emitting a majestic aura from his body, causing everyone to be nervous when they see Yi Zong. Today's proud laughter is a little too weird. Yi Xiu somewhat understands why Yi Zong would be like this. All these years, for the safety of Glory City, Yi Zong has sacrificed too much to sit in the City Lord's position. Normally, he doesn't smile. Even his closest daughter is rarely seen. The young Yi Zong wasn't like this. It wasn't until he was provoked by Nye Li again and again that he released his true nature. Perhaps this current state is good for Yi Zong, Yi Xiu inwardly thought to himself. Yi Ziyun's yard Nye Li limped into the yard and saw a delicate figure, like a swallow, flying towards Nye Li. It's Nye Li's little sister, Xiaoyu. Big brother Nye Li, where did you go? We couldn't find you for half a day. Nye blinked her eyes. Her two pigtails made her look especially cute. Nye Li rubbed Nyeyu's little head, smiled, and said, I went out for a walk. Nye Li, a clear voice sounded from the side. Nye Li turned his head and saw Xiao Ning, standing beside him. At this moment, she's wearing a set of training clothes, outlining her exquisite figure. Her whole body emitted a kind of capable and charming temperament. Ninger, why are you here? Nye Li smiled. Xiao Ninger pouted. Her eyes had a trace of hidden bitterness as she said, I went to your original yard, but I couldn't find you. I was worried that something happened to you, so I came to find Yi Ziyun. Later, I found out that you moved here. Xiao Ning still had a little grievance in her heart. She didn't know when, but Nye Li's figure has been lingering in her heart. Every night, when it's quiet, she would always think of the things that happened with Nye Li in the trial ground. She was shy, but also a little nostalgic. How she wished that her illness wouldn't recover so quickly, so that she could continue to let Nieli treat her. But every time she thought of this, there would always be a trace of disappointment in her heart, because the person Nieli likes is Yiziyun. Chapter 116. Although there was some resentment and sadness in her heart, she was not a person who would give up so easily. Even if the person Nieli liked was not her, she would always quietly stay by Nieli's side, until one day, Nieli noticed her. Xiaoninger did not expect that Nieli actually used some method to live in Yiziyun's courtyard. Could it be that Yiziyun's father, the city lord, would not stop Nieli? Xiaoninger could not understand. Feeling the faint resentment in Xiaoninger's eyes, Nieli awkwardly touched his head. He naturally knew Xiaoninger's feelings for him. The most difficult thing to bear was a beauty's kindness. After all, he and Yiziyun had 2 lifetimes of love. That kind of life and death bond, Xiaoninger temporarily could not understand. "Hey, Ninger, what are you looking for me for?" Nieli smiled and said, "I just made some osmanthus cakes and wanted to send them to you to eat." Xiaoninger stood quietly, looking delicate and charming. Usually in front of outsiders, Xiaoninger was always as cold as an iceberg, rejecting people thousands of miles away. Only in front of Nieli would she show that rare gentleness. If it was any other boy, seeing Xiaoninger like this, it would be difficult not to be tempted. Nieli noticed the small basket Xiaoninger was carrying. At this moment, he saw Yiziyun also appeared on the side path. Seeing Nieli looking at her, Yiziyun pouted and turned her head. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Nieli felt a headache. He did not know what would happen when the 2 girls were together. He had never encountered this kind of situation before and did not know how to deal with it. "Let's talk inside." Nieli took a step forward and immediately felt a burning pain on his butt. He hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air. "Nieli, what's wrong?" Xiaoning noticed Nieli's strange behavior and immediately came up to support Nieli. "I just got beaten up. My butt is bleeding." Thinking of the hoodlum Yizong, Nieli's heart was filled with anger. Yizong was a hypocrite who didn't keep his word. If you can't win, then you act shamelessly. Yiziyun also felt Nieli's strange behavior. Originally, she wanted to show some concern for Nieli. However, seeing Xiaoninger supporting Nieli, she immediately turned her face away and lightly snorted. Nieli is a womanizer. She doesn't want to bother with Nieli. "Who hit you?" Xiaoninger asked, her face slightly red when she heard the words bleeding. "Isn't it Yizong? In the city lord's mansion, aside from him, who else would dare to hit me?" Nieli sucked in a breath of cold air. Yizong is really ruthless. Even now, his butt is still burning. This guy used a black gold, rank demon spiritualist energy. With Nieli's current cultivation, he's still unable to resolve it. "City lord, he hit your butt?" Xiaoninger's mind was already in chaos. She could understand why the city lord would hit Nieli. Furthermore, even if he did, he shouldn't have hit Nieli's butt. Xiaoning couldn't imagine such a scene. Hearing Nieli's words, Yiziyun nervously looked at Nieli and asked, "My father hit you again? Are you all right?" Yiziyun recalled the previous incident. Her father almost killed Nieli in rage. What's the reason this time? Could it be that her father isn't going to let Nieli off? "Nieli, you better leave quickly. My father definitely won't let you off," Yiziyun anxiously said. She's really worried that her father will do something to Nieli. Nieli shook his head and said, "Don't worry. If your father really wants to kill me, he won't just hit my butt. He still has a favor to ask of me. This time, he couldn't win against me, so he acted shamelessly. I never thought that your father would be so shameless. I've miscalculated. I've underestimated that old hooligan." Hearing Nieli's words, Yiziyun had a weird expression on her face. She has no idea what happened between Nieli and her father. "Nieli, I won't allow you to say that my father is shameless." Yiziyun immediately defended for Yizong. In her heart, Yizong has always been a man of his word, a man of his word. For the safety of Glory City, he would give his all. Although he's a little strict, there's no problem with his character. "All right, I'm wrong." Nieli immediately apologized. After all, Yizong is Yizion's father. As a daughter, Yizion naturally won't allow Nieli to scold Yizong. However, although he said so, Nieli has already cursed Yizong dozens of times in his heart. Nieli, how's your injury? Xiao who was standing beside him, had no idea what happened. She only knows that Nieli was injured. Furthermore, it was from the city lord, Yizong. Yizong is a black gold rank demon spiritualist. How serious is his injury? Could it be that after coming to the city lord's mansion, Nieli was mistreated? Thinking about it, Xiao Ning-er's eyes flashed with tears. Ning-er, I'm fine. It's just that it's a little hard to walk. Nieli bitterly smiled. Nieli, do you have any elixirs that can treat your injury? Yiziyun softly asked. Nieli was beaten by her father. Yiziyun felt very guilty in her heart. I don't have any elixirs, but I do have some ointment. Who's going to help me apply it? Nieli glanced at Yiziyun and chuckled. Thinking about the location of Nieli's injury, the two girls' faces instantly turned red. Nieli's injury is on his butt. Growing up, when have they ever done such a thing? Are they really going to help Nieli apply the ointment? Nieli sighed and said, a daughter must pay her father's debt. I can only put up with it. Nieli, I'll help you. Xiao Ning seemed to have made a difficult decision. Back then, when her cultivation went astray, it was all thanks to Nieli that she could recover so quickly. Now that Nieli is injured, she will definitely not shirk her responsibility. That's not good, right? Nieli was a little embarrassed. Although Ning is very close to him, it's not to that extent. Let me do it. After all, Nieli's injury was caused by my father. Yiziyun solemnly said after pondering a while. Nieli looked at Xiao Ning, and then looked at Yiziyun. He thought that no one would agree. He didn't expect the two girls to fight over it. What a happy worry. Let's take a look at Nieli's injury first. Xiao Ning knew that the person Nieli likes is Yiziyun. She only wants to use her own way to slowly change Nieli's mind, instead of fighting with Yiziyun. Nieli was supported by Yiziyun and Xiao Ning, one on the left and one on the right, into the attic room. In fact, although Yizong violently beat him up, and although his butt is burning, he didn't suffer any internal injuries. It can be seen that Yizong still held back. As a cultivator, this kind of pain will pass after a while. He didn't expect the two girls to really help him apply the ointment. Nielu blinked her big eyes and looked at Yiziyun, and then looked at Xiao Ning. Her cheeky eyes seemed to understand something. Xiao Yu, you stay outside. Oh. Nielu responded in a crisp voice, dashed out, and closed the door. After a moment, a strange sound came from inside the room. Oh, I'll be gentle. The sound was sometimes high-pitched, sometimes with a trace of comfort. If an outsider heard it, who knows what kind of association they would have. Inside the room, the two girls' cheeks were as red as apples. After applying the ointment with their slender fingers, they gently rubbed it on Nieli's, but letting the ointment evenly absorb. If one person helped Nieli do this kind of thing, it would definitely be very awkward. Because of each other's existence, they felt a little better. The two girls looked at each other. They couldn't tell what kind of emotion they were feeling in their hearts. Yiziyun's heart was very complicated. As time passed, Nieli stayed here for a long time. She seemed to have gradually gotten used to Nieli's existence. At least when Nieli was here, she wouldn't feel so lonely. Although she knew that Nieli liked her, her feelings for Nieli had not reached the level of liking. However, she still had many connections with Nieli. At the same time, she also knew that Xiao Ning liked Nieli. She didn't want to be the one to steal someone's love. She couldn't help feeling a little vexed in her heart. The three of them didn't speak. The atmosphere was a little charming and awkward. I remember that you two were playmates when you were young, right? Ziyun has always kept the koala that Ning gave her. Nieli lied on the bed and pretended to casually say, how did you know? Yiziyun asked in surprise. She really missed that period of time when she was young. But later, Xiao Ning suddenly never came to the city lord's mansion again. She still remembered the words that Xiao Ning said to her. We are people of two different worlds. You're like a princess living in a castle, and I am an ordinary girl. There will always be a gap between us that can't be crossed. Yiziyun had always treasured the koala that Xiao Ning gave her. That was her precious childhood memory. Because in Yi Ziyun's heart, Xiaoning was her only friend. Later, the reason why Yi Ziyun requested to go to the fighter apprentice class was also because of Xiaoning. Hearing the conversation between Ye Li and Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, her shoulders slightly trembled. But she lowered her head and was slightly absent-minded. She kept silent and didn't speak. Owning her, it hurts. Ye Li hissed and said, Ye Li, I'm sorry. Xiaoning recovered and quickly apologized. It's okay, huh? Ye Li smiled. He seemed to understand. Two beautiful girls applying ointment on the side. It was really a happy enjoyment. A moment later, the ointment was applied and Ye Li put on his pants. Thinking about Yi Zong, who was acting like a hoodlum, made him gnash his teeth in hatred. It's a pity that he only has the body of a 10-year-old kid. Adding on the fact that the other party is Yi Ziyun's father, he can't do anything to him. Unless he agreed not to stand in the way of him and Yi Ziyun, otherwise he still had to take revenge. In the next few days, for some reason, perhaps because she was worried about Ye Li, Xiaoning would send a variety of meals to Ye Li from time to time. She would also practice with Ye Li and Yi Ziyun in the courtyard. Chapter 117. Other than the Tai killing array, Ye Li quickly arranged a divine thunder killing array. The 2 killing arrays were enough to cover 1/5 of the City Lord Mansion. Ye Li left an imprint in Yi Ziyun and Yi Xiu's soul force. Other than Ye Li, Yi Ziyun and Yi Xiu could also activate the 2 killing arrays. Ye Li, give the imprint to the City Lord to control the 2 killing arrays. Yi Xiu said to Ye Li with a bitter smile. After all, Yi Zong was the master of the City Lord's mansion. Give it to him. That guy who doesn't keep his words. Unless he comes to beg me. Don't even think about it. Ye Li snorted. He really wanted to compete with Yi Zong. Yi Xiu knew that it would not be easy to make Ye Li and Yi Zong reconcile. How should this matter be resolved? Yi Xiu was also a little distressed. Although he knew that Yi Zong would not put down his face to beg Ye Li. But since he got an answer from Ye Li, he could at least go back and report to the City Lord. After Yi Xiu left, Ye Li continued to cultivate in the courtyard. The night gradually deepened. The entire City Lord's mansion fell into a deep silence. Other than the occasional footsteps of the patrolling guards, there was also the sound of birds fluttering in the air. Ye Li operated the Heavenly God technique and breathed in and out soul force. In the darkness of the night, a stream of aura was like a whirlpool being sucked into Ye Li's body. Ye Li's cultivation speed was simply astonishing. At this moment, Ye Li seemed to have blended into the deep night. At this moment, in some corners of the City Lord's mansion, a figure suddenly appeared. Each of them was wearing black clothes and was completely hidden in the darkness. Have you found out what those pillars are for? I don't know yet. I only know that a young man activated the giant pillar and beat up Yi Zong. A youth controlling those huge pillars actually defeated a black gold rank demon spiritualist like Yi Zong. How is that possible? I saw it with my own eyes. No wonder Long Sha sent us to probe the City Lord's mansion. With the strength of our Dark Guild, as well as some extraordinary means, destroying Glory City won't be a problem. Why is the Demon Lord not willing to make a move? Destroying Glory City isn't a difficult matter. You guys are underestimating Glory City too much. After all, the families of Glory City have been passed down for so many years. How could they not have any means? The 3 major families, 7 grand families, and some declining families were not to be underestimated when the time came for them to be exterminated. This time, the 7 of us have brought people to attack the City Lord's mansion. You must be extremely careful and not be careless. The leader of the black-clothed men coldly snorted. Aside from destroying that whatever array, we must capture that brat alive. Big brother, just watch carefully. With the strength of the 7 of us and the few black gold ranked demon spiritualists in the City Lord's mansion, they can forget about stopping us. The 7 black-clothed men's bodies constantly changed. Black fox, flaming tiger, meerkat, scarlet serpent, demon spirit, snow bear, ice wind corpse worm. After the characteristics of these demon beasts appeared on their bodies, they all disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, in the southern area of the City Lord's mansion, This is the weakest area of the City Lord's Mansion. It's the martial arts field of the City Lord's Mansion. Usually, during the day, there would be many fighters training here. However, at night, there's not a single person here. Adding on to the fact that there aren't any buildings here, there's no need for any defense. At this moment, 16 black, cloaked men were gathered together. In the middle of the 10-meter radius area, there were complex inscription patterns being drawn. These inscription patterns were flickering with a strange blue radiance, which was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. The 16 of them were murmuring complex incantations. The inscription patterns on the ground lit up one by one, increasing in number. Suddenly, 3 patrolling guards walked over. They passed by the corridor far away and noticed the blue radiance. Therefore, they came over to inquire. "Who are you people? What are you doing here?" The vigilance of the 3 patrolling guards was too low. In their view, the City Lord's Mansion is an absolutely safe place. Who would dare to cause trouble in the City Lord's Mansion? Suddenly, 3 figures appear behind them. Puff, puff, blood splattered. The 3 guards were only silver rank, and the ones that assassinated them were at least gold rank. They were caught off guard and fell into a pool of blood before they could even make a sound. The 16 of them acted as if nothing had happened and continued to murmur their incantations. Rumble. The ground continued to crack. "Come out, Abyss Demon!" The voice of one of the leaders was crazily shouting. The blue radiance shone on his face, making his expression look extremely sinister. The gray robes of the 16 black, cloaked men fluttered without any wind. They slowly floated up into the air. Boom! Boom! The martial arts practice field continued to crack. Vaguely, there seemed to be boiling red magma emerging from the ground. A huge head continuously rose from the hot magma. As the magma rolled, many small pieces of magma splashed onto the ground far away. After landing on the ground, they immediately turned into many small flame demons. These small flame demons madly roared and charged in all directions. Wherever they went, the ground would be set ablaze. A huge monster that was tens of meters tall rose from the magma. It was like a giant that had awakened from the magma. On its back was a huge pair of wings, and in its hand was a huge flame sword. "Ha ha! Wreak havoc, Abyss Demon!" The leader of the black, cloaked men laughed wildly. At this moment, the Abyss Demon suddenly opened its bell-like eyes. The huge flame sword in its hand fiercely slashed forward. The leader of the black, cloaked men was instantly annihilated in the flames. He didn't even have the chance to let out a scream. When the remaining 15 black, cloaked men saw this scene, they were immediately scared out of their wits. They hurriedly ran outside. After this Abyss Demon was summoned, it didn't differentiate between friend and foe. As long as it was in front of it, it would kill it without any hesitation. Boom! Boom! Flames soared into the sky. The south side of the City Lord's Mansion was completely in a terrible mess. At this time, Nieli, who was cultivating in Yi Ziyun's courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes after he felt the movement in the south. He looked towards the south side of the City Lord's Mansion. Over there, flames were shooting in all directions, and shouts were shaking the sky. It was obvious that it had fallen into a great battle. Nieli's heart trembled. Someone was attacking the City Lord's Mansion, and they even caused such a big movement? Nieli, what happened? Yi Ziyun rushed out of the attic. When she saw the scene of flames in the distance, she was shocked. The City Lord's Mansion was attacked? Nieli frowned slightly. In his previous life, until the demonic beasts attacked the city, there had never been an incident where the City Lord's Mansion was attacked. It seemed that after his rebirth, it had caused some butterfly effects that led to this incident. The south side of the City Lord's Mansion was the weakest area of defense. It was also the least important place. Attacking there was meaningless. The only explanation was that it was a diversion. They wanted to attack the south side of the City Lord's Mansion to attract the attention of the guards. Then, their real target is a light flash through Nieli's eyes. The other party's target was undoubtedly him. The talent that he has displayed in this period of time is enough to attract the attention of the Dark Guild. Aside from the Dark Guild, the Sacred Family is also trying to kill him. Oomph. I never thought that the Dark Guild would be willing to spend so much to attack the City Lord's mansion to capture me. Nelly thought in his heart. He looked at Yi Ziyun and Nieyu beside him and said, Ziyun, bring Xiao Yu to the secret chamber to hide. No, Yi Ziyun firmly said. The City Lord's mansion is under attack. How can she remain indifferent? You're only a 5-star silver rank. It's impossible for you to be their opponent. What about you? Yi Ziyun anxiously said. They're coming for me. However, I have my own means to protect myself. I will lure them to the Tai E killing array and the Divine Lightning killing array and kill a few of them. Nelly lightly smiled and said, in this period of time, you should know the power of the Tai E killing array and the Divine Lightning killing array. Even your father was beaten to the ground by me. Yi Ziyun went silent for a brief moment. Big brother Nelly, I want to follow you. Nieyu's immature face had an unquestionable determination. Shall you be good? If you follow me, not only will you not be able to help me, you will also drag me down. Follow big sister Ziyun first. After big brother Nelly deals with them, I will immediately come back to find you. Nelly looked at Yi Ziyun and said, Ziyun, I'll leave Xiao Yu to you. Yi Ziyun looked at Xiao Yu and nodded her head with difficulty. She brought Xiao Yu and flew towards the secret chamber of the yard. As the daughter of the city lord, Yi Ziyun's yard has a very comprehensive security system. The secret chamber of the yard leads to Yi Zong's residence. Yi Ziyun knows that she can't help Nelly, so she can only look for her father to ask for reinforcements. Nelly took a glance at Yi Ziyun and Nieyu's back figures and immediately integrated with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. His body quickly changed and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The darkness of the night is the world of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. At this moment, a large number of guards quickly gathered at the south side of the City Lord's mansion. They brandished their weapons and charged towards the little flame demons, quickly falling into a chaotic battle. The majority of these guards are fighters. Demon spiritualists only make up a few tenths of them. However, the demon spiritualists quickly integrated with their demon spirits and became the main force of the battle. Boom! Boom! Raging flames danced and weapons clashed. The most frightening one is naturally the most powerful Abyss Demon. The Abyss Demon doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. It waved its huge flaming sword and slashed down. A towering rock tower collapsed. Several guards that were shooting with crossbows screamed as they fell from the rock tower. Whoosh! 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 A dense rain of arrows shot towards the Abyss Demon from all directions. The entire scene is extremely chaotic. Yi Xiao and the other 2 black gold rank demon spiritualists have already arrived at the scene. They integrated with their demon spirits and are ready to join the battle at any time. Yi Xiao, what should we do? One of the black gold rank demon spiritualists looked at Yi Xiao and asked. This Abyss Demon is an existence that isn't any weaker than a legend rank demon spiritualist. If it wasn't for the Abyss Demon's slow movements, the entire City Lord's mansion would have been razed to the ground. Lead it towards the west and use the Divine Lightning killing array to destroy it. Yi Xiao went silent for a moment and said in a solemn voice, This is the only way. Otherwise, the Abyss Demon will definitely destroy the entire City Lord's mansion. Chapter 118. The entire City Lord's mansion fell into chaos. Weapons clashed. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared at Nie Li's original residence. It's the black-clothed experts that integrated with their demon spirits. Did you guys find that kid? No, we couldn't find him. Damn it. Where did that kid go? Could it be that Yi Zong has already arranged another residence for him? One of the demons asked in doubt. I don't know. No matter what, we have to find him. Even if Yi Zong and Bunch were to make a move, they would need at least a few hours to kill the Abyss Demon. After all, it was summoned by consuming a space stone. This space stone must not be wasted. The leader, Black Fox, coldly snorted and said, Let's split up and search. Whoosh! 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 Figures flew in all directions. The 7 of them were all black gold rank experts, so they could easily avoid the guards of the City Lord mansion. Adding on the fact that the entire City Lord's mansion was in chaos, the experts of the City Lord's mansion had all gathered towards the south. Therefore, no one paid any attention to them. Nieli shuttled through the darkness. He's only a few thousand meters away from his original residence. From afar, he could feel a few auras. They're all at least black gold rank. The people from the Dark Guild are indeed here for him. They actually caused such a huge commotion. They're really willing to pay a huge price. With Nieli's current strength, he's still not a match for a black gold rank demon spiritualist. Only by luring them to the Tai killing array can he kill 1 or 2 black gold rank experts. However, what should he do next? Once he's discovered by those black gold rank demon spiritualists, he won't be able to run that far and will be killed. Boom! Boom! A few hundred meters away from Nieli, a battle broke out. A black gold rank demon spiritualist and 3 black gold rank fighters of the City Lord's mansion discovered an intruder. They immediately launched an attack, wanting to kill the intruder. The black-clothed demon spiritualist didn't show any weakness. He controlled the ice wind corpse worm to spit out cold ice and pounce towards one of the black gold rank fighters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless icicles shot towards the black gold rank fighter like a rain of arrows. How audacious! How dare you come to our city governor's mansion and behave atrociously? Don't even think about getting out today. The black gold rank demon spiritualist coldly snorted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a blood crocodile beast. His entire body was covered with terrifying spikes. Those sharp fangs would cause people to tremble in fear. The huge body moved forward. Pong, pong, pong. The icicles landed on the blood alligator's body and exploded into dust. It's a blood crocodile. The black-clothed man that transformed into the icewind corpse worm was greatly shocked. The City Lord's mansion is indeed a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. There's actually someone that integrated with the blood crocodile demon spirit. The blood crocodile's giant tail fiercely swung towards the icewind corpse worm. That whistling giant tail rubbed against the air, emitting sizzling electric lights. That terrifying soul aura swept out, suffocating people. Kill. What terrifying strength. The opponent is at least a 3-star black gold rank existence. The higher the black gold rank, the harder it is to cultivate. Normally, it's already very strong for a 1-star or 2-star black gold rank. Reaching 3-star black gold rank is extremely rare. The higher it is, the harder it is. Only a few can reach 5-star black gold rank. This guy that integrated with the icewind corpse worm is only a 1-star black gold rank. Feeling the terrifying energy whistling towards him, it's not something that he can resist. The icewind corpse worm suddenly underwent a bizarre change. It broke into 2 and escaped in 2 directions. Boom! The blood crocodile's giant tail smashed onto the ground in the middle. A huge crater with a radius of several meters was created on the ground. Gravel flew everywhere. Icicle doppelganger, you want to play with me with just this? The demon spiritualist that integrated with the blood crocodile furiously snorted. He waved his giant palm towards one of the icewind corpse worms. At the same time, within his fist, blood flames were ignited. The blood flames rolled with a blazing heat wave, causing people to feel fear. Just when the blood crocodile's giant palm was about to land on the icewind corpse worm, a black shadow flashed by. A sharp cold light pierced through the night sky. Lord Gong Liang, be careful. A black gold rank fighter beside him was the first to feel the danger. He coldly snorted and pounced towards the black shadow. A 1-star black gold rank fighter also dares to stop me. That black shadow coldly snorted, and with a PU sound, a cold light streaked across the neck of that black gold rank martial artist. Blood splattered. Damn it! Seeing his comrade being killed, the demon spiritualist that integrated with the blood crocodile furiously roared. He immediately turned around and waved his palm towards the black shadow. Boom! Both sides clashed, energy exploded like muffled thunder. The demon spiritualist that integrated with the blood crocodile retreated a few steps. His blood and chi were rolling. The black shadow opposite him rolled a few times, turned into a black light, and disappeared into the distance. A faint voice came from afar. Gong Liangshu, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. If there's an opportunity in the future, let's fight again. This time, I won't be accompanying you. Gong Liangshu calmed his blood and qi. Looking at the black shadow that disappeared, his eyes flashed with a trace of shock. That black shadow's strength wasn't any weaker than his. After being harassed by the black-clothed man, the demon spiritualist that integrated with the Ice Wind Corpse worm also disappeared. Black Fox Demon Spirit, I wonder who it is. As the City Lord's Mansion's deacon, Gong Liangshu's strength is ranked within the top 10 in the City Lord's Mansion. However, he has never met an expert that integrated with a Black Fox Demon Spirit. Looking at his comrade lying in a pool of blood, Gong Liangshu's eyes were bloodshot. He solemnly said, "No matter where you run to, I, Gong Liangshu, will not rest until you're dead. Chase them." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flew towards the direction where those people disappeared. If it wasn't for the City Lord's Mansion sending a large number of black gold ranked demon spiritualists to carry out missions outside of Glory City, the City Lord's Mansion would be empty. How could the City Lord's Mansion allow these people to come and go as they please? Seeing this scene, Nieli couldn't help feeling a little heavy in his heart. Another black gold rank fighter died in the hands of the Dark Guild. However, with his current strength, there's no way for him to chase after those fellows. This kind of thing has happened too many times. In his previous life, when the demon beasts attacked the city, Nieli personally saw countless experts of Glory City dying in battle, including this Gong Liangshu in front of him. Because of him, the trajectory of history has changed. The Dark Guild actually launched an attack on the City Lord's Mansion at all costs. Suddenly, Nieli felt an aura approaching him. His heart trembled. Indeed, someone has discovered him. "Kakik, little doll, I've finally found you." A black shadow appeared on the tree beside him. It's a black-clothed man that integrated with a meerkat. His movements were very light. His voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard, making it hard for others to detect his existence. After all, this is the City Lord's Mansion. Even a black gold ranked demon spiritualist has to be extra careful. Just when he was about to make his move on Nieli suddenly roared, "Lord Yizong, you're here?" They ran in that direction. Then, with a swoosh, he turned into a black shadow and flew into the distance. The black-clothed man that integrated with a meerkat slightly paused. "Yizong, where?" Although he's already a 2-star black gold rank demon spiritualist, if he encounters Yizong, he'll definitely not be able to return. One must know that Yizong is the pinnacle existence below legend rank. A 5-star black gold rank, only a step away from entering the legend rank. He looked around in bewilderment, but where's Yizong's shadow? Damn it, I've been tricked. He couldn't help cursing. He never thought that he would approach Nieli without anyone noticing. He thought that Nieli wouldn't be able to discover his presence. However, he never thought that this kid's perception would be so sharp. Furthermore, he's so treacherous and cunning, using Yizong to trick him. In that instant, Nieli had already run far away. "You want to run away from me? Dream on." He coldly snorted and pounced towards Nieli's direction, turning into an afterimage with a whoosh. Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's innate talent, aside from concealment, its movement speed is also very frightening. Although it can't be compared to a black gold ranked demon spiritualist, it won't be easy for that guy to catch up to him. Nieli madly ran towards the Tai E-killing array. Only by activating the Tai E-killing array can he kill a black gold rank expert. While running, Nieli glanced towards the south side of the City Lord's Mansion. The Abyss Demon waving the huge flaming sword was wreaking havoc as it slowly approached the Divine Thunder killing array. The Dark Guild is really willing to spend their capital to actually summon the Abyss Demon. I'm afraid that even if I use the Divine Thunder killing array, I can only trap it. If I want to kill the Abyss Demon, I'll have to use some extraordinary means. Countless thoughts flashed through Nieli's mind. Although he had some ideas, it's still a little hard to put them into action. After all, there's still a black gold rank demon spiritualist chasing after him. The soul force required to summon the Abyss Demon is very frightening. It's enough to exhaust the soul force of 6 black gold rank demon spiritualists to death, unless they use some extremely powerful item as a medium. It seems that the Dark Guild has paid a huge price to capture him. Just based on his own talent, he's afraid that it's not enough for the Dark Guild to pay so much attention to him. After all, even if his talent is extraordinary, he won't be able to pose any threat to the Dark Guild in the next 1 or 2 years. The Dark Guild can take their time to plan and not take such a huge risk to attack the City Lord's mansion. Unless the Dark Guild already knows that the elixir formulas of the Association of Alchemists were provided by him. After all, the paper can't cover the fire. Such a huge matter, it's impossible for the Dark Guild not to investigate. Even if it's just some clues, it's still possible to speculate. If that's the case, then everything can be explained. Although I'm only a 5-star silver rank, since you guys want to play, then let's see who can win. Nieli thought in his heart. Although his strength is still not the Dark Guild's opponent, with Nieli's life-saving means, it won't be easy for the Dark Guild to kill him. Chapter 119. Although the meerkat was getting closer and closer, Nieli's speed did not show any signs of slowing down. On the contrary, it was getting faster and faster. Let's see where you can run to. The demon spiritualist that integrated with the meerkat coldly snorted. He suddenly increased his speed and pounced forward. Whoosh! The meerkat's sharp claws fiercely clawed down towards Nieli. Umph! A 5-star silver rank? Ant still wants to run away? Seeing the meerkat's claws about to land on Nieli's body, Nieli let out a low growl. Void form. Nieli's body quickly disappeared into nothingness. Whoosh! The meerkat's claws passed through Nieli's body, but completely missed. It's as if Nieli disappeared into thin air. The black gold rank demon spiritualist that integrated with the meerkat demon spirit stopped in his tracks. His eyes frowned as he searched around. However, he couldn't find Nieli's location. Where the hell did that guy run off to? He frowned. Even with his keen sense of smell, he still couldn't track Nieli's location. However, he had a feeling that Nieli is definitely in the vicinity and not far away. This kid is pretty capable. No wonder Long Sha placed so much importance on him and sent us here personally. After Nieli's void form, he slowly moved towards the back of the rockery. Although the void form combat skill is useful, causing the opponent to be unable to sense his location, it has its drawbacks. That's that the movement speed is too slow. Furthermore, the duration of the effect isn't long. However, it's still possible to delay for a while. The black gold rank demon spiritualist searched the surroundings for a long time. After a brief moment, he disappeared. Nieli knows that the other party definitely hasn't gone far. He's still waiting in the surroundings. As long as Nieli appears, he'll pounce on him without any hesitation. Nieli slowly moved to the back of the rockery. He suddenly released the void form combat skill and ran away. Seeing Nieli's appearance, the black gold rank demon spiritualist immediately chased after Nieli. Humph, humph, I don't believe that you won't come out. It was not an easy task to get rid of this guy. It seemed like he had to use some tricks. With a thought, Nieli summoned the Thunder God's meteorite sword. A thought penetrated into the Thunder God's meteorite sword. In an instant, bolts of lightning streaked across the sky and gathered in the Thunder God's meteorite sword. A terrifying divine might swept out. After studying the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Nieli can basically confirm that the Thunder God's meteorite sword isn't something from this world. Or perhaps, the materials used to create the Thunder God's meteorite sword aren't from this world. Although Nieli is only a 5-star silver rank right now, he can still make the Thunder God's meteorite sword display a powerful might. The meerkat demon spiritualist felt a frightening lightning aura coming towards him. His breathing couldn't help becoming sluggish. What exactly was the sharp sword in Nieli's hand that contained divine thunder? Nieli's eyes suddenly shot out rays of divine light. He coldly snorted. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, striking towards the demon spiritualist. The demon spiritualist felt a bolt of lightning striking towards him. He was shocked. Just what is this weapon? It can actually trigger the might of lightning? Feeling the frightening lightning striking down, he immediately leaped to the side. Rumble. When the lightning struck the ground, it blasted a large pit in the ground. The lightning scattered in all directions, forming a small electric net. If the Thunder God's meteorite sword's power was fully unleashed, killing a legend rank expert would be an easy task. However, Nelly is only a 5-star silver rank. He can only use a small portion of the Thunder God's meteorite sword's power, being able to deter a black gold rank demon spiritualist for a moment, but to kill a black gold rank demon spiritualist is still extremely difficult. The meerkat demon spiritualist was simply about to explode from anger. Originally, as a black gold rank demon spiritualist, wanting to capture a silver rank demon spiritualist is an easy task. However, Nelly has all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. First, he suddenly used some kind of stealth combat skill. Then he took out this strange big sword. Up until now, he still hasn't been able to capture Nelly. Boom. Boom. Lightning bolts bombarded down. The demon spiritualist was constantly dodging. After merging with the meerkat, his movements were extremely agile. None of the lightning bolts hit his body. However, his speed was greatly hindered. There were several times when he tried to approach Nelly, but he was forced back by the dense electric net. The demon spiritualist coldly snorted. With just these tricks, even if you can block for a moment, so what? You still won't be able to escape. Just by relying on the Thunder God's meteorite sword, it's naturally impossible to block a black gold rank demon spiritualist. However, Nelly's motive is only to delay for a little more time. Looking up ahead, the towering stone pillar is already in front of him. Furthermore, Nelly can already sense the killing array with his soul imprint. Nelly's mouth muttered, both of his hands quickly forming seals. Although he's still a few hundred meters away from the killing array, Nelly can already activate the killing array. Seeing the towering stone pillar covered with all kinds of strange inscription patterns, the demon spiritualist that merged with the meerkat demon spirit felt a chill in his heart. Previously, he heard that these stone pillars are extremely powerful, to the point that they can even suppress his own. He's always doubted it. After all, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. However, since he's already here, he has no choice but to be cautious. What if those stone pillars are really that powerful? You want to get close to those stone pillars? Dream on. Since you're so disobedient, don't blame me for being impolite. The demon spiritualist that merged with the meerkat demon spirit furiously snorted. A spike grew out from his back, and with a whoosh, it pierced towards the direction of Nelly. This spike has a paralyzing poison. Even if it's just a little bit, it's more than enough to make Nelly lose all his fighting strength. The spike whistled towards Nelly. That frightening energy is enough to pierce through a person. He's aiming for Nelly's hands. If he's aiming for his heart, even a black gold rank demon spiritualist would die if he's careless. If it wasn't for Boss Long Sha instructing us to capture you alive, you'd definitely be dead. The demon spiritualist coldly snorted. The moment the demon spiritualist made his move, Nelly already sensed it. Meerkat spike, The corner of Nelly's mouth slightly smiled. The characteristics of these demon spirits, combat techniques, and whatnot, Nelly knows them all like the back of his hand. If he wants to capture me with a meerkat spike, then he's underestimating me too much. Let's see where you can run to now. The corner of the demon spiritualist's mouth revealed a proud smile. With Nelly's strength, it's impossible for him to dodge his attack. He can already see the scene of Nelly being poisoned and falling to the ground. Seeing that the meerkat spike was about to hit Nelly suddenly turned around and placed the Thunder God's meteorite sword before his chest. Asterisk ding. Asterisk the meerkat's spike bombarded the Thunder God's meteorite sword's blade and was actually blocked by the Thunder God's meteorite sword. How is this possible? The demon spiritualist was stunned for a moment. His meerkat spike's piercing speed was so fast, but Nelly actually accurately grasped the meerkat's thorn's attacking position and actually used the Thunder God's meteorite sword's blade to block it. Could it be that Nelly has eyes growing on his back? He never thought that a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist would be able to jump around under his eyes for so long, and he couldn't do anything to him. This really makes him depressed. What happened next made him even more dumbfounded. The meerkat's spike did not cause any damage to the Thunder God's meteorite sword. However, the shockwave was still as strong as before. Borrowing the impact of the meerkat's thorn, Nieli leaped backwards. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk his body was already dozens of meters away. The meerkat's thorn's attack actually allowed Nieli to successfully escape. On the contrary, the distance between them instantly increased by dozens of meters. Ha ha ha. Thanks for sending me off. Hearing Nieli's voice coming from afar, the demon spiritualist was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This kid is too cunning. He's like a loach. There's no way to catch him. Just when the demon spiritualist was about to continue his attack, Nieli has already landed within the range of the Tai E-killing array. Both of his hands quickly formed seals. The entire Tai E-killing array rumbled, radiating light in all directions. Within the dazzling light, both of Nieli's eyes shot out a dazzling light. At this moment, he's like a god that descended from the heavens. His body slowly floated up, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The demon spiritualist that integrated with the meerkat stopped in his tracks, bewildered as he looked in front of him. Is the array in front of him really as rumored, able to suppress even Yizong? Suddenly, a roar came from the front. An abyss bear ferociously pounced down. The demon spiritualist immediately raised his claws to block. Boom! The meerkat's claws and the abyss bear's huge paw collided. The demon spiritualist violently vomited blood and was sent flying. This abyss bear is something that even Yizong has to be careful of. So powerful. The demon spiritualist was shocked in his heart. The frightening strength of this abyss bear isn't something that he can withstand. It seems that the rumors about this strange array are all true. Retreat. The demon spiritualist naturally knows the power of this array. If even Yizong can't withstand this strange array, then there's no need to talk about him. After all, he's only a 2-star black gold rank demon spiritualist. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk the meerkat turned into an afterimage, trying to escape. Want to leave? Not a chance. Nieli coldly snorted. Both of his hands quickly formed seals. A flame swept towards the afterimage. This flame is the flaming snake, one of the black gold rank demon spirits within the Tai E-killing array. The blazing flame enveloped the meerkat. The meerkat constantly struggled, but was unable to break free. The demon spiritualist panicked. He frantically used his claws to attack the flaming snake, leaving wounds on the flaming snake's body. However, the flaming snake did not loosen its grip. Instead, it became tighter and tighter. Just when the demon spiritualist was about to use his secret technique, he suddenly felt a frightening aura. Raising his head to take a look, aside from the flaming snake and the abyss bear, there are dozens of demon spirits around him. All of them are black gold rank. Chapter 120. The demon spiritualist has already fallen into deep despair. Even if he managed to break free from the flaming snake's bindings with his secret technique, he'll be exhausted after using the secret technique. Furthermore, there are dozens of black gold rank demon spirits waiting for him. There's no way for him to escape. His heart was filled with regret. Who would have thought that a 5-star silver rank ant would be able to threaten him? If he had known earlier, even if he had to use all means possible, he would never have let Nieli escape. But now it's too late. The flaming snake continued to unleash blazing flames. The bindings are getting tighter and tighter. The demon spiritualist felt a terrifying suffocation and almost fainted. Berserker's heart. The demon spiritualist furiously roared. All the hair on his body stood up, emitting a scarlet luster. His sharp claws drew a chilling light, fiercely tearing the flaming snake apart. Puff, puff, puff. The flaming snake suffered a heavy injury. It constantly struggled, its tail flailing in all directions. In the demon spirit world, the meerkat is one of the natural enemies of the snake species. After suffering a heavy injury, the flaming snake immediately rolled to the side. Berserker's heart can instantly increase one's fighting strength by several times. However, the duration is very short. Furthermore, It's easy to lose one's rationality after going berserk. Furthermore, after using the berserker's heart, one will be exhausted. It's absolutely impossible to break the killing array with just the berserker's heart. Nieli wasn't surprised when he saw the flaming snake retreating. He wanted to use the flaming snake's bindings to force the black gold rank demon spiritualist to use all of his fighting strength, making him lose his rationality. Abyss Bear, go! The Abyss Bear furiously roared, pouncing towards the demon spiritualist. After using the berserker's heart, the demon spiritualist's eyes turned scarlet red. He was like a beast that had lost its rationality. He didn't care if his strength could defeat the Abyss Bear, and pounced toward the Abyss Bear. Boom! Boom! The energy constantly exploded in all directions, causing cracks to appear in the surroundings. Only a 2-star black gold rank. After using the berserker's heart, you can actually unleash such powerful might. However, since you've executed the berserker's heart, it's basically impossible for you to escape. Under Nieli's control, the Abyss Bear launched a storm of attacks towards the demon spiritualist. The Abyss Bear belonged to the type of demonic beast that had coarse skin and thick flesh. Its defensive ability was off the charts. Even if it were to face other demonic beasts that were a level higher than it, it would not fear them at all. As for the meerkat, it belongs to the agile type of demon spirit. It specializes in agility. If it were to escape, the Abyss Bear would have a hard time catching up. However, at this very moment, the demon spiritualist has completely entered into a berserk state. He no longer has the concept of escaping. Although the meerkat's attack power was not bad when it went berserk, it did not hurt the Abyss Bear at all. The Abyss Bear swung its paw and slapped down fiercely on the meerkat's head. Boom! The demon spiritualist was heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. The demon spiritualist still wanted to struggle. He furiously roared and tried to get up. However, the Abyss Bear ruthlessly stomped on his back. The entire ground trembled. The demon spiritualist violently vomited blood. Some of the meerkat's characteristics on his body slowly disappeared, returning to the appearance of an ordinary human. He laid there motionless, obviously unconscious. Suddenly, several figures flew over. It's Gong Liangshu and Bunch from earlier. Gong Liangshu and Bunch were extremely depressed. They've been chasing the members of the Dark Guild all over the place, but they couldn't catch a single one of them. The other party's strength is too strong. Furthermore, they're very careful and secretive, making them unable to make a move. It wasn't until they sensed an intense battle happening here that they rushed over. However, by the time they arrived, the battle had already ended. Seeing Gong Liangshu and Bunch coming over, Nieli slowly landed. He looked at Gong Liangshu and Bunch, slightly cupped his hands, and said, "Senior Gong Liangshu, this person is a black gold rank demon spiritualist from the Dark Guild. He's not dead yet. However, his soul realm has already shattered. Please escort him to the City Lord's Mansion's prison." A black gold rank expert from the Dark Guild definitely knows quite a bit of the Dark Guild secrets. He's still very valuable. Up until now, Glory City has yet to capture an expert of this level from the Dark Guild. Although Gong Liangshu was a little depressed in his heart, he still hasn't caught a single member of the Dark Guild. On the contrary, a 5-star silver rank like Nieli caught a big fish. However, he didn't have any dissatisfaction. After all, the other party has done a great deed for Glory City. Escort him to the prison. Be careful, don't let him escape. Gong Liangshu said in a solemn voice. Several black gold rank fighters behind Gong Liangshu immediately went up and tied up the Dark Guild's demon spiritualist. "I'll have to trouble you." After speaking, Nieli immediately flew to the side, preparing to activate the killing array and search for the next target. Just when Gong Liangshu and Bunch were preparing to escort the Dark Guild's demon spiritualist away, a white-robed figure flew over. This person is Yizong. He looked at the unconscious black gold rank demon spiritualist on the ground, then looked at Nieli. He never thought that Nieli would really use the killing array to capture an expert from the Dark Guild. Yizong received the news from Yiziyun. Therefore, he took the initiative to look for Nieli. However, he never thought that Nyeli would actually capture an expert from the Dark Guild. Nyeli and Yizong looked at each other. Both of them went silent for a moment. This is the imprint to control the Tai E killing array and the Divine Lightning killing array. Once you refine it, you'll be able to control these two killing arrays. Nyeli waved his right hand and threw out two rune stones with inscription patterns. Yizong grabbed the two rune stones with his right hand and looked at Nyeli in astonishment. You're willing to let me control these two killing arrays? You're not going to discuss any conditions with me? If it wasn't for the City Lord's mansion suddenly being attacked, you'll have it easy today. Nyeli turned his head. He and Yizong had always been on different sides. In his previous life, Yiziyun had told Nyeli many things about Yizong. He knew that Yizong was an extremely overbearing father, which caused Nyeli to have some opinions about Yizong. Therefore, in this life, he repeatedly wanted to reduce Yizong's prestige. However, Nyeli wasn't a person who didn't see the big picture. Now that the City Lord's mansion was under attack, they needed the two killing arrays to kill the enemy. In the face of righteousness, this little bit of personal trifles was fine. Nyeli also didn't intend to haggle with Yizong. I'll leave this place to you. I'll go take a look at the Divine Lightning killing array. Nyeli flew away. Looking at Nyeli's figure flying away and the two rune stones in his hand, Yizong's face revealed a trace of a gratified smile. He crushed the two rune stones. The inscription patterns on the rune stones slowly flew up, emitting a dazzling light. Yizong quickly refined the two rune stones. Gong Liangshu has never seen Nyeli before, so he asked Yizong, "City Lord, who is that person?" Yizong looked into the distance. His eyes were deep, smiled, and said, "A pretty good young man, the hope of our Glory City's future. The new generation will replace the old. We old things will soon have to give up our position and give it to these capable young men." Gong Liangshu looked at Yizong, nodded his head, and had a thoughtful look on his face. He wondered how Nyeli would feel if he was here and heard Yizong's evaluation of him. Glory City was still in a chaotic battle. The Abyss Demon and the little flame demons that were summoned have already killed God knows how many guards. Although Yishio had activated the Divine Lightning killing array, he could only barely trap the Abyss Demon. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck the body of the Abyss Demon. The roar of the Abyss Demon resounded throughout the entire City Lord's mansion. Aside from that, the City Lord's mansion was also under attack. Many silver and gold rank experts were killed. At this moment, in every corner of Glory City, the Kongming family, the big shots of the Kongming family, were communicating with each other using their soul force. Patriarch, the City Lord's mansion is under attack. At this moment, the patriarch of the Kongming family, who was wearing a gray robe, was standing on top of a tall building, looking at the City Lord's mansion in the distance. "Patriarch, what should we do?" The patriarch of the Kongming family, Chun Zhonglong, solemnly said, "No matter what, our Kongming family is the solid backing of the Snow Wind family. Chun Fei, bring 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists to reinforce the City Lord's mansion. The rest are to closely monitor the other areas of Glory City, in case the Dark Guild launches a sneak attack." Yes. The 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists leaped up and flew towards the direction of the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, aside from the Kongming family, the 7 major noble families and the 20 noble families also sent people to reinforce the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the sacred family, a black-clothed man, whispered into Shun Hong's ear, "Patriarch, they're currently attacking the City Lord's mansion. What should we do?" Shen Hong stared into the distance and coldly snorted. "Long Sha avoided me and acted alone. Aside from not wanting us to be exposed, he also doesn't want us to interfere in this matter. Since he doesn't need me to help him, why should I join the fun?" However, the other families have already sent people to reinforce the City Lord's mansion. Our sacred family can't do nothing either. Bring 2 black gold rank demon spiritualists over. Remember, just put on an act. There's no need to take action. Yes, I understand. The black-clothed man leaped up and entered the sacred family in a few leaps. Very quickly, three figures ran towards the direction of the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion, the majority of the Snow Wind family's experts were coordinating with the Divine Lightning Killing Array to restrict the Abyss Demon. As for the Silver and Gold rank guards, they were fighting with the Little Flame Demons. The entire scene was extremely chaotic. The Abyss Demon was temporarily restricted, but the Little Flame Demons were extremely arrogant. They were constantly slaughtering the guards, causing miserable shrieks to ring out from time to time. At this moment, even Ishio was a little anxious. When they finish killing the Abyss Demon, they'll probably suffer heavy losses. These Silver and Gold rank guards are the most elite members of the few legions controlled by the Snow Wind family. If the casualties are too high, it'll have a huge impact. Chapter 121. Under the attacks of the small flame demons, the city guards retreated step by step. We can't take it anymore. We can't hold on any longer. If this goes on, we'll suffer heavy losses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew over from afar. The Kongming family is here to provide support. The Winged Dragon family is here to provide support. The Tian'an family is here to provide support. The Association of Alchemists is here to provide support. Batches after batches of experts from various aristocratic families rushed over from all directions and joined the battle. With the help of these experts, the city guards, who were originally being forced to retreat, immediately held their lines and began to launch an all-out attack on the Little Flame Demons. Kill! The morale of the city guards was greatly boosted, and their battle cries shook the sky. Several Black Gold rank experts were killing the small flame demons, as though there was no one stopping them. Quick, seal that crack. Lava continuously flowed out of the cracks on the ground in the distance. After the lava fell to the ground, it turned into an endless stream of little flame demons. Only by sealing the crack and destroying the summoning formation could they stop the attack of the little flame demons. Several Black Gold rank experts of the Kongming family took the lead and charged towards the crack. Along the way, the small flame demons were killed one after another. Originally, the hearts of Ishio and the rest were burning with anxiety. However, after seeing this scene, they immediately felt relieved. It's because the families of Glory City are united that Glory City is able to stand until today. With so many comrades, it really makes them feel at ease. Ishio's gaze was focused on the Abyss Demon. Only by killing this Abyss Demon can their mission be considered complete. However, the lightning effect of the Divine Lightning Killing Array, which gathered all the lightning-attributed demon spirits, could only cause a certain amount of damage to the Abyss Demon. It's not enough to kill the Abyss Demon. After all, the Abyss Demon is an existence comparable to a legend rank expert. They don't have any legend rank experts on their side. How are they going to deal with the Abyss Demon? Just when Ishio was troubled, a figure quickly flew over. It's Nieli. I'll take over the Divine Lightning Killing Array. Nieli snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with both hands. After stepping into the range of the Divine Thunder Killing Array, the seal was quickly completed. Seeing that Nieli had arrived, Ishio gave up the control of the Divine Thunder Killing Array almost without hesitation. Nieli took out the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword without hesitation. The Thunder God's Meteorite Sword was able to draw upon the might of heavenly lightning, and it was very compatible with the Divine Thunder Killing Array. Without any hesitation, Nieli immediately activated the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky and gathered on the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword. Nieli brandished the sword, and the bolts of lightning bombarded the Black Gold rank lightning-type demonic beasts within the Divine Thunder Killing Array. When these Black Gold rank lightning-type demonic beasts were struck by the lightning, they instantly went berserk and exploded with even more powerful energy. On the bodies of these Black Gold rank lightning-type demonic beasts, countless bolts of lightning soared into the sky and gathered into a beam. This beam of lightning was several times thicker than when Ishio activated the Divine Thunder Killing Array. The terrifying lightning illuminated the entire city Lord's mansion. What a terrifying divine might. Even Ishio and the others had a change in expression. Boom! This bolt of lightning descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed onto the body of the Abyss Demon. Roar! The Abyss Demon let out a mournful roar. Previously, those bolts of lightning could only cause a little bit of damage to it and didn't affect it much. However, this time, the might of the lightning was several times stronger than before. It directly shattered a huge chunk of its shoulder. The Abyss Demon angrily waved its flaming sword and slashed down towards the Divine Thunder Killing Array. Boom! The Divine Thunder Killing Array was enveloped in a dense electric net. The flaming sword in the hands of the Abyss Demon was bounced away, and it only shook a little. However, the Abyss Demon didn't let it go. It violently waved its flaming sword and slashed down. If it continued to slash down, even the Divine Thunder Killing Array might be destroyed by the Abyss Demon. Boom! Boom! The Divine Thunder Killing Array kept on shaking. It's a pity that the 10,000 Demonic Beast Array is not complete. Otherwise, not to mention one Abyss Demon, even if there were dozens of them, they would still be killed. Nieli's gaze was fixed on the Abyss Demon in front of him. He activated the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword and once again condensed a Leju. At the instant when the Abyss Demon waved its flaming sword. Kill! Nieli's gaze emitted a chilling intent, like a grim reaper. The Leju in the sky once again bombarded towards the Abyss Demon. A crisp sound rang out. The Abyss Demon's fist that was holding the flaming sword was smashed into pieces. The Abyss Demon once again let out a mournful cry. The flaming sword in its hand fell onto the ground with a ding sound. However, the Abyss Demon endured the pain and stretched out its left hand to grab the flaming sword on the ground. Senior Yishio seized that huge sword, Nieli anxiously yelled. After activating the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword to attack twice, Nieli's soul force has already reached its limit. A portion of the Abyss Demon's power source comes from that flaming sword. As long as they seize the flaming sword, they can greatly weaken the Abyss Demon's strength. Hearing Nieli's words, Yishio and several other black gold rank demon spiritualists and fighters pounced forward. Boom! 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 Nieli controlled small lightning bolts, constantly attacking the Abyss Demon, obstructing its movement. Although they felt a blazing heat wave blowing towards them, Yishio and Bunch still clenched their teeth, picked up the flaming sword's hilt, and dragged it out. Seeing Yishio and Bunch snatching the flaming sword, the Abyss Demon furiously roared and extended its hand to grab towards Yishio and Bunch. Seeing this scene, Nieli's soul force has already been greatly exhausted. He once again activated his soul force. In an instant, Nieli's soul realm violently surged. All of his soul force was gathered towards the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword in his hand. The Thunder God's Meteorite Sword was buzzing. At this moment, it's like a huge black hole, frantically devouring Nieli's soul force. Crap! Nieli doesn't know what's wrong with the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword. It seems to have triggered some kind of strange energy. The soul force absorption speed simply exceeded Nieli's imagination. With Nieli's current soul force, he can't withstand this kind of devouring. After all, he's only a 5-star silver rank. At this moment, the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book on Nieli's chest also buzzed and emitted a dazzling white light. Boom! Nieli suddenly felt his soul realm explode. He felt a wave of dizziness, and the scenery in front of him became blurry. Damn it! Nieli's eyes were bloodshot. The feeling of his soul force being sucked dry was not a good feeling. His entire body felt like it was on fire. If he fainted, then Yishio and Bunch would also suffer. Go all out, throw caution to the wind. Nieli furiously roared and waved the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword in his hand. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky and gathered in Nieli's hand, turning into an incomparably thick Leju. As Nieli's sword slashed down, a huge Leju slashed towards the Abyss Demon. Boom! In a daze, Nieli heard an explosion. He could vaguely see that Leju bombarding the Abyss Demon's body. In the next moment, the Abyss Demon completely lost its consciousness and slowly floated down, wrapped in lightning. After all, he's only a 5-star silver rank. Using such a huge amount of power is already the limit of Niao Li's current strength. Yishio and Bunch were struggling to move the huge flaming sword. They wanted to move the huge flaming sword away. Seeing that the Abyss Demon's huge palm was about to slam down, the blazing flames were already rushing towards them. Suddenly, they felt an incomparably terrifying divine might descending from the sky. Raising their heads to look at the divine lightning killing array, they saw Nieli wrapped in endless lightning, forming an incomparably thick Leiju. It's several times thicker than before. Boom! The huge Leiju bombarded the Abyss Demon's body. In an instant, this Leiju pierced through the Abyss Demon's chest and exploded, creating a huge hole in the Abyss Demon's chest. The Abyss Demon mournfully roared and struggled nonstop. In the end, its scarlet eyes gradually dimmed and it fell to the ground. In that instant of silence, even Ishio and Bunch were dumbfounded on the spot, because the scene of Leiju piercing through the Abyss Demon's chest was simply too shocking. What a terrifying lightning energy! No one could imagine that the divine lightning killing array could actually display such a terrifying power in the hands of Nieli. At this moment, all the experts from the various families had their gazes on the youth that was slowly floating down, wrapped in lightning. Who is this youth? This youth is the super genius of the Tensei family. Tensei family. Many experts from noble families recalled that there's still a Tensei family in Glory City. Because the Tensei family strength was too weak, no one paid attention to them in the past. But at this moment, the name Tensei family was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Because of Nieli, they started to re-examine this family that they had always neglected. Aside from that, everyone also started to pay attention to Nieli. They finally understood what kind of genius appeared in the Tensei family. As the Abyss Demon fell to the ground, the City Lord's mansion's guards and experts from the various families burst into cheers. Their morale was greatly boosted. They waved their weapons and charged towards the little flame demons, causing the little flame demons to retreat. Without the Abyss Demon's restraint, more black gold ranked demon spiritualists and fighters were released and started to join the battle. With the addition of these black gold rank demon spiritualists and fighters, the little flame demons were even more unable to stop them and slowly retreated into the crack. Some of the black gold rank demon spiritualists started to seal the crack. The demon spiritualists from the Dark Guild used a kind of array to open the passage to the Abyss world. As long as they seal the crack and dismantle the array, they will be able to restore this place to its original state. At this moment, within the divine lightning killing array, Nieli slowly floated down to the ground. Yishio flew over and landed beside Nieli. He checked Nieli's body condition and slightly frowned his brows. He then carried Nieli and flew away. Chapter 122. City Lord's mansion. Noticing that the Abyss Demon was killed, the people from the Dark Guild that infiltrated the City Lord's mansion quickly retreated, quickly disappearing into the darkness. In another location, within the shadows of the darkness, a figure quietly stood there. This black-clothed man saw the entire process of the Abyss Demon being killed by the Divine Thunder-killing array. He saw Nieli being carried away by Ishio. The corner of his mouth slightly pursed. His hoarse voice was low and deep. Interesting. There were several times when he couldn't help but want to take action and snatch Nieli from Yishio's hands. However, he gave up in the end and looked towards another direction. I know that you've already sensed me and are waiting for me to make a move. However, it won't be that easy to track me. You've won this confrontation. However, it won't be that easy the next time. The black-clothed man coldly laughed, his figure slowly disappearing into the darkness. Beside the Tai killing array, Yizong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The aura that had been lingering in his heart and made him vigilant has already disappeared. He knows that the other party has left. From a moment the Abyss Demon appeared, aside from capturing the two Dark Guild demon spiritualists, Yizong has been vigilant against this aura that made him feel uneasy. Even after the other party disappeared, Yizong still couldn't find his location. Looks like the other party has no intention of making a move. Yizong inwardly thought, if the other party were to make a move, even if it's Yizong, he'll inevitably fall into a fierce battle. Suddenly, a black gold rank fighter hurriedly ran over. Lord Yizong, not good, the fighter hurriedly said. What happened? Yizong suddenly had a bad premonition. The 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists that we captured earlier are all dead, the fighter said, cupping his hands. As expected, Yizong tightly clenched his fist. In order to prevent the 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists from escaping, Yizong completely destroyed their soul realms, making it impossible for them to recover their cultivation. Originally, he wanted to imprison them in the City Lord's mansion's secret prison. In the future, he can interrogate them to find out where the Dark Guild is hiding. However, he never thought that the Dark Guild would be so ruthless. They cut off their wrists and killed the 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists. They sent people to break into the prison? What's their strength? Logically speaking, no one should know about the secret prison of the City Lord residence. How did the other party know its location and launch an attack? Everything had to be investigated thoroughly. The fighter replied, reporting to the City Lord, no one came to break the prison. The 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists died mysteriously. Mysteriously died? Yizong's heart trembled. The Dark Guild's people really have good methods. If he didn't guess wrongly, the Dark Guild must have placed soul chains on the 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists. Once they discover anyone being captured, they'll immediately activate the soul chains and kill them. With such methods, they've basically stopped the betrayal of their underlings. No wonder the Dark Guild is so mysterious. Even until now, none of the families in Glory City know the location of the Dark Guild. At this moment, outside the City Lord's mansion, a black-clothed man quietly stood. The other black-clothed men were respectfully kneeling. Not a single one of them dared to make a sound, including the few black gold rank. A total of 8 black gold rank came. 1 was killed by the Abyss Demon, 2 were killed by Yizong, and 1 was killed by that youngster. As for the people that went to the Heavenly Marks family to capture that youngster's parents, they did not find anything. You bunch of trash, that black-clothed man coldly snorted. Lord, we never thought that those 2 weird arrays would have such powerful might. Furthermore, there are several black gold rank experts guarding the Tensei family. Furthermore, they've already made preparations. We couldn't find a residence of that youth's parents at all. That black-clothed man opened his right hand. The 3 black talisman stones in his hand were already shattered into pieces. Forget it this time. If you still don't do your job well next time, you'll be the same as the 3 of them. The black-clothed man's voice sounded as if it came from hell. Seeing this scene, the bodies of the people kneeling down trembled, showing fear on their faces. These 3 black talisman stones are the soul stones of the 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists that were captured. Once the black-clothed man forms a seal, causing the 3 talisman stones to shatter, the 3 black gold rank demon spiritualists will be locked by the soul chains and die, without a doubt. Ever since they joined the Dark Guild, their fates have been completely dominated. Their souls were locked onto that small soul stone. As long as that soul stone is shattered, they'll die. It's not that they didn't resist, but those who resisted were all killed. That tragic death was something that they couldn't bear to look at. As for escaping, the Dark Guild is too powerful. Even if you run to any place, they'll still be able to capture you back. Therefore, they can only be enslaved, carefully doing things for the Dark Guild. Occasionally, some of their companions would die, causing them to feel sad. However, even if there were people dying every year, there would always be new members of the Dark Guild crawling out from the cruel hell-like training grounds, enriching the Dark Guild, causing the Dark Guild to grow stronger and stronger. For Glory City, the Dark Guild will always be a terrifying nightmare. Let's go. We'll return and report to the Demon Lord. The black-clothed man turned around and walked forward. The group of black-clothed men that were kneeling on the ground looked at each other and followed. What they don't know is that on a big tree on a faraway mountain peak, a huge bird is steadily standing there. Its entire body is made out of metal. Its eyes were extremely sharp, piercing through the darkness. This huge bird is the soul puppet that sealed ancestral founder Yi Yan's soul. City Lord's mansion Li was quietly lying on the bed. His eyes were closed, and he was still in a state of unconsciousness. "Father, what's wrong with Nieli?" Yiziyun anxiously asked, her eyes filled with concern. Not knowing why, when she saw Nieli's eyes were closed, Yiziyun felt a burst of heartache, and tears couldn't help flowing down. "Big brother Nieli, wake up!" Yu, who was by the side, was crying nonstop. Yizong and Yishio quietly stood by the side. "Lord Yizong, what's wrong with him?" Yishio looked at Yizong and asked. Yizong lightly sighed and said, "If it's just overusing his soul force, it's still fine. But for some reason, his soul realm has been completely drained. This is a little problematic." Yizong went silent for a moment, looked at Yishio and said, "Take the leaf of the misty leaf grass and let Nieli consume it." Hearing Yizong's words, Yishio's brows twitched. He looked at Yizong in disbelief. He was a little surprised that Yizong was actually willing to take out the leaf of the misty leaf grass and let Nieli consume it. With Yizong's current cultivation, he was only a step away from the legend rank, and the leaf of the misty leaf grass was the key to him advancing to the legend rank. The leaf of the misty leaf grass was extremely rare and precious. It only appeared in the deep mountains and forests. Moreover, a mature misty leaf grass would often have a legend-ranked demon beast guarding it. That time, Lord Yimo narrowly escaped death and snatched the leaf from a legend-ranked demon beast. Yizong stared at Yishio and said in a deep voice, "Why are you still not going to take it? Saving people is more important." "Yes." Yishio quickly went to the treasury of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the tears streaming down Yiziyun's face, Yizong sighed slightly in his heart. The reason why he was full of hostility towards Nieli before was because of a father's desire to protect his daughter. Seeing Yiziyun like this, Yizong sighed in his heart. No father can keep his daughter by his side forever, so he can only let her be. Although Nieli wasn't a proper boy, he was still hot-blooded in his heart. In today's battle, they were able to repel the Dark Guild, and Nieli deserved great credit. Yizong's attitude towards Nieli also began to change. A moment later, according to Yizong's instructions, Yiziyun grinded the misty leaf grass into powder, then mixed it with water and let Nieli slowly consume it. Looking at Yiziyun's slow and meticulous manner, Yizong couldn't help shaking his head. Girls are extroverted, indeed. Thinking about it, he shouldn't get involved in the lives of youngsters anymore. Yizong slowly retreated. A very, very long dream. In the dream, Nieli seemed to have returned to the moment when Glory City was destroyed. Countless people were screaming in the flames, and the cries of women and children could be heard from the surroundings. The entire Glory City was in a sea of flames. Nieli saw his clansmen being killed with his own eyes. This group of children escaped under the protection of several experts of the family. In the dream, his father said, "You guys are the hope of the family. As long as you guys are alive, the family will continue to exist." After saying that, his father went to meet his death. In the dream, he and Yiziyun were tightly hugging each other. Yiziyun was telling him about the past. In his embrace, she was stroking his chin and softly muttered, "No matter which one of us dies, the other one has to live on bravely." After that, that moment of looking back became an eternal farewell. At that moment, Nieli's face was covered in tears. "Zun," Nieli desperately called out, trying to grab onto Yiziyun's hand. However, he could only watch as Yiziyun slowly disappeared into the endless darkness. In a room after knowing about Nieli's situation, Xiao Ninger immediately rushed over from her home. However, she saw that Yiziyun was already taking care of Nieli. She and Yiziyun were silently guarding Nieli's side. The two of them did not speak a word. The two of them were childhood playmates, familiar with each other, yet a little unfamiliar. Xiao Ninger wrung the towel and placed it on Nieli's forehead. She quietly looked at Nieli's face. Not too long ago, this big boy had never attracted her attention. In her heart, there was only one dream, and that was to become even stronger. However, in the trial grounds, Her fate had quietly changed. At the same time, in her heart, other than cultivation, there was now something even more precious in her heart. Chapter 123. Seeing Xiao Ning, sitting at the head of Nye Li's bed, Yi Ziyun lightly sighed and walked to the side. Although she pretended to be indifferent, she still cast her gaze at Nye Li from time to time. Looking at Nye Li, who was quietly lying there, Yi Ziyun's emotions were very complicated. Ninger likes you so much. Why do you have to chase after me? Yi Ziyun's heart had some faint resentment. Nye Li barged into her life in such an unreasonable way, causing ripples to appear in her originally calm heart. When Nye Li asked her to bring Nye Yu away, Yi Ziyun realized that she was actually so concerned about Nye Li's safety. Later on, when she found out that Nye Li was still in a deep sleep, Yi Ziyun realized how worried she was. So, Nye Li had also barged in her heart. However, what should she do next? Nye Li, who was originally in a deep sleep, suddenly struggled in pain. His brows were tightly knitted, causing Xiao Ning, to be extremely nervous. Nye Li should be having a nightmare, right? Xiao Ning, said with some worry. Ziyun. The sleeping Nye Li had a painful expression on his face as he cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. At this moment, his face was already covered in tears. Not knowing what Nye Li was dreaming about, the sound of Ziyun tore Xiao Ning's heart apart. She forcefully held back her tears. From the beginning, when she came into contact with Nye Li told her that he liked Yi Ziyun. However, Xiao Ning, still fell for Nye Li without any hesitation. The word Ziyun made the atmosphere between Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun even more awkward. Yi Ziyun also couldn't understand why Nye Li would dream of her and why he would cry in such pain. She even had the illusion that the Yi Ziyun Nye Li was calling wasn't her. In her heart, she really couldn't understand why Nye Li would like her so much, to the point that he would even call out her name in his dreams. In Yi Ziyun's heart, there was a faint feeling of being touched, as well as feeling indebted to Xiao Ninger. The atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. Ninger, Yi Ziyun didn't know what to say. She knows that Xiao Ninger likes Nye Li a lot, but she took away the person that Xiao Ninger liked the most in her heart. Xiao Ninger's shoulders slightly trembled. She held back her tears and lowered her head to look at Nye Li's face. She covered the quilt that Nye Li threw away and stood up straight. At this moment, she changed into her usual cold and arrogant expression. Yi Ziyun, since young, I've always been envious of you. You're the daughter of the city lord. No matter what, no one would dare to force you. As long as you stretch out your hand, all the beautiful things in this world will be sent to your hands. As for me, I have to rely on myself to fight for everything. In order to fight against the engagement with the sacred family, I didn't even hesitate to fight with my life. In this world, it's really too hard to find a person that is worthy of wholeheartedly liking. Nye Li made me realize the meaning of living. In my heart, Nye Li is that irreplaceable person. I don't know what happened between you and Nye Li. The relationship between the two of you made Nye Li so painstakingly remember it. Even in his dreams, he would think of you. Xiao Ninger's voice paused for a moment. Her eyes flashed with a trace of sadness, which immediately turned firm, but it doesn't matter. I, Xiao Ninger, will not admit defeat so easily. No matter what happens, I will always stay by Nye Li's side. Even if Nye Li doesn't notice me, I'm willing to be his shadow, although the one he likes is you. Even if the two of you end up together, I won't give up. Xiao Ninger quietly stood there. The bright moonlight shone through the window, shining on her body. Wearing a tight leather dress, she looked like a pure goddess statue. She looked at the sleeping Nye Li. Her eyes flashed with a trace of gentleness. At this moment, Yi Ziyun doesn't know how to answer Xiao Ninger. Perhaps the knot between her and Xiao Ninger will never be untied. Furthermore, she can't say that she will give Nye Li to Xiao Ninger. This would be disrespectful to Xiao Ninger and also disrespectful to Nye Li. Perhaps Yi Ziyun's heart is a little reluctant. Her heart was in a mess. The difference between Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger is that Yi Ziyun's character is quiet and indifferent. She only lives in a quiet world. If it wasn't for Nye Li's sudden intrusion, perhaps she would never have such troubles. However, Nelly has already suddenly intruded in this narrow room. The two girls were filled with emotions. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. 3 days passed, but Nelly still hasn't woken up. The two girls tacitly took turns to take care of Nelly. Nelly was cultivating in her room. When she's tired, she would lie on the table and sleep for a while. In these few days, the various buildings in the City Lord's mansion were being completed. The 10,000 demonic beast arrays blueprint has already been handed over to Yishio. After understanding the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array, they sent people to construct it without stopping. If the 10,000 demonic beast array was already completed, how could the Dark Guild's people be able to come and go so arrogantly? City Lord's Mansion's meeting Hallie Zong is currently dealing with various matters. The number of casualties in this battle is too high. He has to arrange for compensation. The City Lord's Mansion was heavily damaged, so he has to send people to repair it. During this period of time, Yizong would secretly visit Nieli from time to time. However, he didn't let Yi Ziyun and the rest know about it. City Lord, young Master Yihan seeks an audience. A guard hurriedly ran in. Oh, little Han is back? Quickly let him in. Yizong's tightly knitted brows loosened as he lightly smiled. The guard immediately ran out. Very quickly, a handsome young man walked in. He's wearing a white robe. His body is like a jade tree. His facial features are as clear as a sculpture. His angular face is exceptionally handsome. Tall nose, moderately thick lips, a head full of black lush hair, and a pair of clear and spirited eyes under his sword-like brows. Anyone who sees him would be unable to help praising him. What a handsome young man. Yihan, the adopted son of City Lord Yizong. He might even be the next City Lord successor. He has always received the attention of various families in Glory City. After his coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 13, various families sent people over to propose marriage. However, all of them were rejected by Yihan with the reason that he needs to concentrate on his training. Yihan did not disappoint everyone. At the age of 18, he reached 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist, becoming the genius with the most potential after Yimo. After that, he followed an elder of the Snow Wind family to train for 2 years. Of course, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Nieli, the title of #1 genius would definitely be firmly held by Yihan. Little Han is back. Where is Elder Yiming? He didn't come back together? Yizong laughed and asked in doubt. Yihan slightly cupped his hands, appearing to be very polite, and said, Elder Yiming found a secret realm. That place is too dangerous for me, so he asked me to return to Glory City first. Oh, so that's the case. Haha, it's good that you're back. Yizong patted on Yihan's shoulder. Little Han has grown taller and is even more elegant than before. Recently, your training hasn't fallen behind, right? Yeah, your son has already cultivated to 3-star gold rank. When Yihan talked about his own cultivation, he appeared to be very calm, with an indescribable indifference. 3-star gold rank? Not bad, not bad. It has greatly exceeded my expectations. Yizong laughed and said, Tonight, I'll hold a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to welcome you. Thank you, foster father. Yihan lightly smiled, looked around, and curiously asked, I wonder where Sister Ziyun is right now. Yizong slightly paused, smiled, and said, Ziyun still doesn't know that you're back. I'll send someone to inform her. Yihan nodded his head, revealing a trace of gentleness, pursed his lips, and said, This time, I brought some gifts for her. Ziyun is currently taking care of an injured friend. I'll send someone to call her. It won't be too late to send your gifts tonight. I still have to test your training. If you don't pass, I'll punish you to face the wall. Yizong said, laughing. Yes. Yihan's expression turned serious, nodded his head, and said, Every movement of the City Lord's mansion is something that every family in Glory City is paying attention to. They suddenly receive an invitation to attend Yihan's welcoming banquet, and all of them sent people over. Have you guys heard? The eldest son of the City Lord's mansion is back. Tonight, the City Lord is going to hold a welcoming banquet for the eldest son. I heard that the eldest son's cultivation has already reached 3-star gold rank in just 2 years. 3-star gold rank? That's incredible. With this kind of training speed, I'm afraid that he's already the #1 genius in Glory City, right? #1 genius? That's not necessarily true. Recently, Glory City has several extraordinary geniuses, including the one who killed the Abyss Demon, Nieli. I'm afraid that he's the #1 genius. That's true. With the invitation of the City Lord, all the families naturally sent their representatives. The Sacred Family's patriarch even personally attended the banquet. As for the Association of Alchemists, they sent Yang Xin as their representative. Huyin family. Dad, that kind of banquet is so boring. Why do you still want me to go? A tender voice was heard. This voice simply could melt a person's bones. The one who spoke is Huyin Lanra. She's wearing a sexy silk dress. Her figure is extremely hot and sexy. The jade peaks in front of her chest are proud and straight. The white dress can't cover the deep ravine. When she walks, it's slightly trembling. Her eyes are charming and moving. It's simply a beauty that can bring disaster to a country. Lanra, it's not that I want to say this, but at your age, you should have gotten married long ago. However, no one likes you. This time, the young master of the City Lord's mansion has returned. He's incomparably handsome. His talent is also pretty good. His family background is even more robust. There's nothing to nitpick about. Doesn't he meet your standards? Chapter 124. Indeed, all of Yihan's conditions can be considered as outstanding, simply impeccable. Furthermore, Huyin Lanra had met Yihan when she was 13 years old. She was secretly admiring him, but why did she shrink back now? Standards can change. A figure flashed in Huyin Lanra's mind. Ever since the previous incident, Huyin Lanra found it hard to forget. However, Nieli has been hiding from her, which made her very angry. Later on, she heard that Nieli has moved into the City Lord's mansion. It must be Yizun, that little vixen, who abducted him. I don't believe that the man that I, Huyin Lanra, have taken a fancy to, would let him run away. Huyin Lanra angrily thought, proudly puffing out her chest. Right? City Lord's mansion? I wonder if Nieli will participate in this banquet. There's no harm in taking a look. Huyin Lanra thought a while, turned her head towards Huyin Xiong, and said, Okay, I'll go. However, you can't control where I go and what I do. Daughter, you're not going to crash the banquet, right? Don't be impulsive. We might as well not go to this banquet. Huyin Xiong never thought that Huyin Lanra would change so quickly. He felt that something was fishy. Huyin Lanra's temper is not something that he doesn't know. Crashing the City Lord's Mansion's banquet is something that she can do. Crashing the City Lord's Mansion's banquet? Do I, your daughter, look like a shrew? Huyin Lanra stared at Huyin Xiong. Huyin Xiong almost nodded his head, but immediately shook his head. Huyin Lanra's character is no different from her mother's. In just a moment, Huyin Lanra changed from a valiant look to a cute and helpless look. She coquettishly said, Dad, how can you say that about me? I'm a beautiful young girl that everyone loves. Tonight, I must dress up beautifully. Let all the men that attend the banquet see me. They can forget about shifting their gaze to another woman. Finishing her words, Huyin Lanra hummed a tune and walked towards her room. Looking at Huyin Lanra's back figure, Huyin Xiong was slightly stunned for a moment, then bitterly smiled. He only hopes that Huyin Lanra won't mess up the City Lord's banquet. In any case, he can't control his daughter. Huyin Xiong and Yizong are brothers that grew up together. They have gone through life and death together. He is Yizong's right-hand man and one of the strongest supporters of the Snow Wind family. Therefore, Huyin Xiong isn't too worried. After experiencing the previous chaotic battle, the entire Glory City is in a very tense state. The security of important areas is several times stronger than usual. After knowing that the City Lord's mansion was attacked by the Dark Guild, all the residents of Glory City felt a little panicked. After all, the Dark Guild never dared to be this arrogant in the past. Apart from the common people, the aristocratic families were also in a tense state. Yizong had gathered all the aristocratic families to hold a banquet this time. On one hand, it was to ease the current atmosphere, and on the other hand, it was to pass on some news to the aristocratic families. Therefore, for this banquet, Every aristocratic family would definitely send a very important person to be present. City Lord's mansion Iziyun's Yardnya, Lee has already woken up. Although he's still a little weak, he's basically fine. Nieli is very clear about his own situation. When his soul force was sucked dry, it would take at least 10 days for him to slowly recover. However, this time, he only needed 3 to 5 days to recover. He felt the soul force in his body. Although it's a lot less than before, it's more refined and pure. Perhaps it's because of the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book. Nieli pondered a while. The Temporal Demon Spirit book has a very mysterious power. He has always kept the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book with him. When he was killing the Abyss Demon, Nieli also felt the energy released by the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book, warming his soul realm. When Nieli woke up, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger were by his side. This made Nieli a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he was also a little touched. Nieli waved his hand towards Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger, chuckling, "Haha, good morning. I had a good sleep." "Morning? It's almost night now." Yi Ziyun rolled her eyes at Nieli and snorted. However, seeing Nieli's lively appearance, Yi Ziyun's tightened heart finally relaxed. Seeing that Nieli has woken up, Xiao Ninger is already very happy. She only deeply stared at Nieli. Although he was unconscious, Nieli clearly knew how much time had passed. Perhaps this was a habit that he had developed in his previous life. This kind of extraordinary perception cannot be explained with common sense. Nieli turned over and jumped down from the bed, stretching his arms and legs. "My strength has recovered to more than 80% of my peak. The degree of soul force concentration is even better than before. There is no problem at all." Nieli secretly thought. Since Nieli is so lively, there should be no problem. After a moment of silence, Yi Ziyun opened her mouth and said, "Tonight, my big brother Yi Han will come back. I will go to the banquet to welcome him. I will let Ninger stay behind to take care of you." After saying that, Yi Ziyun turned around and prepared to leave. However, thinking that Nieli will be alone with Xiao Ning, her heart felt slightly sour. "Why do I have to leave?" Yi Ziyun asked herself in her heart. However, she did not have an answer. "Yi Han?" Nieli carefully recalled the conversation between him and Yi Ziyun in his previous life. The information regarding Yi Han is extremely little. Nieli only knows that Yi Han is Yi Zong's adopted son and grew up together with Yi Ziyun. As for the rest, he doesn't know. Nieli couldn't understand why Yi Ziyun didn't mention anything about Yi Han in his previous life. Recalling the final battle of Glory City in his previous life, Nieli didn't have any memory of Yi Han. It's as if this person never appeared. A mysterious guy. Such a lively banquet, and you actually don't let us participate. Yi Ziyun, you're too disloyal. Nieli's left hand hooked on a Ninger's neck, and his right hand hooked onto Yi Ziyun's. Let's go. It's more lively when everyone is together. Xiao Ninger was a little unnatural, but she calmly accepted it. Nieli is such a person. "Nieli, let go of your hand. Otherwise, I'll fight out with you." This was Yi Ziyun's angry voice. "Hey, aren't you being too petty?" Nieli felt a sudden pain on his waist and let out a scream. City Lord's mansion, reception hall, banquet toasts were exchanged. Yi Zong and the higher-ups of the major and noble families were chatting in a low voice above the hall. The youngsters were chatting in the middle of the hall. The young masters and ladies of the various families were all here. There's a total of 50 to 60 people. Among the youngsters in the middle of the hall, Yi Han was undoubtedly the most eye-catching one. He was surrounded by the crowd. "Yi Han, long time no see." Chun Linjian crossed his arms as he looked at Yi Han. Although he's a little younger than Yi Han, he's the only one whose aura isn't any weaker than Yi Han's. "Yeah, it's already been 2 years." Yi Han politely smiled. "In just 2 years, you've actually advanced from 1-star gold rank to 3-star gold rank. Truly impressive." Shun Fei, who was by the side, complimented, "Young Master Shun is overpraising me." Although he was surrounded by the crowd, Yi Han still had a calm and indifferent look on his face. His gaze swept across the crowd as if he was looking for something. His calm and indifferent appearance attracted the attention of the young ladies from the various aristocratic families. One has to say that Yi Han is indeed the ideal partner of the girls from the various families. Due to the fact that Yi Han hasn't gotten a wife, some of the girls were still unwilling to get married, even though they're already a little older. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. A young girl dressed in gorgeous clothes walked in from the entrance. At this moment, it was as if all the gazes in the entire hall were focused on her. That beautiful face that wasn't exquisite was simply like a celestial being. Her noble and elegant long skirt dragged on the ground, and her delicate shoulders were exposed to the air. Her skin was as white as cream, and it seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Some of the aristocratic kids had their eyes fixed on her. Everyone says that the daughter of the Huyin family is a tigress. However, she's also a sexy tigress. Although Huyin Lanrua is called a tigress, the elegant temperament that she occasionally reveals is also incomparably breathtaking. If I can marry this tigress, even if I have to become a henpecked husband like Huyin Xiong, it's worth it. Even Yi Han, who had always been indifferent, could not help but have his eyes light up, revealing traces of admiration. Huyin Lanrua slowly and elegantly walked to the center of the hall. The surrounding aristocratic kids gave way to Huyin Lanrua. Among the younger generation, the most influential ones are Yi Han, Chun Linjian, Shun Fei, and behind them is Huyin Lanrua. Aside from their strength and talent, they're also the successors of their families. This is the power of authority. Big brother Yi Han, long time no see. Huyin Lanrua slightly nodded towards Yi Han. It's been a long time. I remember that when I left, Lanrua was still a young and inexperienced girl. Who would have thought that after not seeing you for 2 years, you've already become so lovely? Yi Han laughed heartily. The surrounding women looked at Huyin Lanrua and couldn't help casting jealous gazes at her. Regardless of appearance or family background, they are all inferior when compared to Huyin Lanrua. When Huyin Lanrua was 12 or 13 years old, she once expressed her love to Yi Han. However, the hazy first love of a young girl quickly disappeared without a trace. Big brother Yi Han is overpraising me. When Huyin Lanrua was talking to Yi Han, she seemed a little absent-minded. Her gaze kept drifting to the side, as though she's looking for something. Feeling Huyin Lanrua's attitude, Yi Han was a little disappointed. When he was young, Huyin Lanrua even confessed to him. Although until now, Yi Han still hasn't fallen in love with Huyin Lanrua, Huyin Lanrua's cold attitude still made him a little disappointed. Which man doesn't want to be the focus of a woman's pursuit to enjoy the feeling of superiority of being admired by a woman? Chapter 125. Noticing something, Shun Fei came up to smooth things over. He laughed and said, I still remember that when Lanrua was young, she was clamoring to marry big brother Yi Han. Lanrua still hasn't found her sweetheart. Could it be? Hearing that, Yi Han lightly smiled and said, How can matters of childhood be taken seriously? The youths from the other aristocratic families echoed and laughed heartily. Indeed, matters of childhood can't be taken seriously. Huyin Lanrua curled her lips. Her brows twitched as she stared at Shun Fei and said, How many years has it been? You still dare to bring it up? Shun Fei, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. If you dare to use this matter to make fun of me, I'll kick your balls. The atmosphere was dead silent. Shun Fei was incomparably embarrassed. His smile froze on the spot. There was an indescribable chill in the surrounding. Huyin Lanrua's domineering declaration doesn't match with her clothes. At this moment, Huyin Lanrua is like an empress. Her gaze swept across the people who were laughing. Seeing this, those people forcefully held back their laughter. Damn, Huyin Lanrua still hasn't changed her tigress nature. Whoever bumps into the muzzle of the spear is dead for sure. None of the surrounding people dared to speak. Only Yi Han lightly coughed and said, Everyone, don't mention this matter anymore. Let it go. Ha! Shun Fei awkwardly laughed. Shun Fei, I heard that you and my family's Nieli aren't on good terms. Huyin Lanrua looked at Shun Fei and coldly snorted, If you dare to find trouble with my family's Nieli again, don't blame me for being impolite. My family's Nieli? Since when did Nieli become your family? The surrounding youths looked at each other. Although Nieli has been in the limelight recently, they have never heard of Huyen Lanruo and Nieli getting together. Nieli? Yihan was slightly puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this name. After coming back, he had only seen Yizong, and he had never heard Yizong mention Nieli. Big brother Yihan, that Nieli is a genius that recently appeared in our glory city. A member of an aristocratic family whispered in Yihan's ear. Yihan roughly understood what kind of person Nieli is. At the age of 14, he has already reached 5-star silver rank. This cultivation speed is indeed very shocking. Even Yihan only reached 1-star gold rank at the age of 16. At the age of 14, he was only bronze rank. Unless it's someone who's smart early, the golden period for cultivation would be between the age of 14 and the age of 22. This period of time is the fastest period for cultivation. Reaching 5-star silver rank at the age of 14, other than talent, one must also have wisdom that surpasses ordinary people. Oh, this has piqued my interest. Yihan lightly smiled and said, Lanruo, you can't blame me for this matter. You can only blame that kid Nieli for being too fickle, seducing my fiancée. Although Xiaoning didn't marry into our family, if this matter were to happen to any man, who would be able to endure it? Shunfei said with a bitter and vengeful look. Huyen Lanruo snorted and said, I don't care about this matter. Are you sure that it was Nieli who seduced your fiancé, and not your fiancé who pestered him? Stunned, everyone looked at Huyen Lanruo in shock. Nieli has a scandal with another woman. Shouldn't Huyen Lanruo pursue Nieli's fault? She's actually helping Nieli get out of it? Just what kind of weirdo is this daughter of the Huyen family? Shunfei glanced at Yihan and suddenly thought of something. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked and said, aside from Xiaoning, I also heard that Nieli is pestering Yi Ziyun. He even took the initiative to confess to Yi Ziyun many times. Recently, he even stayed in the city lord's mansion. So what? Shunfei, I don't care about this. No matter how many women Nieli has, I'll say it here. If you dare to touch a single hair of Nieli, do you believe that I won't cripple you? Huyen Lanruo proudly and coldly looked at Shunfei. Hearing Shunfei's words, Yihan's brows twitched. His eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable light. This Nieli, I'll have to deal with him for a while. Because of the arrival of Huyen Lanruo, the atmosphere among the youths became a little strange. The few big shots on the main seats couldn't help looking at each other and bitterly smiled. Third brother, this daughter of yours has quite a personality. Yizong looked at Huyen Xiong, laughed, and said, she has the demeanor of her father. Huyen Xiong was extremely embarrassed. How is this daughter the same as her father? She's clearly from the same mold as her mother. Shen Hong, who was beside him, coldly laughed and said, indeed, she has the demeanor of her father. So overbearing, wanting to cripple the eldest son of my sacred family. Shen Hong, don't be weird here. So what if Lanruo cripples him? Shunfei, that brat, went around scourging the daughters of other families. He should have been crippled long ago. If you have the guts, come and fight with me. Huyen Xiong glared at Nieli and coldly snorted. Yizong waved his hand and said, save it. Yang Xan, however, rolled her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of charm. Since when did little brother Nieli provoke the daughter of the Huyen family? His luck with women isn't shallow. However, after provoking Huyen Lanruo, little brother Nieli can forget about having a peaceful life in the future. Yang Xan pursed her lips and said, City Lord, it seems that these youths are also looking forward to meeting with Nieli. Why don't you let Nieli come out? Yizong calmly said, Nieli was previously injured and fainted. I'm afraid that he won't be able to come. Nieli still hasn't woken up. Didn't I hear that his soul force was exhausted? Yang Xan frowned her brows for a moment. Her eyes revealed a hint of worry. A group of black gold, rank demon spiritualists couldn't even subdue the abyss demon. She really doesn't know what little brother Nieli is trying to do. However, she never thought that Nieli would really kill the abyss demon. This caused Yang Xan to be very surprised. Suddenly, the youths in the hall were in an uproar. Nieli, Xiaoninger, and Yi Ziyan walked in together. Nieli walked in front, looking around, appearing to be very casual. TSK, TSK. This is my first time coming to the City Lord's Mansion's banquet hall. Nieli wanted to say that this banquet hall is really too lousy. After all, Nieli has been to so many places in his previous life. His knowledge is profound. The youths started to discuss amongst themselves. This youth is the Nieli that killed the Abyss Demon. He's only 14 years old, and he's already a 5-star silver rank. Truly amazing. His attire is really tacky. One of the youths revealed an expression of disgust. Aside from Nieli, no matter if it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ninger, both of them attracted the attention of many people. Both of them have their own unique characteristics, but both of them are beautiful, making it hard for others to shift their gaze away. No matter if it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ninger, both of them are the targets of admiration in the hearts of the youths. Some of the youths couldn't help feeling ashamed of their inferiority. Only Huyen Lanruo puffed out her chest. She's as arrogant as a swan. She definitely won't lose to others. Huyen Lanruo's gaze fell onto Nieli's face. Her pretty face revealed a trace of redness. Nieli actually came in together with Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. This caused many youths to be extremely jealous. One must know that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger are the goddesses in the hearts of countless people. However, they were monopolized by Nieli. This simply doesn't make any sense. Thinking back to Huyen Lanruo's bold declaration that Nieli is her person, many people were so depressed that they nearly vomited blood. Could this be the treatment of a genius? Some of the youths who are usually lazy all hated themselves. Why didn't they train properly? If they had the same talent as Nieli, who knows, they might be able to obtain the favor of a goddess. At this moment, Huyen Lanruo, who was dressed splendidly, elegantly walked towards Nieli and the other two. Nieli, long time no see. Huyen Lanruo's voice carried a little grief. Huh, long time no see. It's best if we don't meet. Nieli instantly felt his scalp going numb. If he sees Huyen Lanruo, he wouldn't even have the time to hide. This clingy woman, once he gets involved with her, he simply can't get rid of her. In the future, it's best to maintain a distance of at least 2 kilometers from her. If the people here knew of Nieli's thoughts, who knows what kind of reaction they would have. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger couldn't help smiling. Huyen Lanruo even angrily stared at Nieli. At this time, the most important people of the youngest generation in the banquet hall all walked over. Yihan's gaze swept across Nieli's body and finally fell onto Yi Ziyun's body. His eyes lit up, his face revealed a hearty smile, and said, "Little sister Ziyun, it's been almost 2 years since we last met. Big brother Yihan, congratulations on reaching 3-star gold rank." Yi Ziyun sincerely said. Yihan's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. It seems that Yi Ziyun is still brooding over this matter. Yi Ziyun is Yi Zong's biological daughter. However, whether it's talent or cultivation, it's far from Yi Zong's adopted son, Yihan. Yi Zong is very strict with his children. Since young, Yihan has always been a shadow in Yi Ziyun's heart. Yi Ziyun constantly worked hard, constantly chasing after Yihan's footsteps. However, her cultivation was left further and further behind by Yihan. Yi Ziyun couldn't even get a single word of praise from Yi Zong and would secretly cry at night. Yi Ziyun even felt that Yi Zong liked Yihan more than her. In fact, Yi Ziyun is already very outstanding among her peers. However, compared to Yihan, she is indeed inferior. However, it was only until recently, when Yi Ziyun practiced the cultivation technique that Nieli taught her, that she finally undid the knot in her heart. At this moment, she can finally let go of it and calmly face Yihan. "Little sister Ziyun, I brought you a gift for this trip. I hope that you'll like it." Yihan took out an azure bracelet from his space ring that glowed with a cold light. The surface of the bracelet emitted traces of an incomparably pure chill. Chapter 126. Everyone's gaze fell onto the bracelet and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It's actually an ice jade bracelet. Good stuff. The ice jade bracelet is made from millennium cold jade. However, the craftsmanship was lost during the Age of Darkness. Only a few ice jade bracelets were passed down. The Ice Jade bracelet has an extremely great effect on cultivation. It can greatly avoid deviations during cultivation and can effectively nourish one's soul realm. Seeing this Ice Jade bracelet, Nieli's eyes lit up. This Ice Jade bracelet is extremely useful for Yi Ziyun, who is fused with the Ice Queen. Big brother Yihan, I can't accept this kind of gift, Yi Ziyun said while shaking her head. Yihan's expression froze on the spot. His hand that was holding onto the Ice Jade bracelet didn't know whether to extend it or retract it. Everyone realized the subtle relationship between Yihan and Yi Ziyun. Just at this moment, Nieli suddenly spoke, breaking the awkwardness. He extended his hand and took the Ice Jade bracelet from Yihan's hand, laughed, and said, "Such a precious gift. I'm really sorry. Then I'll accept it on behalf of my family, Ziyun." "Thank you, big brother Yihan." Yihan felt that his hand was empty. The Ice Jade bracelet in his hand was already gone. Nieli's hand is too fast. He simply snatched it away. His eyebrows couldn't help twitching. "Big brother Yihan? Where did you come from? How can you call big brother Yihan? Your family Ziyun? Who's yours?" Nieli is too shameless. "This is..." Yihan looked at Nieli, who was beside him. "He's my friend." Yi Ziyun also helplessly wanted to stomp her feet. Nieli is too good at interrupting and acting too familiar. She still hasn't said that she would accept the Ice Jade bracelet, but Nieli has already accepted it for her. Seriously, Nieli didn't care about all this. Why would he reject such a great advantage? Although Nieli didn't know much about Yihan's character, since the other party was giving it to him for free, why not accept it? As for favors, only friends would talk about favors. If it was a stranger, why would I care about you? From the subtle change in attitude between Yihan and Yi Ziyun, Nieli could guess the relationship between them. It seemed that Yihan had been trying to please Yi Ziyun, but Yi Ziyun had been rejecting him. It can't be that this kid has designs on Yi Ziyun, right? If that was the case, Yihan would definitely die a miserable death. After living for so many years, Nieli has become a smart person. This Yihan has outstanding talent, looks handsome, elegant, and well-mannered. He feels that he is indeed a perfect person. But because he's too perfect, there's a problem. In Nieli's view, as a descendant of an aristocratic family, only someone like Chun Linjian would have a true temperament. With a thought, Nieli thought of a possibility. He heard that Yi Zong has the intention to let Yihan take over the position of the city lord. Yihan's performance is so perfect, he's probably paving the way for himself. After all, Yihan isn't a true member of the Snow Wind family. If he really wants to take over the position of the city lord, he still has to get the approval of the elders of the Snow Wind family. The elders of the Snow Wind family will definitely not agree to an outsider taking over the position of the city lord. But if Yihan marries Yi Ziyun, then it'll be a different story. He doesn't know if his guess is correct or not, but it's probably about 80 to 90% correct. After hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Yihan's heart slightly sunk. His gaze coldly swept towards Nieli. Nieli keenly felt the hostility in Yihan's eyes. Soul perception has always been Nieli's strongest point. Every single action of Yihan can't escape his eyes. TSK. No matter how well you hide it, there will always be a time when you'll reveal a flaw. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Nieli, today, I'm completely convinced by you. Chun Linjian gave Nieli a thumbs up. Nieli, this brat, is really not just for show. He was escorted in by two beautiful girls. One of them was snatched from Shun Fei's hands, and the other one was simply snatched from under Yihan's hands. In the end, even though she knows that Nieli has two women, Huyin Lanruo still continued to approach him. All the benefits have been taken by Nieli. Shun Fei's veins were popping out on his forehead. Xiao Ninger is standing behind Nieli, causing him to feel that it's an eyesore. Nieli, you're here as well? Shun Fei coldly snorted. You've never been to this kind of occasion before, right? Just with your dressing, you're no different from a country boy. A few of the aristocratic children by the side let out low laughter. Nieli took a glance at Yi Zong and pondered for a moment. The sacred family is the tumor of Glory City. If they continue to be left alive, when the demon beast horde arrives or the dark guild attacks, it would be too late. He has to think of a way to make the snow-wind family make up their mind and get rid of the sacred family. Nieli couldn't help thinking, looks like I have to play the role of the villain again and stir up the conflict between the sacred family and the snow-wind family. After his rebirth, his cultivation hasn't reached the level where he can crush everything. However, there are some things that he can't wait for. He has to do it. I was wondering why this place is so smelly. So it's young Master Shin here. What? Wasn't the lesson last time miserable enough? You still want to play? Nieli's brows twitched, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. His right hand suddenly pulled out the Thunder God's meteorite sword and slashed down. The table beside him shattered, and a 6 to 7 meter deep hole appeared on the ground. If you have the guts, come up and talk to my Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nieli simply turned hostile at the drop of a hat. The terrifying aura that was released in that instant caused all the signs nearby to shiver. You. Shunfei saw Nieli's cold gaze and was scared out of his wits. What a joke. How would he dare to fight with Nieli now? He already lost badly enough the last time. He doesn't want to lose again. Not to mention Shunfei. Even the other aristocratic children were dumbfounded. They never thought that Nieli would actually dare to be so presumptuous in the city lord's banquet hall. Yi Ziyun was also stunned. Xiao Ninger was moved as she looked at Nieli. The conflict between Nieli and Shunfei was caused by her. The reason why he's so arrogant here is because of her. What they don't know is that Nieli did it on purpose. A small Shunfei isn't worth Nieli doing this. Nieli's target is the entire sacred family. Shunfei, I'll say it here. If you still dare to pester Ninger, believe it or not, I'll use the Thunder God's meteorite sword to split you into two. You scum. Nieli coldly stared at Shunfei. He naturally knows all of Shunfei's actions. God knows how many girls from good families have been cheated by him. Yihan slightly frowned. Even if there's a conflict between Nieli and Shunfei, his actions are too presumptuous in the City Lord's banquet hall. Nieli, don't forget that this is the City Lord's mansion's banquet hall. You're not allowed to be presumptuous here, Yihan solemnly said. He raised his head and looked at Yizong. After all, he's only Yizong's godson. At this crucial moment, he can't suppress Nieli. Furthermore, Yihan also doesn't want Yi Ziyun to have a bad impression of him. Therefore, it's best to let Yizong take action. However, Yizong, who was far away, acted as though he didn't see the situation here. I'm being presumptuous in the City Lord's mansion's banquet hall. So what? The City Lord didn't say anything. How can you open your mouth? You better understand your own identity. The City Lord's mansion is still not yours. Nieli's voice was so loud that the entire banquet hall could hear it. After hearing Nieli's words, the various Ions all had weird expressions on their faces. Yihan's face slightly changed. Nieli's words just happened to poke at his sore spot. His gaze swept across Yi Ziyun's face. He was a little puzzled in his heart. Could it be that little sister Ziyun instructed Nieli to say those words? That's not right. Little sister Ziyun has always been indifferent. It should be Nieli who said it himself. Yi Ziyun anxiously pulled Nieli. Nieli really dares to say anything? Isn't this putting her in an unjust position? Yi Ziyun wanted to speak. I'll put my words out here today. You're not the direct descendant of the Snow-Wind family. As an outsider, there's no way for you to be the City Lord. If Ziyun doesn't want to be the City Lord's mansion, there's still me. Only after that will it be your turn. If you become a City Lord, I'll flip the City Lord's mansion over. I mean what I say. Nieli's words instantly caused all the Signs to start discussing. Nieli wants to fight for the City Lord's mansion. However, Nieli's surname is Nie. It's not related to the Snow-Wind family at all. Could it be that it's just the words of a madman? To dare to say flipping the City Lord's mansion in the banquet hall. Probably only Nieli would do such a thing. Impudent. Such a madman must be taught a lesson. The patriarch of the sacred family, Shun Hong, furiously snorted. His soul force suddenly surged out from his body. How could Yizong not understand that Shun Hong wants to kill Nieli? He can't let such a thing happen. Not to mention that Nieli is too important to Glory City right now. If Shun Hong wants to kill Nieli, the Association of Alchemists wouldn't agree to it. The expert behind Nieli wouldn't agree to it either. Even if Nieli goes overboard, Yizong will protect Nieli. Although Yizong didn't expect that Nieli would do such a thing, Yizong was already prepared in his heart. Although Nieli seems to be carefree and casual, it's only the appearance that he gives others. In fact, Nieli's thinking is very meticulous. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to come this far step by step. The reason why Nieli did such a thing and behaved so arrogantly, he probably has his own intentions. Shenhong's soul force swept towards Nieli, wanting to kill Nieli. However, at this moment, Yizong's soul force also made a move. Boom! The two soul forces collided together, causing a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion overturned the nearby tables and chairs. Yizong calmly smiled and said to Shenhong, "It's normal for the younger generation to quarrel with each other. If we, the older generation, were to interfere, it would be bullying the weak. That wouldn't be good." At this moment, Shenhong's blood was boiling, his face was pale. He took a glance at Yizong and saw that Yizong's expression was calm. There wasn't any trace of abnormality. Shenhong was shocked in his heart. Both of them have reached the pinnacle of black gold, rank demon spiritualist. He never thought that Yizong's cultivation would be so much higher than his. "City Lord, I just can't bear to see this brat being so arrogant in the City Lord's mansion. This is simply damaging to the City Lord's dignity. However, since the City Lord doesn't want to pursue the matter, what can I say?" Shenhong said indifferently, calming his surging qi and blood. "If Senior Shenhong dares to touch Nieli, not to mention City Lord, even my association of alchemists will not agree to it." A faint voice came from the side. "It's the noble and beautiful Yang Xian." Shenhong's face slightly changed and coldly snorted. "It's fine if Yizong oppresses him, but now, even a junior like you dares to threaten me?" However, although Shenhong was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Yang Xian is now the director of the Association of Alchemists. The current Association of Alchemists is no longer the same as before. It has become a colossus that no one dares to go against. "Since Director Yang has said so, I won't interfere," Shenhong coldly said. Chapter 127. Huyan Xiong looked at Yizong, then looked at Yang Xian with a thoughtful look on his face. If Nieli was only an eye-catching genius and dared to cause such a ruckus, although Yizong wouldn't go as far as to kill Nieli, he would, at the very least, teach him a lesson. After all, a genius that's too arrogant and domineering is troublesome. However, Yizong didn't. Not only did he not, he even protected Nieli. This made Huyan Xiong a little puzzled. Not only that, even Yang Xian also spoke out. It seems that aside from talent, Nieli has other things that are worth paying attention to. Thinking back to the recent events that happened in Glory City, Huyan Xiong understood. No wonder his daughter didn't like Yi Han, and instead pestered Nieli. The daughter of my Huyan family wouldn't make a mistake in judging a person. Shenhong kept his mouth shut, his face calm. The group of youngsters in the hall looked at each other. They never thought that there would be such an outcome. After causing such a ruckus in the City Lord's Mansion's banquet, it's fine if Yizong didn't punish him, but he actually protected Nieli. What does this mean? Nieli just loudly announced that Nieli wasn't willing to be the City Lord, so the City Lord position would fall onto Yi Han's head. Could it be that the City Lord has secretly given the order to pass the City Lord's position to Nieli? This was an explosive piece of news. The disciples of the aristocratic families looked at Yi Han, then looked at Nieli as if they wanted to see something from the two of them. Actually, Yizong was a little depressed at this moment. He understood that his actions have already buried a deep grudge between him and Yi Han. His actions earlier, aside from targeting the sacred family, Nieli was also trying to deter Yi Han. Although Yi Han didn't show it on his face, his heart was shrouded in a layer of gloom that couldn't be dispersed. Ever since he entered the City Lord's mansion and became Yizong's godson, Yi Han understood that he only has one path, and that is to constantly train until he reaches the pinnacle and become the next City Lord. If he fails, and Yi Ziyun or someone else takes over the City Lord's position, then his position in the Snow Wind family will be very awkward. Furthermore, he can feel that aside from his master, the other elders of the Snow Wind family are also on guard against him. Just now, when Nieli announced that he would fight for the city, not only did Zong not teach Nieli a lesson, he even stopped Shinhong from dealing with Nieli. The meaning is clear. Yi Zong will protect Nieli. Could it be that Yi Zong wants to promote Nieli to the city lord's position? Nieli isn't a member of the Snow Wind family. He's not even a member of the Snow Wind family. However, Yihan understands that with Yi Zong's selfless character, if the other party has the ability to lead Glory City, even if he's not a member of the Snow Wind family, Yi Zong would still promote him to the position. Just like how Yi Zong favors him. Yihan felt a deep threat from Nieli. Looking at the arrogant and overbearing Nieli handling the patriarchs with ease, Huyin Lanrua's eyes were almost emitting little stars. Just how did Nieli do it? She simply worships Nieli too much. Since young, she's always been a troublemaker. However, after causing trouble, she would inevitably be reprimanded by the patriarchs. However, even if Nieli causes trouble, he still has that, "I'm the boss, and I'm not afraid of anyone" look. But no one dares to reprimand Nieli. The realm of causing trouble is a whole level higher than hers. Indeed, he's the man I like. Huyin Lanrua proudly thought to herself. Nieli's gaze swept across the surrounding members of the Snow Wind family. Shun Fei and the rest did not dare to look at Nieli and lower their heads. Meeting someone as arrogant as Nieli, did their imposing manner weaken? Others dared to be so arrogant in the city lord's mansion's banquet. Do you dare? Aside from Chun Linjian, Yihan, Huyin Lanrua, and a few others, the imposing manner of the rest was a level lower than Nieli. Chun Linjian laughed. He never thought that Nieli would be such an interesting person. This is simply to his liking. Brat, you've got guts. Chun Linjian winked his eyes at Nieli. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Nieli did everything on purpose? The reactions of the patriarchs in the hall were all within Nieli's expectations. Yihan calmly smiled and said, "I have never thought of fighting for the city lord's position. I feel that little sister Ziyun is the best candidate to be the next city lord. If little sister Ziyun becomes the next city lord, I will do everything I can to support her, even if it means death. As for an outsider who covets the city lord's position, I believe that not only will I not agree, the Snow Wind family will not agree, and the other families in Glory City will also not agree." This move was beautifully played. Nieli's brows slightly twitched. This Yihan is indeed not an easy person to deal with. Earlier, Nieli's series of actions did not cause any fluctuation in his emotions. His schemes are deep to this degree. Aha! If Ziyun becomes the city lord, then I naturally have nothing to say. However, if someone else becomes a city lord, I will definitely turn the entire city lord's mansion upside down. Nieli held his head with both of his hands and said indifferently. Nieli wasn't boasting. He still has the ability to do so. The other patriarchs naturally heard Nieli's words. They looked at Yi Zong, but Yi Zong remained silent and did not say anything. In reality, Yi Zong bitterly smiled in his heart. In the past, Yihan was the most talented among the younger generation, the one with the most potential. Yi Zong has always been nurturing Yihan as the successor of the city lord's mansion. Yihan probably already understood Yi Zong's intentions and trained very hard. But now, Nieli has appeared out of nowhere. Aside from his peerless talent, he also has the support of the Association of Alchemists and a powerful expert behind him. Furthermore, if the City Lord's Mansion wants to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, they will need to rely on Nieli to complete it. It can be said that with Nieli's help, Glory City can definitely reach the pinnacle of prosperity. They won't even need to fear the threat of demon beasts. If Nieli really falls out with him, he might really turn the City Lord's Mansion upside down. Glory City can do without Yihan, but it can't do without Nieli. This is Nieli's capital, which is more than enough to crush Yihan. However, Yihan is, after all, Yi Zong's adopted son. After so many years, they already have deep feelings for each other. If Yihan were to know that Yihan no longer has any hope of becoming the city lord, what would Yihan think? Would he feel resentment in his heart? The patriarchs of the various families are experts in discerning people's words and expressions. Since Yi Zong did not say anything, they all understood one thing. Yihan's successor position is hopeless. This is really a sudden change of wind and clouds. Nieli wreaked havoc in the city lord's mansion's banquet, yet he was unscathed. He was even protected by Yi Zong and the Association of Alchemists. This caused all the families to re-evaluate Nieli's position. Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli with a little resentment in her eyes. However, she did not refute Nieli's words. Although Yi Ziyun was calm and didn't want to fight, she still had some resentment in her heart towards Yi Zong's actions. Since young, Yi Ziyun would always hear from Yi Zong what happened to Yihan, Yihan's cultivation progress, and the amount of time that Yi Zong spent teaching Yihan far surpassed the amount of time that he spent teaching her. In Yi Ziyun's heart, Yihan is the one who stole her father's love. Although Yi Ziyun told herself countless times that she doesn't need to be bothered, when Yi Ziyun found out that Yi Zong disregarded the majority of the Snow Wind family's elders and insisted on passing the city lord's position to Yihan, Yi Ziyun's fidgety heart could no longer calm down. It's not that Yi Ziyun wants to be the city lord. It's that Yi Zong has given the best things to Yihan. As for her, she is Yi Zong's biological daughter. Yi Ziyun can see that Nieli must have understood something by wreaking havoc in the city lord's mansion's banquet. Although she didn't want the situation to be so tense, when Nieli did this, she felt a lot more relaxed in her heart. Sometimes, after suppressing one's emotions for a long time, one needs to vent it out in order to be relieved. Being together with Nieli, Yi Ziyun felt that she has become a lot more relaxed and happy. Although there are times when she would be angry when Nieli bullied her, outside, with Nieli's protection, she doesn't have to worry about being at a disadvantage. Nieli is a person who isn't willing to suffer even the slightest loss. If someone were to go against him, that person would really have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Thinking of the arrogant and despotic Shen Yu and Shun Fei being scared by Nieli to the point that they don't even dare to raise their heads, Yi Ziyun couldn't help smiling in her heart. Nieli is simply a devil incarnate. Xiao Ning looked at Nieli's back figure. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange luster. The person in front of her is the man that made her fall in love with him. When he speaks, the entire world is silent. In this world, there's nothing that he can't do. Under his wings, Xiao Ning felt a sense of security from the bottom of her heart. This sense of security is something that no one could give her in the past. Xiao Ning originally thought that she would be asked by her family to marry into the sacred family. Regarding this matter, she has always been in a state of uneasiness and panic. She even had the heart to die. The reason why she desperately trained was to get rid of that terrifying fate. And all of this changed because of the arrival of Nieli. In the future, no one would dare to ask her to marry into the sacred family. Under Nieli's gaze, Shun Fei didn't even dare to make sound. Even the patriarch of the sacred family couldn't overshadow Nieli's sharpness. Nieli no longer cared about Yihan. Instead, his gaze fell onto Shun Fei and coldly snorted. Shun Fei, do you know what this place is? The City Lord's Mansion's banquet is something that you can participate in? Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Shun Fei's aura was originally weakened by a little and was prepared to avoid the sharpness. However, he never thought that Nieli would still not let him go. He raised his head and furiously stared at Nieli. Nieli, don't go too far. You, young Master Shun, are allowed to bully others, but I'm not allowed to bully others. If you still dare to stay here, then have a taste of my Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nieli coldly snorted. With a boom, the Thunder God's meteorite sword stabbed into the ground. The cracks on the ground were like a spider web that rapidly spread out. Chapter 128. The corner of Shun Fei's mouth couldn't help twitching. He really doesn't have the guts to fight with Nieli. Back then in the tournament, he was already beaten up badly enough. Not to mention that Nieli's strength is even stronger than before. Shun Fei raised his head and looked at the distant stage, hoping to get the support of his father, Shun Hong. However, Shun Hong's face was gloomy and didn't care about this. Seeing Shun Fei's actions, Nieli laughed in his heart. Shun Fei, this coward, still hasn't figured it out. Yi Zong has already spoken so openly with Shun Hong. If Shun Hong were to make a move, it would be the same as suppressing the weak. How would Shun Hong still have the face to make a move? When Nieli entered the hall, although he seemed to be arrogant and rude, he's actually very careful. The reason why he stepped on Shunfei is because he doesn't like the sacred family. The more he provokes them, the deeper the hatred the sacred family has for him. Who knows? They might make a move and reveal a flaw. In his previous life, the reason why Glory City fell so quickly was because of the internal collapse. The sacred family is like a ticking time bomb in Glory City. They must be removed first. Right now, no matter if it's the Association of Alchemists or the Snow Wind family, they have already started to take precautions against the sacred family. This means that it's time to provoke the sacred family. Nieli, Shunfei is an esteemed guest of my City Lord's mansion. By doing this, what position do you place my City Lord's mansion in? Yihan coldly snorted. I don't care if you're an esteemed guest or not. I'm telling him to scram. If he doesn't, then I'll beat him up until he does. Nieli furiously stared at Yihan. If you insist on interfering, then you'll have to bear the consequences first. Nieli's arrogant and domineering manner made Yihan a little angry. However, Yihan has just returned not long ago. He's a little unsure of Nieli's identity and why even Yizong is so afraid of him. In the end, he decided to swallow his anger and avoid the spearhead. Yihan shrugged his shoulders and stood to the side. Even Yihan backed down. Shunfei suddenly felt some fear in his heart. Still not going to scram? Nieli glanced at Shunfei when he saw Yihan backing off. You'd better remember this. I'll get even with you sooner or later. Shunfei coldly snorted as he turned around and walked out of the hall. Shunfei really left. All the aristocratic family's juniors were stunned. They had participated in the City Lord's banquet, but they were chased away just like that. This was so embarrassing. The other aristocratic family's juniors felt ashamed to be associated with Shunfei. Isn't he too weak? Nieli's gaze retracted from Shunfei's back figure and swept across Yihan. This Yihan's scheming is deep. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. He's the most difficult one to deal with. Nieli already knows one of the reasons why Yi Ziyun wasn't willing to mention Yihan in his previous life. However, there's one thing that Nieli needs to be sure of. Yihan is already a 3-star gold rank demon spiritualist. Logically speaking, he should have participated in the final battle in his previous life. However, Nieli didn't get any information on whether Yihan died in the battle or not. This is a mysterious person. No matter how deep you hide, there'll be a day where I'll uncover everything and take a closer look at your background. Seeing Shunfei being chased away by Nieli, Shunhong suddenly stood up. In front of all the patriarchs, his face was almost thrown away. Shunfei, this bastard. So what if he got beaten up by Nieli? It's just that his skills aren't up to par. Don't tell me that Nieli dares to kill someone in front of so many people. In the end, when someone asks you to scram, you just scram. You're simply a coward. City Lord, since the City Lord's mansion doesn't welcome our sacred family, then we'll leave. Shunhong coldly snorted and walked out. Yizong naturally knows that Shunhong doesn't have the face to continue staying here. He politely said, Brother Shun, there's no need to do this. There's no need to care about the quarrels of youngsters. However, since Brother Shun insists on leaving, then we won't hold you back. Let Yishio send you off. No need. Shunhong flung his sleeves, turned around, and left. Shunfei and Shunhong walked out of the City Lord's mansion's banquet hall one after the other. All the patriarchs pondered. Shunhong threw a tantrum and left. Yizong didn't even have the intention to hold him back. There seems to be a bad meaning behind this. All the patriarchs of the various families grew a little more cautious. In the future, it's best to cut off their relationship with the sacred family. All of Nieli's objectives were achieved. When he turned his head, he saw Huyen Lanrua's face filled with worship. He inwardly cursed in his heart. Nieli turned his head back, looked at Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger and said, This banquet doesn't seem to be interesting. Ziyun Ninger, let's leave quickly. Yi Ziyun nodded her head. She doesn't like this kind of occasion. Without any suspense, Xiao Ninger also left together with Nieli. Hey Nieli, you're leaving just like that? Huyen Lanrua shouted towards Nieli's back. Hearing Huyen Lanrua's voice, Nieli immediately ran away. Damn it, with a demoness like you here, if I don't run now, when will I run? Puyi and Lanruo wanted to chase after him, but with her grand dress, she couldn't run at all. She could only stomp her feet behind Nieli. Nieli caused a huge ruckus at the City Lord's Mansion's banquet, but in the end, he just patted his butt and left. Many of the aristocratic family's juniors also felt bored. Only a few of them who were especially quick-witted were able to see the knack of it. Especially Chenlinjian and his group, they all had a thoughtful look on their faces. Everyone had their own thoughts. Although there was such an interlude in the middle of the banquet, it still continued. Especially Yizong, he pulled the upper echelons of the various aristocratic families to talk a lot. The banquet only ended late at night. Deep into the night, Sacred Family's reception room's crisp sound was heard. Shen Hong gave Shun Fei a heavy slap, leaving a red palm print on Shun Fei's face, causing Shun Fei to fall to the ground. Father, Shun Fei fearfully looked at Shun Hong. Since young, Shun Hong has never hit him like today. Trash, why don't you go and die? Someone told you to scram, so you scram? Sacred Family's face has been thrown away by you. Shun Hong furiously cursed. Father, you didn't say anything. I thought what you? Is your brain just for show? In that kind of situation, how could I make a move? You're simply a bastard. Shen Hong was furious. How did our sacred family produce such a trash like you? Shen Fei was scolded to the point that he wanted to die. His hatred for Nieli, the instigator of all this, was even more bone deep. In front of Shen Hong, Shen Fei didn't even dare to breathe loudly. No matter what Shen Hong scolded him, he could only silently endure it. Shen Hong swept a glance at Shen Fei and sighed in his heart. His sacred family has been flourishing for a period of time, but there isn't a successor in the direct line of descent. If he can't continue to consolidate the position of the sacred family while he's alive, then after 100 years, the sacred family will slowly decline. At that time, the sacred family might no longer be one of the three major families. Shen Hong furiously stared at Shun Fei and said, Forget it. Listen carefully. During this period of time, I forbid you from going out. The Snow Wind family will definitely monitor us. Therefore, you guys better calm down. Do you understand? Yes. Shun Fei immediately nodded his head. A trace of chilling light flashed across his eyes. Xiao Ning, and Nieli, wait till my sacred family takes over the position of the city lord. Watch how I torture you guys. Shen Hong tightly frowned his brows. Being noticed by the Snow Wind family is definitely not a good thing. Originally, he could have quietly arranged everything. By the time the Snow Wind family reacted, it would already be too late. But now, everything was ruined by that brat Nieli, causing him to be so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Therefore, he had no choice but to postpone some of his plans. Did that brat Nieli do what he did today on purpose? Shen Hong's heart moved. Previously, when Nieli won so much money from the sacred family, causing the sacred family's finances to be stretched, was that also part of his plan? If that's the case, then that brat Nieli's schemes are too deep. I have to be on guard against him. City Lord's Mansion, Yi Ziyun's yard. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning have already fallen asleep in their rooms in the yard. Nieli quietly stood in the garden by himself, cultivating his soul force. His soul force blended with the heavens and earth. His soul realm was slowly being nourished. After cultivating for a moment, Nieli felt that his soul force had a significant increase. Compared to other powerful cultivation techniques, the Heavenly God cultivation technique's advancement speed is indeed slower. However, compared to those trash cultivation techniques in Glory City, the Heavenly God cultivation technique speed is many times faster. Nieli slowly breathed in, looked at the bushes beside him, and said, You've been here for so long, come out. From the shadows of the bushes, a figure slowly appeared. It's Yizong. Indeed, you can sense my aura. Yizong was depressed in his heart. He's obviously a black gold ranked demon spiritualist, but he was actually sensed by a 5-star silver ranked demon spiritualist. Doesn't that mean that when he was peaking, Nieli knew everything? Nieli, this guy is really giving people headaches. You, a black gold rank, want to hide your aura in front of me? Nieli curled his lips in disdain. What do you mean? You a black gold rank? Does Nieli know what kind of existence a black gold rank is? In the entire Glory City, Yizong is only second to legend rank demon spiritualist Yimo. Since you're here, speak. What's the matter? Nieli shrugged. This child, Yihan, although his schemes are a little deep, his nature isn't bad. I hope that you guys can get along peacefully in the future. As for the city lord's position, I've already decided to pass it to Yin'er, said Yizong. This is the best choice that Yizong can think of. If he passes the position to Yihan, Nieli's side will probably make a ruckus. If he passes the position to Nieli, the elders of the Snow Wind family will definitely not agree to it. Only Yin'er can balance it out. However, future conflicts are unavoidable. That's right. I say, City Lord, is Ziyun really your biological daughter? Nieli looked at Yizong and asked. Yizong furiously looked at Nieli and said, Of course she's biological. Then, could it be that Yihan is your illegitimate child? Nieli continued to ask. What nonsense are you talking about? Yizong was extremely furious. This brat, Nieli, simply doesn't have a filter on his mouth. Since Ziyun is your biological daughter and Yihan isn't your illegitimate child, then why aren't you willing to pass the city lord's position to Ziyun? Nieli's brows twitched as he snorted. Hearing Nieli's words, Yizong fell into a long silence. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed. You don't understand the difficulties of being a parent. Oh, what difficulties? I'd like to hear the details. Nieli's heart slightly moved as he looked at Yizong and said, After all, he didn't have much contact with Yizong in his previous life. He only heard bits and pieces from Yizong. Therefore, he was naturally curious about some of Yizong's thoughts. Yeah, Snail's update speed is already very fast. In just 1.5 months, it's already close to 400,000 words. Brothers and sisters, vote for Snail. Chapter 129. In the past, Yin'er's talent wasn't high. Reaching 1-star black gold rank in her lifetime is probably her limit. Logically speaking, 1-star black gold rank and 2-star black gold rank demon spiritualists are pretty good for ordinary people. However, as a city lord, it's still too far away. With this kind of cultivation, to sit on the city lord's seat, she will definitely be exhausted in the future. Hearing Yizong's words, Nieli lightly nodded his head. Furthermore, as the city lord, I naturally know the pain of being city lord. Although I possess supreme authority, I can't even take care of my wife and children, causing Ziyun's mother to die from an illness. I can't absolve myself from the blame. As for Yin'er, I also feel that I owe her. Yizong sighed and said, Although I often urge Yin'er to cultivate, it's so that she can protect herself when she encounters demon beasts. I would rather she be an ordinary person. As the eldest daughter of the Snow Wind family, do you think that Ziyun can live up to your expectations and be an ordinary person? You can push Yihan to the city lord's seat because you have the magnanimity to tolerate others. However, can the elders of the Snow Wind family tolerate an outsider to sit on the city lord's seat? You're thinking too simply, Nieli said mercilessly. Yizong opened his mouth. How could he not have thought of this? However, he still has to put in some effort. Yihan's talent is outstanding. If she can cultivate to 5-star black gold rank, no one would dare to say anything. Yizong said, However, since it has already come to this, there's no other way. Furthermore, with the talent and cultivation that Ziyun has displayed, not to mention 5-star black gold rank, she might even step in a legend rank. What legend rank? You're underestimating your daughter too much. Nieli lightly smiled, but did not say anything. Yizong looked at Nieli and said, For this matter, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, Ziyun's cultivation would definitely not be able to break through to 5-star silver rank in such a short period of time. Although he had a little conflict with Nieli, Yizong's attitude is still rather sincere. Of course, Nieli proudly smiled and said, Old Yi, leave your daughter to me. You can rest assured. Hearing Nieli's words, Yizong's face instantly turned black. While he was speaking, he was taken advantage of by Nieli again. Hand my daughter to you? That's only if Ziyun agrees. Yizong's mentality slightly changed. After interacting with Nieli for such a long time, Yizong realized that although Nieli is a little flamboyant, he's not that unreliable. Under that flamboyant appearance, Nieli's thoughts are extremely deep. Furthermore, If Ziyun were to follow Nieli, at least she wouldn't have to worry about being at a disadvantage. With Nieli's character, if someone were to provoke Nieli, that person would simply be in big trouble. Nieli, let me make things clear. If Ziyun agrees to be with you, then I naturally have no objections. If she doesn't agree, and you bully her, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Zong snorted. Hearing Yi Zong's words, Nieli's eyes lit up. Looks like father-in-law has loosened up. This is already a huge improvement. After all, Yi Zong's previous reply was, no way. As for Yi Ziyun's side, he can only take it slow. After all, feelings need to be nurtured slowly. Yi Zong thought of something and his face suddenly sank. He looked at Nieli and said, Nieli, do you know that your actions today have already alerted the enemy? From our attitude, the sacred family can definitely tell that we're already on guard against them. In fact, Yi Zong had already arranged for people to keep an eye on the sacred family since a long time ago. Tonight, Nieli has basically told the sacred family that they're being watched. Do you have any thoughts? Yi Zong looked at Nieli. Nieli doesn't seem to be a reckless person. Although you've sent people to keep an eye on the sacred family, with that old fox, Shan Hong, he won't leave any flaws. It'll be extremely difficult for you to find any evidence of the sacred family colluding with the Dark Guild. The reason why the sacred family hasn't made a move yet is because they're not fully prepared. If they wait until the sacred family is fully prepared before making a move, it'll be even more harmful to Glory City. We might as well use the power of the Snow Wind family to suppress the sacred family. The sacred family will definitely understand what's going on. At that time, they will definitely launch an intense counterattack and reveal a bigger flaw, said Nieli. He's only trying to force the Snow Wind family into a corner. Since you've already done this, does the Snow Wind family have any other choice? Yi Zong said depressingly. What Nieli said can be considered as a method. He indeed wants to force the sacred family to see if the sacred family really has the intention to rebel. After all, the Association of Alchemists has already made their stance clear. The Snow Wind family can't just not do anything. The sacred family controls the west side of the city wall. We have to be careful of them borrowing the power of demon beasts. Therefore, we have to speed up the construction of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Nieli said, before the Snow Wind family and the sacred family completely break off, he has to reach gold rank as soon as possible. This way, even if he were to face the experts of the sacred family, he would have the strength to fight. At this moment, he has to remind Yi Zong. In his previous life, the sacred family let the demon beasts into Glory City, which caused the destruction of Glory City. Borrowing the power of demon beasts? Yi Zong's eyes suddenly shot out a ray of chilling light. Borrowing the power of demon beasts is simply playing with fire. Once the sacred family lets the demon beasts in, the Snow Wind family will have no choice but to ruthlessly eliminate them. Yi Zong will absolutely not allow anyone to threaten the safety of Glory City. The sacred family is deeply rooted in Glory City. Furthermore, the majority of the citizens of Glory City do not know the true face of the sacred family. Once the sacred family decides to rebel, the consequences will be severe. Therefore, we have to be prepared. Nieli pondered for a moment and said, furthermore, before the sacred family receives the reinforcement from the Dark Guild, we have to eliminate all the influence in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, Glory City will be in danger. Yi Zong lightly nodded his head. After today's banquet, when Nieli started the conflict, Yi Zong had already formulated a plan. Naturally, he doesn't need to be told by Nieli to understand. Nieli brat, if the Snow Wind family really starts a war with the sacred family, there's something that I need your help with. What is it? Bring Yin away from this war. Yi Zong said. He understands that if a civil war really breaks out in Glory City, the sacred family will definitely not sit still and fight back. However, Ziyun is the biggest weakness in Yi Zong's heart. There's one thing that Nieli said is correct. Although Yi Zong is selfless and treats Yi Han as his own, there's still a difference between a biological child and a non-biological child. Old Yi, leave your daughter to me. You can rest assured. Even if I suffer a loss, I won't let Ziyun suffer a loss. Nieli said, patting on Yi Zong's shoulder. Yizong bitterly smiled and said, I hope that you can do what you say. Nieli and Yizong discussed for a while and came up with a plan to deal with the sacred family. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Yizong came out from Yiziyun's yard and walked towards his own yard. Recently, in order to deal with the sacred family, he's going to be busy again. Under the moonlight, Yihan slowly walked out from the shadows and said, This child greets father. Little Han, why are you here? Yizong's footsteps stopped for a moment. Father, this child has some words to say. Yihan said after pondering for a moment. Yihan, Yizong also has a lot of words to say to Yihan. Father, I know that you've treated me well and treated me like your own. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would have starved to death on the street. I'm unable to repay this kindness. Even if I, Yihan, have to pay with my life, I won't hesitate. Yihan, Yizong opened his mouth, wanting to explain to Yihan. Yihan shook his head, revealing a painful expression, and said, Father, I understand. I have no intention of fighting for the city lord's position. Although I've always liked Ziyun since young, I also understand that I'm of low birth and not worthy of Ziyun. You can't say it like that. Your talent is outstanding. In time, you'll definitely reach black gold rank. Back then, my father, Yimo, was also a commoner, Yizong said. As for you liking Ziyun, this is the first time I've heard you mention it. You and Ziyun are siblings. Yihan stood under the moonlight, quietly and desolately. He shook his head and said, Father, you don't have to explain. I understand. I'm willing to withdraw from the competition for the city lord's position and give it to Ziyun. From today onwards, I will do my best to cultivate and not let you down. I will work hard to become Ziyun's right-hand man. Father, I'll take my leave first. After speaking, Yihan slightly bowed, turned around, and left. Looking at Yihan's back figure, Yizong deeply sighed. This child, Yihan, is good in other aspects, but he's too smart and scheming. From what happened tonight, Yihan probably understood that he's no longer able to compete for the city lord's position. He hopes that Yihan can adjust his mentality as soon as possible. The night was silent. A few days after the city lord's mansion's banquet, the situation of the sacred family seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. The Snow Wind family suddenly suppressed the sacred family in all aspects, causing the sacred family to feel extremely pressured. After the other families realized that the Snow Wind family was suppressing the sacred family, they all cut off their relationship with the sacred family. What a joke! What kind of existence is the Snow Wind family? The 5 most recent city lords of Glory City were all from the Snow Wind family. The guardian of Glory City, Lord Yimo, is also a member of the Yi family, although he married into the Snow Wind family. The Snow Wind family has an irreplaceable position. For hundreds of years, they have constantly absorbed geniuses from the commoners of Glory City, causing the Snow Wind family to become a colossus. It's rare for the Snow Wind family to take the initiative to suppress another family. This time, suppressing the sacred family is simply an unprecedented matter. How could the other families dare to get involved? The sacred family suffered unspeakably. The family's business plummeted. Their military authority in the city guard army was also taken away. Every disciple of the sacred family was gradually removed from the city guard army. However, although the Snow Wind family suppressed the sacred family, they did not do anything to the sacred family. They only placed them under surveillance. Although Yizong has gathered some evidence of the sacred family colluding with the Dark Guild, the evidence isn't complete. If the Snow Wind family were to eliminate a family just because of some suspicions, it would probably chill the hearts of all the families in Glory City. Let's continue talking about the manga of the Demon God. The manga of the Demon God is really good. It was personally made by Snail and his team. It's definitely authentic. Seeing the beautiful pictures of Yi Ziyun and Ning, Snail's heart melted. Everyone, if you guys want to see the manga of the Demon God, you'll be able to see it on many platforms. Chapter 130. As time passed, rumors started to spread among the commoners of Glory City. Some said that the sacred family is going to betray Glory City. Some said that the Snow Wind family had a conflict with the sacred family and are bullying the weak. These rumors were naturally deliberately spread by people with ulterior motives. Sacred family, bastard. I never thought that the Snow Wind family would make a move so quickly. Shen Hong was extremely angry. The actions of the Snow Wind family caught the Sacred family off guard. His eyes flashed with a trace of chilling light. It's probably because of that bastard Shen Ming. He let the Snow Wind family get hold of our weakness. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed him. As a managing elder of the Sacred family, Shen Ming knows too many things. With such a person outside, he can't eat or sleep in peace. Shen Hong furiously snorted. Shen Gui, find a time to send a letter to the Dark Guild. Since the Snow Wind family has started to suppress my Sacred family will definitely not let them have it easy. Yes, sir. Shen Gui bowed and walked outside. Suddenly, a light flashed in Shen Hong's mind, and he solemnly said, "Come back." Shen Gui was stunned and looked at Shen Hong, puzzled. Shen Hong calmed down. Earlier, he was too angry and nearly fell into the Snow Wind family's trap. The Snow Wind family is forcing our Sacred family, but they did not make a move. Clearly, the evidence isn't sufficient. Shen Ming should also understand that there are some things that can't be said. Otherwise, he'll be dead. The Snow Wind family wants the Sacred family to reveal a flaw before making a move. Once Shen Gui goes out, he'll fall into the Snow Wind family's trap. Shen Hong coldly laughed. It's not that easy to scheme against me. From today onwards, cut off all connections with the Dark Guild. Since the Snow Wind family is suppressing my Sacred family isn't one to be trifled with. As long as you can't find any evidence that my Sacred family is in contact with the Dark Guild, no matter how much trouble my Sacred family makes, you won't have a reason to destroy my Sacred family. All the descendants of the Sacred family were recalled back to the family. Only a few of them left the family and went to various places in Glory City. St. Laurent College opened. Students from all over Glory City returned to St. Laurent College. The gifted class. By right, Nelly doesn't have to return to St. Laurent College to attend classes. However, Nelly still came. His appearance in St. Laurent College is definitely a great temptation for the Sacred family and the Dark Guild. The students were walking on the small paths of the academy, discussing something with each other. Have you heard? All of the cultivation techniques provided by St. Laurent College have been replaced. I've heard that the Snow Wind family opened a treasure trove and obtained some high-rank cultivation techniques. However, the Snow Wind family selflessly offered them all to all the students of St. Laurent College. Really? What kind of high-grade cultivation techniques are they? Those cultivation techniques are much more powerful than the ones we've been practicing in the past. This matter is naturally the work of Nyeli. High-rank cultivation techniques like the Heavenly God cultivation technique and the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, he definitely wouldn't spread them out. Otherwise, if the Dark Guild or the Sacred family were to get hold of them, it would be troublesome. Nyeli only helped St. Laurent College to upgrade their cultivation techniques. In the eyes of these students, it's already a very high-rank cultivation technique. Hey, brother, you're also in the gifted class? A student wearing a golden robe walked to the side of Nyeli. He was wearing gold and silver, looking very flashy. You are? Nyeli looked at the other party. Regarding this student, Nyeli has no impression at all. Suddenly, a skinny monkey-like youth came over and proudly said, "You don't even know him? He's young Master Long Yu of the Aoyan family. He's already a 5-star bronze rank. Within the gifted class, he's ranked in the top 10. 5-star bronze rank." Nelly pondered for a while. 5-star bronze rank should be pretty good. As for the Aoyan family, they're one of the 7 noble families. Kid, you're a new student in the gifted class, right? Are you interested in following me in the future? Long Yu arrogantly looked at Nyeli. Follow you? Are you kidding me? Nyeli's expression suddenly changed. He crossed his arms, looked at Long Yu, and asked, "So you're from the Aoyan family? You don't even know me?" Isn't Nyeli's expression changing a little too fast? Long Yu couldn't react in time. Who are you? Long Yu was a little more cautious. When Nyeli heard the name of the Aoyan family, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his aura grew stronger. Who knows? Maybe his background is even bigger. Nyeli looked at Long Yu and said, "You didn't attend the City Lord's banquet, right? You don't look familiar." Long Yu wasn't feeling well that day. so he didn't attend the banquet. Since Nieli was able to attend the banquet, his identity must not be simple. Yulong retracted his arrogant expression and probed, "Which family's young master are you from? You don't have the qualifications to know. Who are you following? Yihong, Shun Fei, or Chen Linjian?" Nieli coldly snorted. Long Yu's hair stood up. The three that Nieli mentioned are the three big shots of the gifted class. Shun Fei and Chen Linjian are from the sacred family and divine family respectively. As for Yihong, he's from the Snow Wind family, the brother of Yi Ziyun. No matter what, he wouldn't dare to provoke those three. With his position, it's not enough. "I'm following boss Chen Linjian," Long Yu weakly said. "Not bad, not bad. You have a future." Nieli patted on Long Yu's shoulder and said, "Next time we meet Chen Xiao, I'll give you some pointers." After speaking, Nieli leisurely left. Yulong was stunned by Nieli's words. He tried to recall, but there doesn't seem to be such a person in any of the families in Glory City. Just when Yulong was about to chase after Nieli, the skinny boy whispered in Yulong's ear, "Young master, this person is very likely to be the Nieli that killed the Abyss Demon. I heard that this person is extremely arrogant. Some time ago, he caused a ruckus at the City Lord's banquet. In front of the Sacred Family's patriarch, he told Shun Fei to scram. In the end, Shun Fei obediently left." Hearing the boy's words, Yulong was covered in cold sweat. Luckily, he didn't flip out. This person even dared to slap young Master Shin's face at the City Lord's banquet. If he went up, wouldn't he be courting death? Luckily, he's not following Shun Fei. Otherwise, he can imagine the consequences. Yulong shrunk his head. In the future, it's best not to provoke this person. As for fawning on him, Yulong has no such thoughts. At his level, he probably wouldn't even put him in his eyes. In the gifted class, Nieli quietly sat in the corner of the classroom. Lu Piao, Daozit, and the other four sat beside Nieli, forming a small group. "Nieli, we're not still going to school here, right? This is too boring," Lu Piao said with a depressed expression, both of her hands behind her head. With their current cultivation, they're qualified to join the exploration team to explore outside of Glory City. Daozit shrugged his shoulders. Not to mention Lu Piao. Even he felt a little bored. Nieli pondered for a long time. If there wasn't the threat of the Sacred Family, there are many places they can go. However, the Sacred Family is eyeing them from the side. Nieli doesn't dare to be rash. If they're caught by the Sacred Family, with their current strength, they won't be able to resist. They have to quickly reach gold rank so that they can face the experts of the Sacred Family in the future. Nieli suddenly thought of a place. In Glory City, there's such a place. It's a very ancient building. Many people couldn't figure out what this building is used for. Until a year later, it was discovered by Lord Yemo. It's a ruin left behind by a supreme expert. Furthermore, there's a very deep secret hidden within it. After that, the Dark Guild sent people to spy on it countless times. However, they were all killed by Lord Yemo. The Dark Guild never gave up on the ruin. Until the destruction of Glory City, no one knows if it's related to that ruin. That ruin is close to the City Lord's mansion. Currently, it's still a relatively safe place. No matter how arrogant the Sacred Family is, they wouldn't dare to be rash beside the City Lord's mansion. After thinking it through, Nieli confirmed his goal. "Everyone get ready. We'll leave in a while." Nieli looked at everyone and said, lightly smiling, "The news of him returning to St. Laurent College will probably be known by the Sacred Family in a few days. Since his purpose here has been accomplished, it's about time for him to leave." Suddenly, a low voice came from afar. "It's Xiaoning." All the children in the class shifted their gaze towards the slim and elegant girl that just walked in. In an instant, the whole class was overshadowed. Xiaoning was wearing a training suit. Her figure was slender and alluring. That faint cold temperament made everyone's heartbeat speed up. This is a girl that makes people yearn for and admire her. When Xiaoning was still in the fighter apprentice class, she was already a hot topic among the gifted class. They were all looking forward to when Xiaoning would be able to transfer to the gifted class. Until now, the dream in their hearts has finally come true. However, Xiaoning's cold expression made people feel that she was 1,000 miles away, making people feel a little unapproachable. She's like a holy and noble goddess that no one dares to blaspheme. Many of the children were sighing in their hearts, filled with worries. No one dared to go up and talk to Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning's gaze swept through the entire class and fell onto Nieli. Her eyes lit up, her cold expression softened a little, and she walked towards the direction of Nieli. Niner, why are you here? Nieli waved his hand in greeting. Hearing Nieli's voice, Xiao Ning revealed a sweet smile and quickly walked up. Nieli had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized that the class was abnormally quiet. All the students in the gifted class were staring at Nieli. Such a heavy, murderous aura. If looks could kill, Nieli would have died 1,000 times over. Nieli rubbed his nose. He'd already been very low-key since coming to the gifted class, but he didn't expect that he'd still attract so much attention. Indeed, talented people would always be envied. Chapter 131. If they knew what Nieli was thinking at this moment, who knows if they would be drowned by the saliva of the students of the genius class. It has to be said that after Xiao Ning practiced the lightning dragon technique, her skin became even more exquisite, and her temperament became even more elegant. Compared to Xiao Ning, the other girls of the genius class were like ugly ducklings in front of White Swan. I came to look for you. Xiao Ning's face slightly blushed as she spoke in a soft voice. Xiao Ning's voice was heard by the surrounding students, and their hearts instantly shattered. From Ning Er's expression, it could be seen that Ning Er's heart already belonged to someone else. They felt depressed in their hearts. They didn't know who Nieli was to actually obtain the favor of Ning Er. Many students started to investigate Nieli's background. If Nieli was a brat without any background, then don't blame them for being impolite. Just nice, we're preparing to go to a place. You can come along. Nieli lightly smiled. Okay. Xiao Ning walked to the side. Seeing this, Lu Piao made a funny face at Nieli and gave her seat to Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning, who sat beside Nieli. She was so close to him, and a faint fragrance of a young lady entered his heart. Nieli felt a little awkward. If this was seen by Ziyun, she might misunderstand again. However, he can't possibly let Ninger leave, right? Just when the students were eyeing Nieli, a group of people walked in. There was a total of 7 people, and the one leading them was the divine family's Chun Linjian. Chun Linjian swept his gaze across the entire classroom. When he saw Nieli, his eyes lit up and he walked over. Nieli, long time no see, Chun Linjian took the initiative to greet him. Chun Xiao, long time no see. Nieli didn't stand up. He just nodded in greeting. Although Nieli didn't stand up, Chun Linjian didn't feel that Nieli was rude. He smiled and said, "You're actually interested in coming here for classes?" After that, he sat down in the seat in front of Nieli. "I'm just here to take a look. I'll be leaving soon." Nieli smiled. Chun Linjian lowered his head and whispered into Nieli's ear, "You have to be careful. There are several spies of the sacred family in the genius class. They should already have their eyes on you. Furthermore, I saw Shinshio appearing in St. Laurent College. He might be here for you." "I understand. Many thanks for Chun Xiao's reminder," Nieli said, nodding his head. Chun Linjian is still a good person. Although he has the air of a young master of an aristocratic family, he's very loyal. Seeing Chun Linjian chatting with Nieli, all the students retracted their murderous gazes. What a joke. Even Chun Linjian has to be polite to Nieli. How could they dare to be presumptuous? If they were to provoke Nieli, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. How is your cultivation speed so fast? If there's time, I'd like to ask for advice from you guys. Chun Linjian looked at the group of people around Nieli and sighed. The cultivation speed of Nieli's group is too fast. It's unimaginable. Nieli smiled and said, "Recently, St. Laurent College has introduced a new cultivation technique. Chun Xiao can give it a try. It should be of great help to his cultivation." "Oh." Chun Linjian's brows twitched. He said with some interest, "Then I'll have to give it a try." At this moment, the students of the genius class went into an uproar. "Senior Yihan is back." "Senior Yihan? The Yihan of the Snowwind family?" "Yeah." In the genius class, there are some students that have seen Yihan before. There are also some new students that haven't seen him before. However, Yihan's name is still known by everyone. Back then, Yihan was known as the #1 genius in the younger generation of Glory City. Yihan was wearing a long black robe, and there was a cold and solemn aura between his brows as he walked in from the door. The atmosphere of the genius class suddenly dropped by several degrees. All the ordinary students were trembling with fear, not daring to speak. Yihan? What is he doing here? Nieli slightly frowned his brows. He raised his head and saw Yihan's cold and arrogant gaze. He understood that he came with ill intentions. I'm afraid that he's here for you, Chun Linjian said in a low voice. Do you need me to block him for a while? No need. Thank you, Qin Xiao. In this lifetime, I, Nieli, will kill gods and Buddhas that block me, Nieli calmly said. He had enough of being sullen and cowardly in his previous life. In this life, Nieli will definitely not be as cowardly as he was in his previous life. After his rebirth, if he had to hide from Mir Yihan, then he might as well kill himself. Kill gods and Buddhas that block me? Although Nieli's tone was extremely calm, Chun Linjian could feel the boiling fighting intent within. In Glory City, who would dare to say such arrogant words? Chun Linjian felt his blood surging. He could vaguely feel that Nieli is different from the others. A 14-year-old youth dared to face the higher-ups of various families at the City Lord's Mansion's banquet. With such an arrogant attitude, he chased Shun Fei away in front of the patriarch of the sacred family. Now, he even dared to say that he will kill gods and Buddhas that block him. Is Nieli being arrogant? It should be an incomparably strong confidence. A martial artist must have the courage to crush everything in order to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Chun Linjian's heart suddenly had an insight. A powerful intent was formed in his soul realm. If the gods block us, we'll kill the gods. If the Buddha blocks us, we'll kill the Buddha. Well said. Chun Linjian laughed. Yihan's gaze fell onto Nieli. He pointed at Nieli and said, You come out. Yihan's voice was filled with killing intent. Xiao Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch all looked at Nieli worried. Nieli, the opponent, is a 3-star gold rank demon spiritualist. If there's anything you need from us, just say it, Daozit said, standing beside Nieli. Lu Piao, Wei Nan, and Bunch all had firm expressions on their faces. In this life, no matter what, they will firmly stand by Nieli's side. Even if they have to face life and death together, they won't even frown. Nieli stood up and walked out. Xiao Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch immediately followed. Seeing this scene, the genius class students felt that there's a good show to watch. They all stood up and rushed out of the classroom. St. Laurent College, martial arts practice field. There were more and more students gathered here. Many people didn't know what was going on. However, just the names of Yihan and Nieli were enough to attract a lot of people to watch the show. Yihan and Nieli stood facing each other. The surrounding people all retreated over 10 meters. Just the pressure of the soul aura made them feel that their breathing was a little stagnant. I wonder what Senior Yihan is looking for me for. Nieli calmly looked at Yihan. His aura wasn't the least bit inferior. Since you call me senior, then I'll teach you a lesson today. You can't be so arrogant. There's always someone better out there. Yihan coldly stared at Nieli. Previously, at the City Lord's Mansion's banquet, I kept giving way. It's not because I'm afraid of you. This time, I'm here to warn you to stay away from Ziyun. So it was all because of a woman. Not to mention that this woman was one of the most outstanding beauties in St. Laurent College. The students of St. Laurent College all revealed gossipy expressions. I called you senior because you're the City Lord's foster son, Yi Ziyun's foster brother. There are some things that you don't have the right to care about. Yihan, I know that the City Lord wants to pass the City Lord's position to you. However, with your talent, it's far from enough. Not to mention that you're an outsider. What qualifications do you have? Nieli calmly stared at Yihan. From Yihan's expression, Nieli could see a lot of things. Yihan probably understood that there's no chance for him to keep the City Lord's position. That's why he's desperate. All of this was caused by Nieli. If Yihan was able to force Nieli away, then with Yi Ziyun's indifferent character, she wouldn't be able to hold onto the City Lord's position. In his previous life, Nieli was a cowardly person. However, after his rebirth, Nieli understood one thing. This world won't pity you because of your cowardice. Everything has to be fought for by yourself. If you don't fight for it, even if it belongs to you, it will be snatched away by others. Because he didn't have much contact with Ihan in his previous life, Nelly doesn't know what kind of person Ihan is. However, from Yihan's various actions and the fact that he didn't appear in the final battle of Glory City, Nelly was able to guess some clues. Yihan is definitely a stain on the Snow Wind family, to the point that even Yi Ziyun isn't willing to mention it. In this life, because of his appearance, some things might not go according to the original path. However, in order to protect Yi Ziyun, Nelly has to be careful of Yihan. Whether I have the qualifications or not, it's none of your business. How can an outsider like you interfere in the matters of my Snow Wind family? Since you dare to be so arrogant, then I'll see just how capable you are. Yihan furiously snorted. A majestic soul force was emitted from his body. His body continuously thickened and was covered with a layer of golden armor. A huge tail grew out from his back, and both of his hands turned into sharp claws. Golden-horned Earth Dragon. Yeah, Li's heart trembled. Yizong really does have a special liking for Earth Dragons. He got a black-scaled Earth Dragon for himself and a gold-horned Earth Dragon for his godson. The gold-horned Earth Dragon is a battle-type demon spirit. Among the many battle-type demon spirits, its strength is only inferior to a real dragon. The strength of the gold-horned Earth Dragon is even higher than the black-scaled Earth Dragon. Of course, the person who integrated with the demon spirit is the most important. Yizong can display 120% of the black-scaled Earth Dragon strength. As for Yihan, being able to display 30% of the gold-horned Earth Dragon strength is already pretty good. However, even if he can only display 10%, it's still very powerful. Yizong is really attentive to his godson. He actually got him a gold-horned Earth Dragon demon spirit. Nelly thought in his heart, the gold-horned Earth Dragon is indeed powerful. However, facing Yihan, who has integrated with the gold-horned Earth Dragon demon spirit and grew to over 2 meters tall, Nelly didn't have any fear on his face. Demon Spirit Integration. Chapter 132. After merging with the Fang Panda, Nelly's body grew to nearly 2 meters tall. However, the charmingly naive Fang Panda doesn't seem to be on the same level as the domineering Golden Horn Land Dragon. Fang Panda? Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Nelly would summon a Fang Panda when facing the Golden Horn Land Dragon. Is Nelly here to be funny? The Fang Panda is the lowest level among all demon beasts. Even the most powerful Fang Panda would only be bronze or silver rank. As for the Golden Horn Land Dragon, it's a pinnacle existence amongst the black gold rank demon beasts. Some powerful Golden Horn Land Dragons could even reach the strength of legend rank. It's actually this Fang Panda. Don't look down on this Fang Panda. This Fang Panda has defeated several super geniuses of the Sacred Family. Some of them have seen the genius tournament organized by the Sacred Family and saw how Nelly fought with the Fang Panda. So what if this Fang Panda is different from the others? Can it really defeat the Golden Horn Land Dragon? What a joke. After merging with the Fang Panda, Nelly calmly looked at the Golden Horn Land Dragon. Ha ha ha. Brat, this is your demon spirit? To actually use a Fang Panda to fight with me, you're really courting death. Yihan laughed arrogantly. In his heart, his Golden Horn Land Dragon is the strongest. Relying on Li's Fang Panda to defeat him is simply ridiculous. Nelly lightly said, "Who's the courting death one? We'll know after we fight." Among the many powerful god-level growth rate demon spirits, it's not without reason that Nelly chose this Fang Panda. In the process of the Nightmare Demon Pot's demon spirit fusion, it's usually the strongest demon spirit that devours the other demon spirits and survives. In that round of fusion, Nelly put in many powerful demon spirits, but in the end, he only managed to fuse a Fang Panda. In other words, this Fang Panda is already in its most perfect state. Furthermore, the Fang Panda did not disappoint him. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Let me see just how capable you are. Yihan let out a low grunt. The huge tail behind him suddenly swung towards Li's Fang Panda. The tail with the huge hammerhead tore through the air emitting explosive sounds. Seeing the huge tail hammer whizzing towards him, Nelly leaped up and rolled a few times, barely brushing past the tail hammer. Boom! The ground was bombarded by the tail hammer and immediately exploded. A huge crater was formed and dust filled the air. You're quite fast. Yihan squinted his eyes. He didn't expect Niel Li's Fang Panda to be so fast despite its clumsy appearance. It dodged to the point where only afterimages could be seen. Boom, boom, boom. The Golden Horn Land Dragon unleashed a series of fierce attacks, causing the ground to explode. Nieli was constantly dodging and did not take the initiative to attack Yihan. Yihan's attacks were airtight and continuous, making it hard for others to find flaw. The waving tail hammer would occasionally swing over. If he wasn't careful and got hit by the tail hammer, with Nieli's current strength, he probably wouldn't feel good. Among the gold rank experts, Yihan's combat ability is indeed extraordinary. He's indeed worthy of being the #1 genius of Glory City. Nieli was constantly dodging, looking for a flaw in Yihan's defense. At this moment, Yihan was feeling a little impatient. He originally thought that with his strength of 3-star gold rank, wouldn't it be easy for him to defeat a 5-star silver rank? However, the reality was out of his expectations. Nieli was like a slippery eel. Every attack was dodged by Nieli. However, this kind of mood only lasted for a short moment before Yihan calmed down. After all, he has experienced countless life and death battles in the outside world. How could his state of mind be messed up by such a small setback? Looks like I've underestimated you. However, since you've met me, there's only one ending for you. Defeat. I'll let you experience what true strength is. Yihan coldly snorted. His golden armor emitted a red light. Following that, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a thick pillar of fire. Earth Dragon Flames. Feeling a wave of heat coming from Yihan's body, Nieli was already prepared. The Dragon Clan and Lesser Dragon Clan all have the ability to spit out flames. Releasing your ultimate move so quickly? Then let me join the fun as well. Nieli opened his mouth wide, and 2 balls of light, one black and one white, appeared in his mouth. The 2 balls of light danced as they flew towards the Earth Dragon Raging Flames. Boom! The black and white balls of light intertwined and collided with the Earth Dragon Flames before exploding. The impact of the explosion swept through a radius of tens of meters. The flames of the Earth Dragon Raging Flames were scattered in all directions, causing sparks to fly in all directions. What a terrifying power! Yihan was blown away by the impact and landed dozens of meters away. After landing on the ground, he gasped for breath. At this moment, he was in a sorry state because of the flames. His golden scales were covered with black marks. However, on the other side, Nieli wasn't in a good state either. Although he was prepared and quickly retreated dozens of meters when he spat out the yin-yang blast, he was still caught by the scattered flames, and some of his fur was burnt. The power of the yin-yang blast wasn't that strong. It was because it exploded after coming into contact with the Earth Dragon Flames. The explosion was several times stronger than before, which was something that Nieli didn't expect. So the power of the yin-yang blast would be even stronger after coming into contact with flames. Nieli inwardly thought, when the yin-yang blast came into contact with the flames, the power of the explosion also affected the spectating students. Many of them were blown away by the power of the explosion. Screams could be heard everywhere. Only a few students with good cultivations were able to dodge in time and weren't affected. They turned their heads and looked at the huge crater in the middle of the martial arts field. Their hearts were filled with shock. Oh my God, just what level of power was that? Probably only an expert that was close to black gold rank would be able to explode with such power, right? These 2 people are too monstrous. Yihan was panting heavily. His eyes flashed with a trace of indescribable shock and unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept that he was the top genius among the younger generation of Glory City, reaching 3-star gold rank at the age of 20. How could this guy in front of him, who is only 13 or 14 years old, have the same strength as him? For a long time, he could only be looked up to by others and accept the envious gazes of others. But today he felt his face burning. The number one genius that he had been sitting on would probably have to be given to Nyeli. No wonder even his foster father was so indulgent towards Nyeli. With Nyeli's talent, if he continues to grow, he will definitely become another legend-rank demon spiritualist in Glory City, the person that will control the fate of Glory City. If Nyeli really reached legend rank, it wouldn't be impossible for Yizong to give up the City Lord's position to Nyeli. At the same time, if Nyeli likes Yiziyun, then the entire Snow Wind family will also push for such a marriage. Yihan tightly clenched his fist. The anger in his heart was on the verge of exploding. So all of my efforts were in vain. All this time, what am I? Yihan recalled the time when he was brought into the City Lord's mansion by Yizong. When he saw the gorgeous hall of the City Lord's mansion, he told himself in his heart that he must become the owner of the City Lord's mansion. When he saw Yiziyun, he kept telling himself that he must marry Yiziyun. However, all of his fantasies were shattered at this moment, like the reflection of the moon in the water. Yihan's eyes turned red, like an enraged beast. I won't let anyone take these things away from my hands. Roar! The Golden Hornland Dragon let out an even more furious roar. That oppressive energy was like a volcano waiting to erupt. Feeling the unwillingness in Yihan's roar, Nyeli understood the anger in Yihan's heart. But even if he's unwilling, so what? There are some things that don't belong to you. There's no point in forcing it. Yihan took a step forward. A spider web-like crack appeared on the ground. Some of the rocks were directly crushed into powder. Suddenly, golden spikes grew out from Yihan's body, flickering with a cold light. Seeing Yihan's actions, even Nyeli was slightly shocked. He never thought that although Yihan couldn't display all of the Golden Hornland Dragon's power, he was still able to cause the Golden Hornland Dragon's demon spirit to undergo its first mutation. After every demon spiritualist integrates with a demon spirit, the soul force in their body will be in the process of integrating with the demon spirit. It will also transform the demon spirit, causing the demon spirit to evolve in a different direction. After the mutation, the demon spirit's ability will be greatly enhanced, evolving into different abilities. Mutation is only possible after integrating with a demon spirit for a certain period of time. It's something that can't be forced. Take Nyeli, for example. Although he knows how to promote the mutation of his demon spirit, he hasn't integrated with the Shadow Devil and Fang Panda for long. Therefore, he's still unable to complete the mutation. Normally, a gold-tier powerhouse could only complete one mutation at most, and the mutation could only last for an hour at most. With Yihan's current strength, it's a little too much for him to maintain a mutation. Therefore, he seemed to have lost his mind. His eyes were in a scarlet state. Let me see just how strong you are after the mutation. Nyeli snorted and urged his soul realm. Waves of soul force integrated into the Fang Panda's body. Boom! Yihan stomped on the ground and suddenly leaped up. He brandished his glaring fists and threw a punch towards Nyeli. Nyeli coldly snorted. A pair of thorns appeared on both of his fists. This pair of thorns is the soul weapon that Nyeli took from the Tensei family's treasury. Boom! Nyeli's fist that was covered with thorns clashed with Yihan's fist. The powerful impact caused Nyeli's body to roll a few meters before falling to the ground. As for the Golden Hornland Dragon that Yihan integrated with, there were many scars on its fists. Soul weapons are the most powerful weapon against demon spirits. Even if it's the Golden Hornland Dragon, which has an extremely high defense, it can still easily break through. Chapter 133. However, at this moment, Yihan doesn't care if he's injured or not. He roared as he jumped up and ruthlessly smashed his tail down. Nyeli never thought that Yihan would be so crazy. After exchanging a punch with Yihan, his wrist was still feeling sore and numb. The Golden Hornland Dragon's tail whistled as it smashed down, creating a terrifying explosion. At this moment, Xiao Ning or Lu Piao, Dowsit, and the rest were sweating for Nyeli. Nyeli, be careful. Seeing that the tail of the Golden Hornland Dragon is about to land on his body, if he's hit by this power, with his current 5-star silver rank strength, even if he doesn't die, he'll be heavily injured. Yihan no longer held back. Nyeli suddenly rolled. The Golden Hornland Dragon's tail brushed past his face. He could even feel a stinging pain on his face. At this moment, a cold light flashed through Nieli's eyes. Gravity field. Nieli suddenly increased Yihan's gravity by more than 2 times. Yihan's body was uncontrollably smashed towards the ground. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere. Yihan smashed on the ground and staggered to get up. He shook his head. Although the golden horn land dragon skin was thick, it still couldn't withstand this kind of impact. He felt a little dizzy. At this moment, Nieli was standing a meter away from Yihan. He had been accumulating energy in his palm for a long time. After a period of comprehension, Nieli had a deeper understanding of the Fang Panda's combat skills. When he was accumulating energy in his right fist, strands of white energy condensed in his fist. The dazzling white light was like lightning. Although the golden horn land dragon's body was covered with barbs, its ribs were still flat. Nieli aimed at the position. Thunder strike. Nieli threw out a punch and ruthlessly bombarded the golden horn land dragon's ribs. With a crack, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Under the bombardment of this force, Yihan's entire body flew out and heavily fell to the ground. Although there was a great disparity in strength between Nieli and Yihan, each of Nieli's dodges was as smooth as flowing water. Each time he used a battle skill, it was always at the most appropriate time. His thunderous strike was also aimed at the weakest point of the golden-armored earth dragon. From the beginning of the battle, Nieli knew all of Yihan's combat skills and weaknesses. Even after Yihan mutated, these weaknesses were still there. Moreover, Yihan's combat skills were far inferior to Nieli's. Yihan's ribs were broken. He was in so much pain that his face was distorted. He held onto the injured area. Like a wild beast, his eyes were fiercely staring at Nieli. "You're not my opponent, just admit defeat." Nieli calmly looked at Yihan. The surrounding students were stunned. They never expected such an outcome. They originally thought that this sentence should be said by Yihan to Nieli. They never thought that it would be the other way around. Yihan is a 3-star gold rank demon spiritualist. When everyone looked at Nieli, their faces were weird. Although they could clearly feel that Nieli's strength is far inferior to Yihan's. Why is Yihan so vulnerable under Nieli's hands? Even after mutating, he was still sent flying with a single punch? Just what's going on. Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, Daozit, and a few others have been with Nieli for a long time. After thinking about it, they understood how Nieli defeated Yihan. What Nieli excelled in the most was using his gravity field to affect his opponent's movements, then throwing a punch at their weak point. Even those who know Nieli's fighting style would find it hard to defend against Nieli's fighting style. Not to mention that Yihan has never come into contact with combat skills like gravity field. At this moment, whether it's Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, Daozit, and a few others, they all had a new understanding of their own combat skills. Yihan raised his head and looked at Nieli. Both of his eyes were red. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Why did he lose to Nieli? He simply can't accept this reality. His strength is obviously higher than his opponent's by several levels. All along, he has been the #1 genius of Glory City. Why? Why did I lose? Yihan's fists were tightly clenched together. The sharp claws pierced into his skin, and the deep pain made him feel a trace of existence. His heart was filled with resentment. Nieli stole his city lord's position. He can't wait to kill Nieli. Yihan's eyes were filled with chilling intent. He stared at Nieli and said, "Nieli, don't be complacent too early. If I don't take revenge for this, I, Yihan, am not a human." Nieli can feel the deep resentment in Yihan's heart. For a scheming person like Yihan, once he takes his revenge, it will be very frightening. Nieli finally understood why Yi Ziyun wasn't willing to mention Yihan in his previous life. With Yihan's character, even if Nieli didn't appear, he still wouldn't be able to take the city lord's position. Yihan only obtained Yi Zong's appreciation for his talent. However, he doesn't have the courage to make all the elders of the Snow Wind family accept him. Furthermore, once Yihan suffers a setback, he will definitely take revenge and suffer the consequences of his own actions. Nieli looked down at Yihan, emitting a frightening soul pressure from his body. That frightening, killing intent caused the surrounding air to chill by several degrees. Yihan, I don't care what you're thinking in your heart right now. If you behave yourself and don't do anything, then you still have a chance to live. If you want to court death, then I don't mind sending you off. In this world, there are some people that you can't reach. I have never treated you as my opponent because you're not qualified. In Ye Li's view, only the Holy Emperor is qualified to be his opponent. No matter if it's Yihan or the Sacred Family, they're all too inferior. Ye Li's gaze was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into his heart. Yihan felt a frightening chill and couldn't help retreating. He had a vague feeling that Ye Li still has a lot of frightening cards hidden up his sleeves. For a moment, he even had the feeling of retreating. However, in the next moment, the resentment in his heart rose once again. He has yearned for the city lord's position for so many years. Is he really going to give it up? Yihan deeply glanced at Ye Li, clutched his chest, turned around, and left. He was like an injured wolf, his back lonely. The surrounding students opened up a path for Yihan. Ye Li looked at Yihan's back. He knows that Yihan won't let it go so easily. Ye Li can't do anything to Yihan in front of everyone. However, if Yihan doesn't stop, Ye Li will have to deal with him. Even if Yihan has the slightest bad intention, Ye Li will definitely use all of his power to make sure that Yihan will never be able to make a comeback. The students of St. Laurent College sent Yihan off with their eyes, then turned their heads to look at Ye Li. They couldn't help feeling a deep fear. Yihan is the previous St. Laurent College's #1 expert and genius. It's said that when he was a 1-star gold rank, he could already defeat a 2-star gold rank expert. Now, he's even a 3-star gold rank expert. However, Yihan was still defeated. What's even more shocking is that Yihan is 20 years old and Ye Li is only 14 years old. Just how much of a monster is he? Now, the title of #1 genius in Glory City will probably fall in Ye Li's hands without any suspense. Very soon, Ye Li's name will spread throughout Glory City. Ye Li retracted his gaze and said to Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, Dowsett, and Bunch, "Let's go." Although they were a little surprised that Ye Li could defeat Yihan, Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, Dowsett, and Bunch were quickly used to it. Anything that happens to Ye Li isn't that surprising. Under the gaze of all the students, the group turned around and left. In a forest of St. Laurent College, Yihan used his soul force to connect his broken ribs back together. He then clenched his teeth and applied medicine on his wounds. A seductive female voice sounded. TSK, TSK, the once #1 genius of Glory City is now like a wild dog licking his wounds. How pitiful. Who is it? A hint of killing intent flashed across Yihan's eyes as a sharp dagger appeared in his right hand. I'm only here to show my concern for you. There's no need to be so fierce, right? A figure walked out from behind a tree. The figure was slender and enchanting, emitting an astonishing temptation. This person is the original substitute teacher of the fighter apprentice class, Shen Xiu, who was chased away by Ye Li. Seeing Shen Xiu, Yihan coldly snorted. He and Shen Xiu were students of the same batch in St. Laurent College. Although their relationship wasn't that good in the past, they still spoke a few words. Therefore, Yihan has some impression of him. It's you. Why are you looking for me? Yihan coldly snorted. Shen Xiu's cultivation is far from his, therefore, he doesn't put him in his eyes. The corner of Shen Xiu's mouth slightly rose as he said, "As the City Lord's godson, are you willing to give up the City Lord's position? No matter what I do, this matter has nothing to do with you." Yihan coldly said, TSK, TSK, you're still the same as when you were in school, so cold to others. I really don't understand what's so good about that lass, Yi Ziyun, to have you have such a special liking for her. Shen Xiu smiled and said, "If I say that I have a way to let you ascend to the City Lord's position and marry that lass, Yi Ziyun, would you be interested?" Yihan was a little surprised as he glanced at Shen Xiu, coldly laughed, and said, "Your sacred family is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. You can't even protect yourself. You better think about your own matters. My sacred family has been in Glory City for thousands of years. Of course, it's impossible for it to fall so quickly. If the Snow Wind family wants to suppress my sacred family, it won't be that easy." Shen Xiu proudly said, As for you, in the end, you're just a godson that Yi Zong picked up. Do you think that even if Nieli didn't appear, you would have the qualifications to step onto the city lord's position? Haha, you're laughably naive. You. Yihan's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. Like a ferocious wolf, he slashed toward Shunxiu. Chapter 134. Yihan's dagger was placed on Shunxiu's neck. His voice was bone-chilling. Do you believe that I won't make a light cut on your neck and you'll die? Yihan, you wouldn't treat your old classmate like this, right? Shunxiu didn't mind, smiled, and said, I'm betting that you won't kill me, because I know what kind of person you are. What kind of person do you think I am? Yihan's eyes flickered with ferociousness as he placed his hand on Shunxiu's neck and said word by word, You're a person with extraordinary talent, but you're also a person who will do anything to achieve your goal. From the beginning, you've understood that if you want to become the city lord, you'll have to face unimaginable resistance. Aside from Yi Zong and a few others, the entire Snow Wind family is your enemy. Only our sacred family can help you obtain the city lord's position. Shunxiu didn't care about the dagger on his neck and revealed a deep smile on the corner of his mouth. Yihan coldly laughed and said, With just your sacred family, you dare to go against the Snow Wind family. What if the Dark Guild is added in? Shunxiu's brows twitched. Your sacred family is really colluding with the Dark Guild. Yihan's voice was cold to the extreme. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell this news to my foster father? Haha, so what? Yihan, you can't be that childish, right? The Snow Wind family already knows that we have dealings with the Dark Guild. They just couldn't find any evidence to attack our sacred family. If the Snow Wind family wants to destroy my sacred family because of some groundless rumors, how will the Snow Wind family convince the public? Shunxiu said without fear. Yihan coldly snorted and said, If I'm the city lord, I won't care about convincing the public. I'll destroy the sacred family first. That's you. You're not the city lord yet. What's the point of saying all this? Before you become the city lord, not to mention the Snow Wind family, even in our sacred family, not many people would look up to you. Shunxiu sneered. You have character. I like it. I'm a little interested in your plan. How are you going to cooperate with me? Yihan paused for a moment. His eyes flashed with a hint of light. He put down the dagger in his hand. The current him is the same as the sacred family. He has no other choice. Shunxiu had expected that Yihan would agree. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. Shunxiu leaped forward. Yihan thought about it and followed. The two figures quickly disappeared at the end of the forest. At the edge of the city lord's mansion stood an ancient building. The wind and rain had left mottled marks on the city walls. These huge, dome-shaped buildings don't seem to match with the buildings of Glory City. Before the Age of Darkness, Glory City once had a lot of residents. However, after the demon beast rampage, all the residents were killed by the demon beasts. Not even their corpses were left. No one knows what kind of long history Glory City has. Later on, the 5 legend rank ancestors brought hundreds of thousands of people and retreated from the Saint Ancestral Mountain, retreating into Glory City and began to rebuild the city. After that, Glory City was destroyed many times. However, the ancestors rebuilt it again and again, allowing the inheritance of the various families to continue to this day. However, the original story of Glory City has already been buried in the river of history. Most of the buildings in Glory City were rebuilt. Only these dome-shaped buildings were preserved to this day. The center of these dome-shaped buildings was shrouded in a faint white light. Even a legend rank demon spiritualist wouldn't be able to penetrate it. This should be a huge ancient array filled with a mysterious color. On the walls of the dome-shaped buildings, there were many inscription patterns engraved on them, emitting a faint glow from time to time. In his previous life, Lord Yimo only knew how to break this array on the eve of Glory City's destruction. However, before he was able to decipher the mysteries of this array, Glory City suffered a disaster. No one knows what Lord Yimo found in this ancient array that caused him to be targeted by the Dark Guild. Nieli and his group appeared here. Before coming here, Nieli integrated with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. After confirming that no one was following them, he finally felt relieved. Nieli, what are we doing here? Lu Piao asked, puzzled. She came here when she was young and played with her friends. However, the center of this building was shrouded by a barrier, making it impossible to enter. You'll know in a while. Although Nieli only heard a few words about this ancient array from Yi Ziyun in his previous life, he still understood a lot of things and analyzed the method to break this ancient array. After all, Nieli's knowledge has already reached an astonishing level. Dowsett looked at Nieli, thoughtfully said, "Could it be that you have a way to break this barrier?" Wei Nan and Bunch also looked at Nieli. They are also very familiar with this place. However, according to the adults, even legend-rank demon spiritualist Yi Imo couldn't break this barrier. What method can Nieli have? Follow me, Nieli said, walking towards the ancient array. Just as they were about to step into the ancient spirit array, a figure flew over from afar. Lu Piao, stop right there. The voice was crisp and clear, but it was loud and clear. Hearing this voice, Lu Piao's hair was about to explode. He shrunk his head and hurriedly said to Nieli, "Nieli, I'll leave first. Just say that I'm not here." After saying that, Lu Piao wanted to escape. In the instant when Lu Piao wanted to escape, Nieli suddenly made his move and grabbed Lu Piao's clothes. Lu Piao was caught off guard and was pulled back by Nieli. Bang! Lu Piao fell on his butt. "Nieli, what are you doing?" Lu Piao looked at Nieli, depressed. "Nothing. I wanted to ask you where you're going." Nieli opened his mouth and said innocently, "Don't ask. I'm leaving first. Otherwise, someone's going to die." Lu Piao cried. He quickly got up and jumped up again. Nieli suddenly took a step forward. The moment Lu Piao jumped up, she was tripped by Nieli and fell on the ground. Lu Piao was almost crying. "Nieli, can't we be friends? You're too careless. Tell us what you're going to do first. Then we can rest assured," Nieli said slowly. "I'll tell you when I come back." Lu Piao was about to jump up when he suddenly turned his head and glared at Nieli. "Don't you dare pull me again. I'm not pulling you. Tell me why you're running first." In fact, at this moment, Nieli couldn't help but smile. From the moment he heard that familiar voice, he already knew what was going on. His continuous actions were just to delay Lu Piao. "If you pull me again, our friendship is over." Lu Piao was on the verge of exploding after being questioned by Nieli so many times. Nieli raised his hands and said, "I'm not going to pull you anymore. You can leave." Just when Lu Piao was about to jump up, she heard a clear voice behind her. "Lu Piao, if you dare to run again, then don't come back to see me in this lifetime." Hearing this voice, Lu Piao only moved a few meters before she paused for a moment. In the end, she came back with her head drooped. Her face was extremely depressed. Only then did Nieli turn his head and look to the side. He saw a young girl standing there. She was wearing a fiery red training outfit with her hands on her waist. There was an indescribable, domineering aura around her. This young girl was Xiao Shui. Looking at this red-clothed little chili pepper, Nieli couldn't help reminiscing about the past. In his previous life, Lu Piao and Xiao Shui could be considered as a pair of quarrelsome lovers. When they were young, Lu Piao and Xiao Shui were childhood sweethearts. They had always been in love with each other. It's just that after they grew up, the two of them didn't break through that layer of window paper. It's just that the difference in their cultivation was too great. Xiao Shui's talent was outstanding, and she was extremely hardworking. Her cultivation speed was very fast. On the other hand, Lu Piao wasn't serious and didn't work hard in her cultivation. Her cultivation was pulled further and further behind by Xiao Shui. Lu Piao had been chased out by the Xiao family many times for peeking at Xiao Shui bathing. However, with Xiao Shui's cultivation, if she didn't indulge Lu Piao, how could Lu Piao peek at Xiao Shui bathing? There are always many tragedies in life. Due to the Xiao family's opposition, Xiao Shui married the young master of the Lu family in the end. The two lovers were separated in the end. As for Lu Piao, she was muddle-headed and lived in pain. It wasn't until the moment when Glory City's walls were breached and the demon beast horde engulfed the city that Lu Piao frantically searched for Xiao Shui. When the apocalypse came, the two of them married under the witness of Nieli and Dowsett. However, the two of them had only been together for a few hours before Xiao Shui died in battle to protect Glory City. Lu Piao refused to leave with those who fled and walked towards death. Nieli could still vaguely remember the calm smile on Lu Piao's face. At that moment, Nieli cried like a child. Although Lu Piao was unrestrained, her feelings for Xiao Shui were sincere. She didn't even dare to express her feelings. In the end, Xiao Shui could only marry someone else under the arrangements of her family. All of this originated from Lu Piao's inferiority complex and cowardice. If Lu Piao dared to fight for it, Xiao Shui might have also done her best. However, Lu Piao did not give Xiao Shui a reply. She kept dodging, causing Xiao Shui to be disheartened. In the tragedy of his previous life, Lu Piao was indeed at fault. Nieli was also angry at her for not fighting for it. Looking at Lu Piao, who obediently rolled back with her head down, the corner of Nieli's mouth slightly smiled. He inwardly thought to himself, Lu Piao, brother can only help you up to this point. Perhaps in this life, the relationship between Lu Piao and Xiao Shui will change because of Nieli's arrival. Xiao Shui looked at Nieli, Dowsit, and Bunch. She slightly paused and asked, "You guys are Lu Piao's friends?" "Yeah." Aside from Nieli, Dowsit and Bunch also had weird expressions as they looked at Xiao Shui. Chapter 135. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Shui suddenly became shy and awkward. She moved her hands from her waist and immediately changed into a bashful expression. The speed at which her expression changed caused everyone to be dumbfounded. "Hello, I'm Lu Piao's fiancé. My name is Xiao Shui." Xiao Shui's voice was so gentle that it could melt people's bones. If it wasn't because they saw Xiao Shui's chilly appearance, Nieli, Xiaoning, Dowsit, and the rest would definitely think that Xiao Shui was a gentle and virtuous woman. Cough, cough. Nieli nearly choked. This change was too quick. It was a little hard for him to accept. Xiaoning, Dowsit, and the rest looked at each other. Xiao Shui pursed her lips and revealed a cute smile. She walked to Lu Piao's side and held Lu Piao's arm. "Thank you for taking care of Lu Piao all this time. Please take care of me in the future." Of course, of course. Dowsit and the rest immediately nodded their heads. At this moment, Lu Piao was also looking at Xiao Shui in a daze. He thought that Xiao Shui would come up and beat him up. He never imagined that Xiao Shui would actually become so gentle, as if she had become a different person. Xiao Shui glanced at Lu Piao and a fierce expression flashed across her eyes. Her voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard. "Now that your friend is here, I'll give you face. I'll take care of you when we get back." She immediately changed into a cute and bashful expression and looked at Nieli and the rest. "Lu Piao has caused trouble for you guys." "Yeah." Dowsit seriously nodded his head. "Yeah? Is there anyone who would answer like that? When did I cause trouble for you guys?" Lu Piao simply wanted to vomit blood. Xiao Shui's face also stiffened. She was only saying those words out of courtesy, but in the end, Dowsit actually nodded his head. She couldn't help glaring at Lu Piao. That gaze seemed to be saying, "Why is your friend as unreliable as you?" Dowsit was about to burst out laughing in his heart, but he forced himself to hold back his laughter. Being glared at by Xiao Shui, Lu Piao shrunk her head. "Dowsit, that brat, always causes trouble for me. He's definitely doing it on purpose. Sooner or later, I will take my revenge." Xiao Shui's arrival made everyone a little surprised. They never thought that Lu Piao would actually find a girl. Furthermore, it was such a beautiful girl. Although she seemed a little fierce, this quarrelsome couple really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. Nieli laughed and said, "All right, let's welcome a new member to our team. Let's go." "Depart? Where are we going?" Xiao Shui was stunned. "Follow us, and you'll find out." Nieli smiled mysteriously and walked towards the ancient array. The group of people entered the ancient array. Xiao Shui also held onto Lu Piao's hand as they followed. Lu Piao felt the softness coming from her arm. Although she seemed to be enjoying it, under Xiao Shui's deterrence, she could only put on a serious expression. Her body was stiff as she awkwardly walked in. This was the enjoyment of danger. The moment they stepped into the ancient spirit array, everyone seemed to feel a strange distortion in the space. The 10,000 forms spatial array. I never thought that there would be someone who grasped such a profound array in that ancient era. Nieli was slightly startled in his heart as he inwardly thought. In his previous life, in the temporal demon spirit book, he only saw a few words about the 10,000 form spatial array. Time and space are the most profound laws in the world. The number of creatures that can grasp these two laws is extremely low. Furthermore, many of their mysteries were not passed down. Just when Nieli stepped into the 10,000 form spatial array, Nieli felt the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book on his chest seemed to have received some kind of response. It started to buzz and light up. A mysterious energy circulated around the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book. It was as if there was some kind of resonance between the remnant page and the 10,000 form spatial array. Nieli's heart slightly trembled. Whether it's his previous life or his current life, his fate has been closely linked with the temporal demon spirit book. Although he's closely linked with the temporal demon spirit book, Nieli has very little knowledge about the mysteries of the temporal demon spirit book. The origin and use of the temporal demon spirit book is still a mystery. Perhaps this 10,000 forms spatial array is the key to solving the mystery of the temporal demon spirit book. As Nieli continued to move forward, he could feel that there was a seemingly gentle, yet overbearing barrier in front of him. Nieli touched the barrier. The surface of the barrier was very soft and smooth, like a silk brocade. However, as he continued to probe deeper, a bang was heard and Nieli's hand bounced back. It's this barrier. I remember when I came here when I was young. I wanted to break this barrier and try to chop it with my axe. In the end, the axe flew out and chopped off a kid's hat. That kid was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. He cried when he went back to tell his dad about this, causing me to be beaten up by my dad. Lu Piao mumbled, "Douse it," and the rest couldn't help laughing. This matter was indeed Lu Piao's style. Fortunately, the axe flew out and chopped off the hat, not the head. Otherwise, Lu Piao wouldn't have been beaten up so easily. You still have the nerve to say such a shameful thing? Xiao Shui ruthlessly pinched Lu Piao's waist, causing Lu Piao to grimace in pain. Nieli, don't use your weapon to chop. Lu Piao immediately said. She has to say it. What if Nieli goes crazy and gets implicated? Nieli smiled and said, this is the origin barrier of the Ulan Empire during the late period of the First Age of Chaos. It uses 23 stones of light as its core. Once it's activated, even if 10 legend rank experts join hands, they wouldn't be able to break it. Chop it with a weapon? Haha, unless you have the strength to surpass legend rank. Origin barrier? Stones of light? Everyone was confused. Although they didn't understand, they felt that it was very powerful. They looked at Lu Piao with a strange gaze. Even 10 legend rank experts joining hands can't break this barrier. And you want to chop it with an axe? Hey. Is there need to look at me like that? Wasn't I still young at that time? Who knows what this thing is? Lu Piao was depressed. Xiao Ning pursed her lips and said with a smile, Nieli, do you have a way to break this barrier? I do have a way, but I need to study it first. You guys take a break first. Nieli said. He began to study this ancient array. Everyone walked around in all directions, curiously looking around. In the surroundings of this barrier, there were many domed buildings. These buildings were covered with mysterious inscription patterns, emitting a faint light, looking very mysterious. Xiao Ning quietly stood there, looking at Nieli, who was deep in thought. Her eyes flashed with a trace of blurriness. Just quietly looking at Nieli, this kind of feeling is really good. You're Ning, right? Xiao Shui took the initiative to greet her. Yeah. Xiao Ning lightly smiled. You're really beautiful. When I was studying in St. Laurent College, I heard about you a long time ago. You're a famous beauty in the entire St. Laurent College. Xiao Shui mischievously giggled. You're flattering me. Xiao Ning, charming face slightly blushed. I'm a little surprised that you're actually together with them. Xiao Shui glanced at Lu Piao, Dowsit, and the others and said with a smile. Because from other people's ears, she knows that Xiao Ning is a cold person. She doesn't have a single friend in St. Laurent College, a famous ice beauty. That's right. When did all of this change? This accident should have happened on the day of the training grounds. Even Xiao Ning was shocked at the changes in herself. From that day onwards, her simple, stubborn, and pale life changed because of the appearance of a person. From that day onwards, she would look forward to meeting Nieli every night. In her mind, there was a figure that could never be erased. It gave her dignity, confidence, and freedom. It also gave her a lot of friends. This person could never be replaced by others. Seeing that Xiaoning, it did not reply for a long time and fell into a long silence. Xiao Shui awkwardly coughed. "Sorry, I was absent-minded." Xiaoning immediately apologized, appearing a little reserved. "It's fine." Xiao Shui smiled. She naturally isn't a petty person. She knows that Xiaoning is thinking about something. Xiaoning glanced at Lu Piao, who was a distance away, then looked at Xiao Shui and said, "Lu Piao is a very interesting person. Although she's a little frivolous, she's a very good person. She's also very loyal to her friends." Hearing Xiaoning mention Lu Piao, Xiao Shui's face blushed. When she boldly announced that she was Lu Piao's fiancée, Xiao Shui had already thrown away her face as a girl who asked Lu Piao to not take the initiative. In the past, the elders of the Xiao family were against Xiao Shui and Lu Piao. Xiao Shui was also very helpless. Although she liked Lu Piao, she could only submit to the power of the family. But recently, the elders of the Xiao family didn't seem to reject Lu Piao. They even encouraged Xiao Shui to look for Lu Piao. Only later did Xiao Shui find out that Lu Piao had displayed outstanding talent and had already cultivated to the silver rank. No one of the elders of the Xiao family didn't oppose them. Xiao Shui wasn't as utilitarian as the elders. She only wanted to be together with Lu Piao. She didn't care about Lu Piao's cultivation. Even if Lu Piao was trash, she didn't care. However, she was very happy that Lu Piao was able to live up to her expectations. It's just that Lu Piao was always avoiding her, causing Xiao Shui to feel depressed. "I admire your courage. At least you dare to say who you like." Xiaoning pursed her lips and smiled. She glanced at Nieli, who was a distance away, and said, "Welcome to us." Xiao Shui nodded her head. She came here because of Lu Piao, but at the same time, she was filled with curiosity towards this group of people, especially the leader, Nieli. He gave off a feeling of omniscience. Thinking about it, the reason why Lu Piao's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds should be related to Nieli, a mysterious person. This was Xiao Shui's evaluation of Nieli. However, since he was Lu Piao's friend, Xiao Shui also accepted Xiaoning, Nieli, and the others. In front of friends, Xiao Shui still gave face to Lu Piao. In this little Chili's world, the distinction between friends and enemies was very clear. Lu Piao's friends were her friends. Chapter 136. Xiao Shui and Xiaoning quickly started chatting. The two girls easily found a common topic. At this moment, Nieli is completely immersed in how to break this ancient array. Beside this ancient array, there are a total of 16 domed towers. Every one of them is at least 6 meters tall. On the walls of each tower, there are complex inscription patterns engraved. Between every inscription pattern, there seems to be a unique connection. In ancient times, there were hundreds of thousands of inscription patterns passed down. Every inscription pattern contains a unique power. When some inscription patterns are combined together, they can burst out an unimaginable power. Nieli only has a rough understanding of these inscription patterns. However, from the layout of this ancient array, he can understand a lot of things. At the same time, Lord Yemo broke this array in his previous life. Therefore, Nieli also knows where the trick is. Otherwise, with just Nieli's understanding of inscription patterns, he wouldn't be able to break this ancient array. Nieli walked to the front of one of the towers. His right hand slowly touched every inscription pattern. In the end, his hand landed on a slightly protruding inscription pattern. After that, he injected a trace of soul force into the inscription pattern. The inscription pattern suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. This is it. Nieli is a little excited. He finally found one of the 16 inscription patterns to break this array. The light on the inscription pattern slowly condensed into a beam and shot towards the array. Wong. The array trembled for a moment. However, it quickly regained its calmness. What's going on? Everyone was slightly shocked. They looked towards the direction of Nyeli. Seeing the inscription pattern that emitted a strange light, they all felt astonished. Nyeli can really find a way to break this array? Everyone couldn't help feeling a little expectant. They all grew up in Glory City. Many people have come here before. However, no one has managed to break this array and enter it. Just what is hidden in this array? Nyeli lightly smiled, retracted his hand, and walked towards the second dome tower. Wong, the second inscription pattern was found by Nyeli. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth, the inscription patterns lit up one after another, emitting beams of light. The beams of light focused on the barrier. Then, the barrier blossomed with mysterious light, finally forming a multicolored light spot, like an endless nebula. Come, let's go in. Nyeli waved his hand at them. As soon as Nyeli's voice fell, the barrier slowly thinned and eventually disappeared. Nyeli was the first to enter the barrier, followed by Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the others. All 8 of them entered the barrier. After a while, the barrier condensed again and became clear. It was as if he had passed through an endless space. So. Rays of light flashed. Nyeli and the rest appeared in the center of an ancient array. In the middle, there was something similar to a teleportation array. Surrounding it were huge stone pillars that were covered with mysterious inscription patterns. The ice-cold rain pattered down. Looking into the distance, it was an endless gray wasteland. The shadows of the distant mountains flickered, and above their heads was a vast and endless void. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of monsters could be vaguely heard from afar. Where are we? Lu Piao and the rest said in fear. They were still in Glory City a moment ago. Why did they come to this place in the blink of an eye? They never thought that there would be such a mysterious world in this barrier. Just like the heavenly sacred border, this should be a space created by some expert, Nyeli said after pondering for a moment. Looking at the stone array, the inscription patterns on the stone array were dim. There were a few holes that seemed to be used to place something, but they were already empty. It should be the stones of light. They have to find the stones of light and place them in the holes. Only then can they open the teleportation array. Guji, suddenly, a monkey-like creature appeared in the distance. It didn't have any fur on its body, and its skin was scarlet in color. Its ears were very sharp, and although its hands were very short, they had very sharp and slender claws. Its protruding eyes were like blue gems, emitting a faint light. Guji, this creature looked at them and seemed to be calling out a few times. A moment later, several of these creatures appeared in the wasteland. They were also staring at Nyeli and the rest. Seeing this scene, Nyeli felt his scalp going numb. He turned to Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, and the rest and yelled, "This is a crimson ghost. Let's go." What's a crimson ghost? Everyone was slightly stunned, but seeing how nervous Nyeli was, they immediately understood that this thing is extremely dangerous. So. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Guji. The crimson ghosts seemed to be agitated as they crazily shouted and chased after Nyeli and the rest. The crimson ghost is only a silver rank demon beast. It got its name because of its ugly appearance. Although most of the crimson ghosts are only 1-star silver rank, creatures like crimson ghosts like to hunt in groups. Earlier, that crimson ghost was calling for its companions. If they were a step slower, hundreds and thousands of crimson ghosts would have gathered. That would be extremely frightening. Guji. One after another, crimson ghosts jumped out from the bushes and pounced towards Nyeli and the rest. Nyeli let out a low growl and merged with the shadow killer demon spirit. Both of his hands immediately turned into sharp, sickle-like forelimbs. Puffed. Fresh blood splattered. 2 crimson ghosts were directly killed by Nyeli. The rest were also preparing to merge with their demon spirits. Nyeli solemnly said, "You guys don't merge with your demon spirits for now. Keep running forward and leave all the crimson ghosts to me. If the others were to merge with their demon spirits, it would be too obvious in this wasteland. They would probably attract even more crimson ghosts. Only Nyeli's shadow killer demon spirit wouldn't attract any attention in this dark environment. Everyone had a lot of trust in Nieli. After hearing Nieli's words, they didn't merge with their demon spirits and ran forward. Gigi. Another series of screams resounded. A few more crimson ghosts were killed by Nieli. Nieli's sharp sickle-like forelimbs are like a meat grinder. His actions when killing the crimson ghosts were clean and neat. Every single one of them was killed in one strike. He never attacked the same crimson ghost a second time. This frightening killing speed caused even Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch to be shocked. These crimson ghosts are 1-star silver rank life forms. However, under Nieli's attacks, they couldn't retaliate at all. Every time, they would be killed in an instant. Although they're also 5-star silver rank, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch can be sure that if they were to fight, they wouldn't be Nieli's opponent. Even if they joined hands, they might not be able to win. As everyone ran, more and more crimson ghosts gathered behind them. They chased after them, letting out Gigi sounds. From time to time, they would pounce towards Nieli and Bunch. Nieli's sickle-like forelimbs instantly sent those crimson ghosts flying, fresh blood splattering. Nieli, what should we do? There are more and more crimson ghosts. Dowsett anxiously said. Nieli's brows were tightly knitted. If this continues, they will fall into an endless encirclement. Although their strength surpasses these crimson ghosts, they can't stop them. The number of crimson ghosts is too many. Nieli, look in the distance. There's a light. Lu Piao said in surprise. In the distant plains, a light was swaying in the wind. Although it's drizzling, making it a little misty, the light was not extinguished. There's someone living here. Xiaoning also frowned her brows in doubt. Nieli also felt a little strange. Could it be that there's someone living here? Otherwise, what's with the light in the distance? With a thought, Nieli suddenly understood and exclaimed, "That's the Netherlamp Behemoth." What's the Netherlamp Behemoth? The Netherlamp Behemoth is a very frightening creature. There's a light hanging on its forehead. When prey is attracted by the light and approaches it, it will suddenly open its mouth and swallow them. Nieli said, its sharp teeth can even easily crush rocks. It's at least a gold-rank demon beast. Hearing Nieli's words, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest felt their hearts tremble. They never thought that the light would be such a frightening creature. If they were to carelessly approach it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just what is this damnable place? Why do I feel danger at every step? Nieli and the rest continue to run. There are already thousands of crimson ghosts chasing after them, and the number is still increasing. If this goes on, it'll be dangerous. Once they're dragged into a bitter battle, they'll be finished if they stop running. I have an idea. Let's run towards the Netherlamp Behemoth, Nieli said solemnly. Didn't you say that it's a very frightening demon beast? Although it's a very frightening demon beast, the Netherlamp Behemoth's movement speed is slow. Only by approaching it will we encounter danger. In this world, everything has its nemesis. There are so many crimson ghosts roaming the wasteland, yet the Netherlamp Behemoth is safe and sound. It's very likely that the Netherlamp Behemoth is the nemesis of these crimson ghosts. All right, we have no other choice. If we continue on like this, we'll definitely be chased to death by these crimson ghosts. Dowsett nodded. Everyone frantically ran towards the direction of the light. They were getting closer and closer to the light, only 100 meters away. However, they could only see a floating light and nothing else. Be careful. The Netherlamp Behemoth can hide in the darkness. Hold your breaths. Everyone immediately held their breaths and slowed down their pace. Creak, creak. The crimson ghosts behind them let out strange cries as they charged towards Nieli and the rest. At this moment, scarlet tongues suddenly appeared in the dark sky and swept towards the crimson ghosts. One by one, the crimson ghosts let out mournful cries as they were swept away by the long tongues, disappearing into the night sky. Creak. The crimson ghosts behind them were frightened to the point of scattering in all directions. They let out strange cries and were a mess. Chapter 137. In the pitch-black night sky, a huge demon beast slowly appeared. Its size was like a mountain, causing people to feel a suffocating pressure. It had a huge head and looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Its bloody mouth was big enough to swallow a small mountain. Inside its bloody mouth, there were thousands of long scarlet tongues. These long tongues could quickly shoot out, roll up its prey, and then swallow it. Although these tongues are only as thick as an arm, they are extremely tough and hard to cut. At the same time, even if they are cut, the Netherland behemoth can immediately grow out countless tongues. Nieli and the rest held their breaths and quietly stood there without moving. Even if one or two scarlet ghosts pounced in front of them, they didn't dare to move at all. The scarlet ghosts were quickly swept up by the tongues and swallowed into the Netherland behemoth's stomach. These scarlet ghosts are the Netherland behemoth's prey. The scarlet ghosts scattered in all directions. At this moment, a scream was heard. Xiao Shui, who was far away, was swept up by a long tongue. Xiao Shui, be careful! Lu Piao immediately panicked. She quickly merged with the scarlet demonic leopard and roared as she charged toward Xiao Shui. Nieli cursed in his heart. He quickly merged with the Fang Panda, and his body rapidly changed. Lu Piao! Xiao Shui anxiously shouted. The sticky tongues tightly wrapped around her thighs, arms, and chest, causing her to feel suffocated. A putrid smell assaulted her face. Xiao Shui's eyes became a little blurred. This smell seems to contain some sort of hallucinatory substance. Xiao Shui struggled for a moment, but her entire body became powerless. The scarlet demonic leopard's sharp claws slashed down. Puchi, the tongue that was wrapped around Xiao Shui, was cut off. After that, he carried Xiao Shui and flew down. The Netherland behemoth angrily roared. Puchi! Puchi! Thousands of tongues grew out of its mouth and swept towards Nieli and the rest. Lu Piao, you guys leave first. Leave this to us. Nieli opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast. One black and one white light ball flew towards the Netherland behemoth. Boom! The two black and white light balls exploded in the Netherland behemoth's mouth. Instantly, hundreds of long tongues shattered into pieces and fell down. At this time, Dowsett and the others were also constantly slashing at the long tongues that were flying towards them. They followed behind Lu Piao and the others as they ran outside. Weinan was swept up by the long tongue, but he was quickly saved by Dowsett. Thank you, Weinan said with lingering fear. Luckily, Dowsett acted quickly, otherwise he would be dead. Everyone, be careful and support each other. Don't get separated. Dowsett shouted anxiously. With so many people together, even if they were swept up by the long tongue, they could still support each other. However, if one of them got separated, it would be troublesome. Everyone frantically ran, and soon, they would be out of the Netherland behemoth's attack range. Nieli, who had merged with the Fang Panda, and Xiao Ninger, who had merged with the Heavenly Lightning Sparrow, were bringing up the rear. Nieli was frantically spitting out yin-yang blasts. Every yin-yang blast was able to shatter many long tongues. If it wasn't for Nieli's yin-yang blast, all of them would have been swept away by the Netherland behemoth's long tongue. Xiao Ning, who had merged with the Heavenly Lightning Sparrow, was surrounded by lightning. The endless lightning turned into sharp swords that constantly slashed down and bombarded the long tongues, instantly shattering them. Lu Piao, Dowsett, and the rest rushed out of the Netherland behemoth's attack range one after another. At this moment, a long tongue suddenly wrapped around Xiao Ning-er's leg, causing Xiao Ning to fly out. Xiao Ning-er was startled and immediately shot out a lightning bolt, shattering the long tongue. However, in that instant, several more long tongues swept over. Xiao Ning-er's legs, thighs, wrists, arms, waist, chest, and other parts of her body started to feel suffocated. Xiao Ning-er felt her body gradually losing strength. The Heavenly Lightning Sparrow form on her body rapidly disappeared, and her body was involuntarily swept towards the Netherland behemoth's mouth. Am I going to die? Xiao Ning-er lightly sighed as scenes flashed through her mind. Ever since she could remember, she had been constantly fighting for her marriage. She had never experienced true happiness until she met Nieli. Only then did she understand the meaning of life. A series of scenes of her interaction with Nieli flashed through her mind. Xiao Ning-er closed her eyes as a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. That kind of happy time, even if it was short, made her feel satisfied without any regrets. Seeing Xiao Ning being swept away, Niele immediately pounced toward Xiao Ning direction. Ning be careful. Niele, Dowsit, and the rest, who had stepped out of the Netherland behemoth's attack range, also rushed inside. Don't come in. Wait for us outside. I'm fine, Niele hastily said. If Dowsit and the rest were to come in and fall into danger, Niele wouldn't be able to save them no matter what. Out of trust towards Niele, Dowsit, who had rushed in, went silent for a moment before waving his hand and said, "Let's retreat and be ready to support Niele at any time." Looking at Niele's back, Dowsit prayed in his heart, hoping that Niele would be fine. "Bastard, if you want to harm Ning, you have to ask me if I agree to it first." A cold light flashed through Niele's eyes. The soul realm within his body quickly surged as surges of soul force gathered together. Afterwards, 2 black and white light balls were rapidly condensed in his mouth. Compared to the yin yang blast that Niele usually condensed, it was around 2 times bigger. 2 times yin yang blast, Niele bellowed. The 2 light balls revolved around each other and danced towards the distance. Boom! The yin yang blast exploded in the Netherland behemoth's mouth. The light and dark balls of the yin yang blast were 2 times bigger than usual. The might of the explosion was more than 4 times bigger than usual. When it exploded in the Netherland behemoth's mouth, the might was simply astonishing. Roar! The Netherland behemoth wailed as its body swayed. If the yin yang blast bombarded its skin, it wouldn't be able to cause any damage to it. However, when it bombarded its mouth, the feeling was different. Taking advantage of the instant when the yin yang blast exploded, Niele used his knuckle dusters to chop off the long tongues. He carried Xiao Ning, and flew out. After the Netherland behemoth suffered such a fierce attack, it seemed to be a little unwilling. Long tongues continuously grew out and coiled towards Niele and Xiao Ning. Niele carried Xiao Ning, as he dashed towards the long tongues. In the haze, Xiao Ning, seemed to have felt a warm embrace. She subconsciously hugged Niele tightly. Previously, when she was coiled by the long tongues, Xiao Ning's clothes were torn in many places. There was a different kind of charm to it. That soft place was tightly pressed against Niele's chest, giving him a rich and smooth feeling. Her entire body was like an octopus, tightly pressing against Niele's body. Niele opened his mouth. This kind of position was a little too embarrassing. Ning, was probably a little delirious from the Netherland behemoth's saliva. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done such an action. While hugging Ning, Niele madly sprinted and continuously fought against the Netherland behemoth's long tongues. Even Niele felt a little tired. After all, using the 2x yin-yang blast just now had consumed too much of his soul force. And Xiao Ning moaned. She twisted a little in Niele's embrace and changed her position. That fiery hot body and the fragrance of a young girl was captivating. Helpless, Niele could only hug Xiao Ning, to prevent Xiao Ning, from struggling out. Then he madly sprinted. Boom, boom. Countless tongues fell down like a rain of arrows, bombarding the ground. The ground was instantly blasted beyond recognition. Niele felt a chill in his heart. These long tongues looked soft, but when they attacked quickly, they were as hard as steel. Tens of thousands of tongues swept towards Niele from all directions. Suddenly, on Niele's chest, the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book released a gentle energy, causing Niele's surging soul force to calm down. With a thought, Niele's soul force seemed to have returned to his previous life, to the time when he was in the Temporal Demon Spirit book. I understand now. A light flashed in Niele's mind. He pulled out the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book. The remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book quietly floated in the air. On the fingers of Niele's right hand, his soul force continuously gathered and bombarded the remnant page. Boom! With the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book as the center, a powerful energy spread out in all directions. Immediately after, 8 golden inscription patterns appeared on the top of the Temporal Demon Spirit book. Immediately after, one of the golden inscription patterns rapidly enlarged. The temporal demon spirit book requires soul force in order to unleash the power it contains. Each of the 8 golden inscription patterns contain different powers. With Nye Li's current soul force, he can only resonate with one of the golden inscription patterns. The golden inscription pattern that resonated with Nye Li's soul force suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. With a loud boom, the golden inscription pattern burst out a thick golden pillar of light and bombarded the netherlamp behemoth. Boom! The netherlamp behemoth was directly pierced by the pillar of light. It issued a mournful cry. What a frightening power! Nye could feel that the soul force in his soul realm was suddenly emptied by the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book, leaving only a little bit. He gasped for breath, his eyes a little blurred. It seems that the power of the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book is still not something that he can control. Nye gasped for breath and temporarily stopped. He raised his katana in a defensive state and immediately consumed an elixir to recover his soul force. The netherlamp behemoth suffered a heavy injury and stopped its attack on Nye. The energy from the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book directly pierced through its body. Even it couldn't recover in a short period of time. Just when the netherlamp behemoth appeared to be a little weak, a sharp hissing sound came from the distant sky, as if it wanted to tear the dark gray space apart. What's going on? Dowsett and the rest, who were anxiously waiting outside, also had a horrified expression on their faces as they stared at the dark gray space. Hearing this voice, even the mountain-like netherlamp behemoth couldn't help but tremble as it wailed in fear.